market wide here, everything pumping. The Q's bumping right now. ES is starting to head back up to the upside again, up 0.3 right now. Let me see what my guy JPM is up to. 263, that's fine. Let me see what my Uber's up to. It's just everything today. I'm just sort of checking in right now for the first time on many of these things. Nvidia's up 3%. Alibaba's up 2%, or maybe more than that now. UNH continues to go. We had that eToro. We had WonderFi news. We can check out WonderFi news from yesterday. We can see Robinhood today up to $63, up 1% and a bit as well. So, yeah, I mean, it looks, I don't want to say an all clear right now, but I mean, the market has been going nicely to the upside for quite a bit now. You know, just you've seen the move in Disney. We talked about that yesterday as well. I mean, here's the NASDAQ. It's like, just see ya, you know, and it's starting to go, you know, that nice gap there into 500 up to 515. And then we'll see where we can go today. We are now moments away from all-time highs again. And the markets all turned positive yesterday for the year. So it's like, in what was a complete destruction, down 17% or so at the lows, some of these names, or the indexes, now green on the year. So, I mean, we have to be celebrating that one and say awesome as we work our way through tariffs. I mean, not even anything really hasn't been resolved other than we have these sort of pauses and then talks, right? Which is great. I mean, this is what we're trying to do. Make the, well, I'm not me, but this is what the administration is trying to do, is get these deals done. And the market seems to like the direction that we're going right now. And I'm not going to be sitting here and fading too much today again. We'll see if we can get some longs. But yeah, good start to the day. Tesla also going upside right now. Everything, Affirm, Amazon. I mean, I didn't even check out Amazon.
There's not much that's actually going to be down today. The aforementioned what Brennan kind of pointed out, like Apple's a little bit red. It's interesting. Uber's a little bit red. Netflix is a little bit red. Netflix I get because at that high. Uber made Uber made an all-time high yesterday and just can't seem to get going. Maybe some of that has to do with positive news coming from Tesla. I guess that could be a little bit of it, but yeah, it's an almost everything rally. Let's put it that way. I mean, gold's obviously going to be down, but some surprising ones like, you know, Uber a little bit down, Apple a little bit down, should be a little surprising. We got a super chat from our friend Arsis. Happy Hump Day. Emphasis on market hump, perhaps. Good luck and thanks to you, Sean. Appreciate you there. Well, if there's a hump, that would mean we're heading down. So let's hope there isn't a hump. But there are delicious.
Yeah, we've got delicious ones. Thank you, Randy, once again.
Thank you, Randy. Appreciate it.
For coming through. All right, look, I mean, we're getting locked and loaded here. As soon as we are ready to go, we'll have Kevin O'Leary join us. We'll talk about the WonderFi acquisition of WonderFi yesterday. We'll get that going, and then maybe some talk about, you know, I don't know where we're going to go. I mean, I think it's going to be crypto. Yeah, maybe the administration, how these tariffs are looking, what he's feeling like moving forward right now. But we will wait to get that going. And I'm going to work on this sticky note. Lots of ideas coming through again today. Amazon only flat right now. You know what I was interested in is Intel. Intel got going yesterday a little bit. It was 122. That'd be nice.
Imagine?
I put a 1 in front of this number. That'd be
22.
Okay. We might not be here if that ever happened. Yeah. So right now down today. So I wanted to. This is kind of the stuff. Look, I mean, yesterday we talked about it getting going right there off the open, up to $23, faded pretty much. Now, if we were thinking short, these are some names that I'm looking at right now today because they're relatively weak. So when Intel hits that category, and then the Nvidia, and again, you know what that Saudi Arabia forum meant yesterday was a lot. You know, I mean, Trump now basically saying, look, Nvidia, China may be a problem, but we got a lot of buyers. There's a lot of buyers out there. And we saw that yesterday, and Nvidia just kept going, and there it is, man. I was saying, like, you know, all-time highs inbound soon for Nvidia, and it looks like that's going to happen. I was thinking next week we get above this 150. It may even be earlier than that. So it's Hump Day. Thank you, Arsis, for that as well. What's up, Ross in Thailand? Yeah, no, I got so today I got the Breitling on here, the Chronomatic. So we'll see. But I see that Kevin's getting ready to go here as well. So I just want to thank everybody for joining us early. Well, it's not early. It's not early for us. We're on every day at 8:30. Make sure you do check us. Over 518,000 subscribers right now. So, you know, we're happy with where that's been going. We're averaging over 11 to 12,000 viewers. Once the market gets open up here, the market recap show has been super hot. Everything right now. We've got the live news feed kicking on here with Adara every single day. We've got Studio 8 renovations. The next time Mr. O'Leary will be in here, we'll have a brand new studio potentially. So that's really exciting. We're getting ready for that. The best and biggest studio in the history of studios
is Studio 8.
Nothing.
It's going to revolutionize.
Right.
All of broadcast.
We may tariff the stream to pay for it, but no, we're not. No, we're not tariffing anything. But we're really excited for that. So the big renovation, we're putting back. We're trying to get the biggest and best show possible.
That's what it's all about.
And that's what it's all about. So we're always looking to up that game. But anyways, it's going to be a really exciting day, man. Packed full of few guests.
It's fireworks no matter what in this market, whether we get a hump. I mean, the volatility is here to stay. And of course, we got mad headlines. And as we have teed up, we are now ready. We can throw to our special guest this morning, Mr. O'Leary.
Happy to have him back. Chairman of O'Leary Ventures, back with us. Kevin O'Leary on the show, friend of the show. We've come full circle, Kevin. It's great to see you and great to have you back to talk about this deal that was announced yesterday. If anyone missed it, we can touch on the actual headline here. First, guys, maybe Robinhood acquiring WonderFi in a $250 million deal, 41% premium that ends up being paid for WonderFi. Kevin, can you hear me at this point? We're still.
I hear you.
Okay,
good.
Just wanted to double check. You and I sat here on day one. You got to go all the way back to August of 2021 when this stock debuted here in Toronto. Give us your thoughts here, full circle, on this deal, just from a high level, and then I want to talk a little bit about the regulatory side.
My premise has always been the emergence of a new technology, that you want to own the picks and shovels as well as take some bets on a portfolio of the actual assets. So that would be Ethereum and Bitcoin, et cetera. And at the time when WonderFi was emerging, I was a very early investor. There were many, many, many competitive exchanges, and the regulatory environment was murky. There was a lot of cowboys in the crypto market globally. All of that's changed. We're in a completely different market now where the impending regulation, or the imputed regulation, if you want to call it that in the United States, notably with the Genius Act, Stablecoin Act, months away. And then, of course, in Canada, one of the first countries on earth to institute an index like a Bitcoin ETF or Ethereum ETF. So the OSC was very advanced in their regulatory environment, and it's great for the country. But WonderFi ended up being the largest consolidator of the exchanges, which was necessary. And of course, today or yesterday, Robinhood, one of the exchanges I'm also a shareholder in and a user of the platform, has decided to consolidate into the Canadian market, which I think has a lot of benefits for the future ongoing.
When we look at this, if you want to break down the actual acquisition in itself, you were a big supporter of when WonderFi picked up both BitBuy and Coinberry initially. Talk about how Robinhood is potentially going to integrate those pieces and where you see those going forward.
Well, the future and what they see, and I think what others see, and I'm also a shareholder in Coinbase. There's no reason, if you're an investor, like the people we're talking to right now, that you can't have all of the assets on one platform. I mean, if you own an ETF or an individual stock, why can't you own Bitcoin in that portfolio? Why can't you own Ethereum? Why can't you own a stablecoin like USDC? Why do you have to have a separate wallet at all? It makes compliance harder. It makes tax reporting harder. And so the future is going to be that, in the case of Robinhood, if I want to own some crypto in that wallet, I can. If I want to own a stock, I can. If I want to own a stablecoin or cash, I can. It's all in one place. And if you're my son who's 28 or my daughter who's 31, you don't understand why you don't have that now. I mean, and I think the regulatory environment is such that is going to come, and obviously Robinhood sees that vision. But in the context of Canada and the United States, think about what this platform has achieved or will achieve should the merger be approved by regulators. let's say I'm a Canadian business, as I am, and let's say I have businesses in the US, as I do. If I want to transfer cash, let's just keep it simple, FX, I have to go through hell on earth to do that. It's expensive, it's slow, the wire system is archaic, it's 60 years old. I don't want to diss the banks, I do business with all of them. But what do I need them for if I can simply do a transaction from one wallet or one account to the other across the border in USDC or any stablecoin that's approved by the regulators in both countries? It takes a split second. It's totally transparent, it's totally compliant, and it's practically costless. And so that's just the start. What about this? Okay, why do I have to accept payments only from credit cards if I have a Robinhood wallet? Why can't I just simply pay the vendor right there on the spot? Why do I have to pay 2.5% to 3% fees if I'm the vendor? Why don't I just take a digital transaction? Digital payment systems are accommodated by this with full transparency, auditability, and record keeping. I mean, that's the future. And that was always what I thought would be the future. It took a lot longer than I anticipated, but you never guess the timing. But the potential here is massive. And I think it's great that we have competition. And if I were a Canadian bank right now, I'd start ponying up pretty fast to what's going on here and find ways to partner with these platforms because they are so far advanced in the amount of money they've spent on tech and platform.
Wonderfy itself, let's talk a little bit about the company itself. And as you said, we're talking to the shareholders here. Obviously, this stock has weathered some extreme volatility along with some of the crypto markets over the past couple of years. What do you want to say to shareholders? What do you want them to understand, not only about this deal, but the timing? Why now?
Well, I'm not management of the company. I am a shareholder. I'm one of the earliest ones. And I think you have to look at opportunity as they come and decide when do you join forces with a behemoth that can provide you with the R&D and the platform that maybe is more difficult to finance in the Canadian market. Is any timing perfect? I have no idea, and I certainly had no idea this was coming other than just being a shareholder. And so, I trust the management there. I have since the beginning. That's why I bet on them in the first place. They went through a real difficult consolidation and lots of turmoil in the boardroom, and that's just the way nascent companies are. That's who you back. You back entrepreneurs, and you never know the outcome. I'm pretty happy with this outcome, frankly, as a shareholder. But I hedge my bets. I own them all. I mean, if you're going to own one exchange, why don't you own them all? Because you don't know what's going to happen as the different regulatory environments change policy, or which one is more successful in consolidation. And I'll continue my support for Wonderfy through my ownership in Robinhood, and that's just the way it rolls, and I'm okay with it. I mean, I want exposure to the best, and I wish the best for the management and all the other shareholders, but obviously, you're making a bet when you own a stock like this with the volatility it has in this sector. And all of the ups and downs we've been through, whether it be on the asset volatility and value, that's Bitcoin, or whether it's in the regulatory environment, back and forth and up and down. But I still believe that if we talk about this in 4 or 5 years, that crypto will be the 12th sector of the S&P because it's so powerful in 2 aspects, productivity and cost savings. And that's where we're going. And I think US regulators and Canadian regulators see the merit of it, and they will continue to guide this technology back into domestic markets. Right now, the most advanced developments going on in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Why isn't it in the US and Canada? Well, it's up to regulators to decide.
Hey, Kevin, Sharif with you here. Great to speak to you again. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Firstly, about the how this deal came together. Was it more of a strategic courtship, or was there some necessity involved, given the state of brokerages and crypto firms in Canada?
What I've learned about this space, it's rife with rumor and innuendo. I mean, there was no question that every exchange was talking to every exchange, and every asset that was being built or had been left out of the consolidation was in narrative. I mean, that's just the nature of a maturing market. And so, what ultimately the board decided to do. And my guess would be, and I'm speculating here, they had multiple opportunities. I mean, they could have gone in other directions if they wished. That's just, that's the nature of the crypto market. What I find so interesting, and I spend a fair amount of my time here in the US and in Washington, D.C., working with policymakers like Haggerty. If you go to Washington any week, you're going to find the same 25 leaders in this industry rotating through the halls of the Hill. They're talking to senators and members of Congress. I don't think we have a physical border. I know Canada right now and the US are in a tiff. There's no question about that. But when it comes to crypto, that border doesn't really exist. And so you find companies on both sides. Innovation has no home. It just has the path of least resistance on policy. And so I'm optimistic now, frankly, that Canada is going to take a leadership role here in actually crafting U.S. policy. And that may sound a little strange, but the OSC has done such a phenomenal job of guiding the crypto industry that they're a little bit of a model for the U.S. to look at. Because I've always suspected, and this is just a personal opinion, that the OSC has been used on almost like a petri dish by the SEC. Let's try it in Canada and see what happens. Let them have a Bitcoin ETF and see if there's price discovery works and there's not a lot of market tracking error. Let's let them do the same thing in Ethereum. And when we see it work in Canada, let's adopt it in the US. That's exactly what happened.
That's a great segue for my next question, Kevin, because I was going to ask you about the fragmented nature of the regulator, the financial regulators in this country. Each province has its own, no federal umbrella like we have in the United States with the SEC. Does that pose a challenge for Robinhood and their scale at all costs kind of approach?
I think, you're bringing a very important point up, the blue skying at the provincial level. I understand that and have forever as a participant and investor in the markets. But I think the cooperation, this new theme across Canada that the new Prime Minister's brought in of cooperation across provinces and the reduction of tariffs between the provinces. I mean, you couldn't till recently buy BC wine in the LCBO. I think you have to allow that now because there's no American wine in there. And I think that's the kind of thing that's going to press regulators at the provincial level to start thinking about a federal platform, very much akin to the SEC across regulations in all the U.S. states. And I think that would be a good thing. Staying out of the politics, I think Carney is a pretty smart guy. I mean, he's not like the last guy. I mean, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but the last guy was an idiot. And so we have a much better manager, whether you like his politics or you don't. I've respected him for years, and I think the rest of the world has. And you may not like one thing or another, but he's not stupid when it comes to financial markets and financial products and systems and integration and productivity. So let's just see how this plays out. I'm pretty optimistic.
Kevin, this has been an incredible bounce back, not only for equities, but Bitcoin right back up as well, back above that 100,000 mark at this point and continuing. Just to wrap up here quickly, what are you excited about here in the next couple of months, generally speaking, on a macro level for both equities and crypto?
Well, I am excited about getting this trade stuff worked out and a deal with China worked out. And as you've seen, and you guys watch this by the hour, we've come all the way back from April 3rd and then some. So this volatility, you could look at it as being negative, or if you're a trader, it was a great opportunity. My goodness, some of these stocks like NVIDIA have been phenomenal trading opportunities, even Tesla, 41% from the lows. Or any of the tech stocks. I mean, what we need to get is a final decision on what the EU deal looks like between the EU and the US, what the Canada deal looks like, the Mexico deal, the UK deal, the India deal. And you're starting to see some of that. My own opinion is what's really going on here is there's going to be a flat reciprocal tariff of about 10%, I think, between most countries in the US. And in effect, what Trump did is impose a VAT tax. Because this is a consumption tax, no matter how you cut it, when you put tariffs on. But it's so unpopular, the idea of VAT tax in the U.S. Congress, that he's just kind of disguised it and called it a tariff. But most countries' economies, including Canada's, can exist with a VAT tax between 7 and 14%. So when things settle down, supply chains will work this out, margins will be split, some prices will go up. But I think it's a 10 on 10 on 10 on 10 everywhere. And we'll probably get there in the next, 6 months, because Trump has a time bomb in the midterm elections. He's got to clean all this up before he faces re-election, or he'll lose his majority mandate. And so I'm optimistic on that. And, not to be so serious about everything, the other thing I'm excited about is watches, obviously. And since I last saw you guys, I want to show you what I'm featuring today, conference here in New York. But I want to tell you about the rumor of this. I'm showing you 2 Cartier watches. This watch is the Crash. This is a legendary piece. Came out in the 60s. Right?
You got Sean's interest.
Okay, the Crash is made of platinum. It's a skeleton Crash. How many are in America? Maybe this is the only one. Here on the left-hand side is a platinum Santos called the Reverse. It actually tells time in reverse. It's going back. It's very hard to understand why they would have made this watch, other than when it got announced to the world, the few pieces got snapped up by collectors in seconds. But here's the rumor that came out recently. Because these are both platinum, and one of them goes backwards in time, supposedly, if you hold them together and you click them 3 times and they touch each other, start to reverse in age. Now, I've been too nervous to do that, but I'm not kidding. This rumor's out there. Either that, or you turn into a vampire. We don't know.
Is there a downside? I don't know.
Santos and Crash. That's it right there. And look at how beautiful that is. That is made with a stone dial. It's going backwards, and the Crash. I'm going to wear it at the conference today. These are the sexiest watches in New York right now. I'm very happy to have them. But is the myth a reality? Who knows?
We'll wait and see. Always great insight. Kevin O'Leary, we appreciate you doing this on very short notice. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
I want to try that live. I want to see the vampire. I want to see that go down. But thank you, Kevin. I
Backwards.
The Crash had that unique form factor there. That was pretty interesting.
Looks amazing.
That was great. I was going to ask Kevin about more companies maybe holding Bitcoin on their balance sheet and things like that, and what he thought about that moving forward, because I think that's another sort of boon to the crypto market here, with Tesla apparently nearing 10,000 Bitcoin on their balance sheet as well. As we know, Block has some there, and then all the big ones, Coinbase, and
you know what else is next? Which I would actually,
something called Strategy.
Foreign governments investing in stablecoins in USD. That is the whole. Well, you know what? You're hoarding US dollars. You gotta. We want you buying US things, or we want you storing it. I'm telling you, man. Some of it's gonna go into crypto. Some of it's gonna go into stablecoins in USD. Just by the way, Robinhood is a beast here today, which hopefully everyone gets a chance to see. This one can break out and maybe get to its highs very, very quickly. 52-week highs. Looks like it's gonna be fantastic for them. Yeah, the crypto story is definitely not done. The only thing that I have a little bit of just today for the trade, everybody, try to remember, the market is green. A lot of things have gapped up and are breaking out, and much like a couple of days ago, you're getting a little bit of lag in Bitcoin. Bitcoin itself is still got some resistance from the 105 zone up. So I think we need to break away from this 105 spot, and then we can start to be all clear. Otherwise, yesterday, the 58.5 dip buy, that's the one trade I had, and I'm thinking the same thing, because Bitcoin, for whatever reason, it's just lagging a little bit, and the exuberance is going into other places while we sort of test these recent highs. And it's been a great run for Bitcoin. It's just, sometimes you have a great run, you run into a little bit of resistance, and you hold up a little bit, which is natural. But until we check through a 105, I think you got to play the dip buys on BTC. That didn't just spike. That was just a dark pool print there. Just making sure we didn't have a 40-cent jump there, and I did. Just a dark pool print. But yeah, Bitcoin, probably more of a dip buy than anything today.
All right. Yeah, we're really excited. I mean, great news from the Saudis yesterday. Thank you to have Kevin O'Leary. Thank you for coming on there. Thanks to Sharif and Brendan for that. That was a lot of fun. Hopefully next time we'll be able to bring him over here and talk some more stocks, individual stocks and things like that. But great question there at the end for Brendo. As we look forward to more deals, he looks forward to more watch talk, and we'll do some of that next time. But for right now, we have a guest that many, well, he's almost ready, going to be familiar with. We have Rahim Alani from OCI Group coming through again in just a matter of seconds. And it is a jam-packed, action-packed morning. We'll talk to Rahim for a couple minutes,
and then wait
see
till
what he's saying.
starts.
He has some opinions on the crypto space as well. So it is going to be a crypto morning as Bitcoin up to 104. Let me just quickly check as we wait on Rahim. He's just getting all fancy-like over there. So hold on a second. Let me just see what's going on in the crypto space. So yesterday we were over 3.5 trillion. Looks like we're under that a little bit today. Ethereum 26. I mean, that's the highest I've seen it so far. Every time we call it up, it's around this area. So that's a good little level there for Ethereum. XRP, man, that army just keeps on pushing forward. So we're really happy with the way that's moving around. We're also happy with Solana's movement again, up 4%. One more time there. Dogecoin up, Cardano up. These are all 24 hours, right? So things looking still upside here, even in some of these altcoins as we continue to move forward. You know, Ripple's a good one there, as Kevin was talking about, you know, payments and transferring money over. I know that's what XRP and Ripple are very known to be doing. So that's a good one there. And look at the market cap starting to pick up as well here. Despite Ethereum's 42% move, if XRP had stayed there, you know, we were getting closer and closer here to maybe a number 2 taking over, but still double from away from there. So yeah, there's some of those stable coins, Tether and USDC. So they also do hold the key. If those can remain where they are, that does allow for easier money transfer, as Kevin was saying, from one wallet to another. Just consider that like cash. And if more people can think that way, then it does make that easier. And that's why I think that Robinhood, sort of that transfer of from one account to another, and just how easy that is, and not filling out all the tax forms and all the regulatory there. I think that's very important. So I like Robinhood today. I like many of these names. I saw someone say something about Micron.
Yeah, there's some bad news on Micron here before we get up to the desk. It's just like they're at the JPM conference and they didn't update their guidance. And so that's being seen as a disappointment. That's the headline. Micron did not update their guidance at the JPM conference, which is something you got to think about because of all the chips with investment coming in and with the deals getting struck. I remember when ARM reported their guidance was terrible. It was the same day that the deals, that the tariffs were going down, bless you. The tariffs were going down, and you wanted to see that updated guidance from all these firms for the better environment that we're expecting. So when you don't get that, I think it's going to be bad news. So with that, we're only down a couple of points here, but obviously different from the rest of the market.
Here comes Randy.
Now we've got our next guest locked and loaded, ready to go. And we've got our coffees. We can sit back, relax, and listen to Rahim. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Randy.
I want coffee now. Everybody has coffee. This guy has coffee. They have coffee. I don't have any coffee. Hi. Next. Rahim's here. The crypto chat continues around here this morning. Let's start just with this WonderFi deal in general, and give me your thoughts as far as the Canadian market is concerned. I mean, this has been a flagship, in this market for, as I was saying, got to go back to 2021 to see it.
Yeah, you put together teams of CoinSmart and BitBuy and all these things that WonderFi amalgamated. And like our friend Kevin O'Leary just said moments ago, Canada has been a bit of a petri dish. It's try these things out here, see if they work, bring them into the US. And Canada's done a really good job of amalgamating these assets and building kind of a nice story that they built here. My friend at CoinSmart, Justin, he had built a good business, got it into WonderFi. So it was a nice platform for them to build together. In terms of valuation, I think Robinhood got a good deal, and it sets them a nice little place here in Canada.
Yeah, we'll look forward to having a name like a Robinhood available in this country. You brought a few names with you. Interesting. I mean, it's a really interesting time, I think, for this market. Back above, 100,000 and then some here for Bitcoin and continuing. Yeah. There's all kinds of different mining ideas we can have a look at. This is Hut 8. I went out to a weekly chart here just to kind of compare to the WonderFi chart. They're very similar in, price action, but the business is very different.
Yeah, no, I think so. Yeah, they're two separate businesses, of course. WonderFi is more on the execution side. Hut is going to be on the holding of coin side as well as transactional speed. But I think to your greater and larger point is what's happening in the States with regard to the adoptance and prevalence of crypto, and that's taking place into other countries as well. You're seeing strong moves into these crypto names that you might not have seen as much 6, 9, 12, 18 months ago. And so HUD 8, that's the one that Eric Trump has joined as whatever his role is there. But American Bitcoin is the company that he's involved in, which is a subsidiary of HUD 8. They just announced that they are spinning that off into Griffin Digital. The ticker is going to be GRYP there in the US. So that's going to be a play that you can take advantage of the American Bitcoin, Trump attachment to it, as well as HUD 8 being the service provider on the back end to them.
Let's go on to Galaxy here, GLXY, another one. Is this dual listed? They have an OTC?
They would have an OTC name, but they just announced, I think it was just yesterday, that they're going to be going onto the NASDAQ boards. So they have revenue of about $13 billion. It is a stalwart name in the space, and so that's a name. Again, if you're going to be in the U.S. trading, that's a name that's going to be coming available to the larger audience there. So I thought that might be interesting for everyone to take a look at.
The chart looks great. I mean, right back to this $30 level here that's a daily chart for Galaxy.
Yeah, 11 to 35 on the 52 week. So
exactly,
up there.
Exactly. If you want to talk a little bit about lower priced opportunities, WHIP. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, so WHIP, Credit Essential. If you look at that, it's a smaller name. It's gone as high as you can see on the chart there, as high as over $1, all the way down to $0.015. So it's a name that's got a lot of volatility for obvious reasons in the space, but they are now being accretive. They announced a couple of acquisitions, CoinComply, they're doing that. They have a deal with Antenna, so they're putting a few things together. And the stock price, again, it's a lower price name, but it's moved up from $0.015 to 5 cents here. So if you can make 150, 200%, that's not a bad thing. On some decent volume, they are putting a couple million shares a day. So that's a name, if you're looking at that long-term chart, that might be a name that could get back up into better levels for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many opportunities here. SOL, there's SPIR is another one as well. Let's go to Sol Global Investments as well.
Yeah, that's a name that just jumped on the Solana bandwagon for sure. They were into multiple businesses before that. I think we've talked about them before. But in the last couple of months, the stock did go back down from a low of 5, 6 cents up into the 30s and 40s on the back of Solana procurement, raised a big financing. That name is very much tied to the Solana brand, and so the stock has come off of all crypto things, but I think you'll start to see a move back up on that one. If Solana moves, that thing's going to go right with it.
Just to kind of bookend this a little bit, from a market perspective in general, as Kevin alluded to, and you mentioned, to start this off, we've been kind of the petri dish for what they wanted to try out and then kind of adopt that into their market. Does having a HUD 8 in the Canadian market give us a little more credibility, for lack of a better word?
Yeah, no, I think the fact that we have better success stories, because Canada has been a petri dish for cannabis, for mushrooms, for blockchain, for crypto. We have been that, let's try it here, because we do have similar rules of law. We have similarness when it comes to all things across securities and across exchanges. So the fact that we do have some really good success stories, I think will bode well for the fact that we can continue to try those things here, but also allow us a prevalence where you can talk to an investor in the US and saying, just like if you talk to somebody in the States saying TD is actually a Canadian bank.
Right.
No one knows that. It's TD Gardens in Boston,
Exactly.
right? And so hopefully with the prevalence of Canadian companies, really strong management, we have a lot of smart people here. So hopefully we'll have some companies that will take that next step where people will invest in the US, not even realizing that you don't have to be a Canadian company. And especially with crypto, you're going to be global companies all over the world.
Yeah. As Kevin said as well, I mean, we'll wait to see what the regulators do with this, and if this deal gets passed, I'm sure it will, at this point. So,
yeah.
Great stuff. Rahim Alani, Managing Director over at OCI Groups. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Double barrel action today, this morning, and another great guest. We always appreciate Rahim coming through, giving you some names that you might not be as familiar with oftentimes, which is where a lot of times the opportunity is. Now, obviously, if anyone's watching right now, AMD has announced a new 6 billion share repurchase authorization. It's now up 6%. Just added to the list of things which are looking incredibly bullish today. I mean, look, just on the fly here, AMD now breaking out of the March resistance, and this is not a ridiculously unimportant level. This was also the August 2024 low, and then where the curl happened. Like this is where it spun to the downside to make these fresh lows. Those April lows was off the 117.5. So you get this buyback or share repurchase authorization, and we're breaking it out above 117.50. And I'm throwing this one on the list. And you can only look at so many things, but you didn't know this was going to happen on AMD till now. So the prior high, actually the pre-market high, lines up with that level on the daily. So AMD suddenly the leader of all the chips. Well, SMCI is up bigger percentage-wise, but volume up plenty here on AMD. It's kind of chopping around this 120, a little bit of sizing here. I'd expect with the market rolling a little bit back in, should be some dip buy opportunities off the bump.
All right, thanks, Raheem, for coming through one more time. Yeah, NVIDIA obviously not doing anything, as that's going to be an AMD-specific story there as it's starting to go. Just finishing up the sticky note there as we're listening and making sure that we paid attention to our guests. So I'll be out just momentarily. But yeah, we have our watch list. Make sure you do scan the QR code there to get e-signal. But the watch list now out as well. We're going to be going over that. I've got NVIDIA, the Qs. They got Big Bear AI. Let me see what that's doing right now quickly on that one. SMCI continues to climb, 46.70 right now as well. Neil brought it up at 19%. How does 20% sound right now? This market is, although it doesn't look like it's blasting right here on the NASDAQ, if anything, we're touching and testing VWAP right now to the downside. So this market's going to be a tricky one for me today. I'm going to be perfectly honest at this point to start, because there are some names that are going one way and some names that are going the other. And it's just a matter, well, now Apple's starting to go back upside, or no, not. It's just a matter of trying to pick which, direction you're feeling, what this market's going to do, and I don't know what the catalysts are. Like that AMD just came out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely
so
out of nowhere.
now we got to add that sort of to the sandbox here and see what we want to do there. I'd like to probably play a dip instead of this rip, but yeah, nice move up to 120, as you said. The low of AMD a month and a half ago is $76. So you're at 120 now. I think we're getting a little carried away, in my opinion.
Like the RSIs on all these are probably a little bit intense right now.
I don't even.
Like I'm thinking, and pretty sure
look at the
Nvidia got to 60, but I don't know about AMD. But like just to your point, before we go back to the desk here, because we're getting on in time. Like add Microsoft to the list of things that's down 0.5%, and the Nasdaq is actually threatening a little bit that we could go red at the open on the overall market. We're losing the bid on the Nasdaq while SMCI and AMD are going.
Yeah, but it's like Nasdaq up 23% from the lows. I mean, I just want to say, like, who wants to buy Nasdaq up 23%? I mean, a lot of people do. But maybe it is due for a little bit of a pullback. And I say this as we're still up on the day, and we're up pretty good, 0.2%. So, all right. Thank you so much. Yeah, look, Bears versus Bulls, we got to get through some of this. Anybody that super chatted us, we will get to some of those super chats, but we have a list to go through right now. So make sure you do pay attention. We're going to go through our rundown, and then we'll try to get to some of those super chats as we go. So let's go back over to the desk to Brendan and Sharif.
All right, we'll jump into the market here and get going.
5903, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. So we did breach that 5,900 point level, which is obviously an important 100 point level resistance. The overnight high, 5924. So we're above it right now, 5,900 by about 12 points, trading at 5912. We're going to try to use 5,900 as resistance. If we give it up, we're going to look to that 75 point area, 5875 as the next level. Otherwise, now, Brendo, we're looking at that 6,000 point area as resistance.
Sorry, what? If you haven't done so yet, as always, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page. Grab the watch list. It's absolutely free, comes right to your inbox every single morning. Again, if you haven't done that, make sure you take some time. Let's go. There's so many things to look at here this morning. I mean, Tesla just in my ear here. Yeah, 2.5% already. We'll get to Tesla in a second. Let's start with SMCI. Monster gap to the upside here. Tell us why, Sharif.
Brendo, this thing's up 20% and we haven't even rung the bell yet. Here's the deal, guys. They unveiled a $20 billion deal with the Saudi Arabia's data vault. So Supermicro SMCI is going to supply them with high-density GPU platforms and rack-scale liquid cooling systems. That's what they get involved in. This is obviously targeting the hyperscalers, etc., in Saudi Arabia. And just to give you an idea here, DataVolt CEO basically credited this deal to Donald Trump. The strategic impact here, Brendo, is that they guarantee U.S.-made GPUs for their supply chain, and Supermicro obviously interested in expanding internationally.
I mean, this is 2 days on, you can see it on that chart as well, like just absolutely insane. In 2 days, this thing's up better part of $20, guys, SMCI.
God.
It's an
All right, we're talking to Raheem Alani about sports.
I'll tell you this right now. The only thing more ridiculously impressive than the luck, and I air quote luck, that the Dallas Mavericks have for getting the #1 pick in the NBA, air quotes luck, is SMCI up just 20%. It's still going. It's an absolute, like you're definitely in that squeeze zone for sure. Above, first it was 38, but now above what was the last resistance
There's a
zone at
mic still
42
on
and a half.
somewhere.
I can still hear Brendo. So if we can get, I don't want to buy any of these highs today. Like yesterday, it was a story of so many things broke out instantaneously and then continue to rally. Now, I cannot remember a situation, I don't care what type of market you're in, where you get that and then you gap and it's already looking as strong as the day before, what took us all day to do. That's not an open level that I'd want to buy. Like when I sat down and was like, yeah, SMCI, I mean, like that prior high, 42 to 42 and a half was what I was thinking. So if you lose VWAP, I think you're gapping to that. That said, I don't even know if I paid for locates on SMCI today. It would probably have to get to insert daily chart. Yeah, there's not much. 51, I suppose. Like that would be a little bit.
You did pay for them. I saw them.
Oh, I did. Okay, good. I don't always remember whether I do because I do it pretty early, but 51 before I think about that. So 42 and a half and VWAP are the only two places that I want to look. And now all of a sudden AMD's got my attention as well, which makes it a little bit more tricky to be active on SMCI.
Look, a $20 billion multi-year partnership. I mean, let's go. Like that's what you want. $20 billion. So, yeah, SMCI right now. What a year they've had, man. I mean, up and down and around, and now up again, up 20%. Congratulations, anybody that kept playing, you know, especially yesterday's momentum and then now into today. So, you know, Donald Trump is doing wonders for all of these guys, man. I mean, going over there, speaking, and congratulations. Trump was one. I mean, what a call on buying the market that this man told everybody to do. Like, if you had bought that day on SMCI, you're long $30, man. It's at 47 right now. So what a call to buy this market as they roadshow all of these companies. I think more deals are to come. So yeah, it's going to be a big move there. Short, 22% short float. This name probably keeps going. I always say when there's a gap, you play it back to VWAP. Shout out to Brian Shannon on that one. And I think that $45 would be a great spot to wait for this name if you can. If not, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with going long small now, but as Neil said, you're already up 21%. You know, to fade back in is a possibility. I think anybody that went long yesterday might be coming in today and being like, I'll take it. Oh, there you go. That's a split. You know, I'll take that move. So I could see it fade back. I don't think we get into this 42 area again, but that's a good buy. Anything into here where we've already seen these tops. So yeah, $43, $44 for SMCI is a great little buy level. VWAP right now sitting at 45. So we got to agree with that. If it comes back in, I definitely think worth taking a look at. I don't want to sit on the bid because I don't want that falling knife action in case there is a big sell. AMD is not on the board, but I'm just going to talk about this quickly because it's going higher as we speak right now. So there it goes. It just broke through 120, and AMD now off to the races, up 7% on the $6 billion share buyback. So yeah, man, we don't know where to put your money, put it in the company, and that's what's happening right now. So there goes AMD up to one. They're not doing it right now, I assume, but there's traders doing it right now, buying this name up into 121 and higher goes AMD. All right, another strong name, Tesla on the board. Let's go figure out what that story is all about.
Yeah, a couple of things to understand here this morning for Tesla. I just saw this as well. The Forever Bull, Danny Ive, sounding a little bit cautious with Tesla's future hinging on autonomy. That's That's new for Dan Ives specifically. He always has price target increases and bullishness to talk about for Tesla.
Speaking of autonomy, Brendo, you got the federal regulator asking Tesla a bunch of questions about the robo-taxi coming up. So the TSA is demanding answers from Tesla on how its upcoming robo-taxis will safely navigate low visibility conditions. Brendo, specifically, they're looking at fog, sun, glare, and rain because camera systems only on these Teslas. We know they don't use LiDAR. The inquiry follows an incident involving Tesla's existing driver assistance systems under similar conditions. The key launch date, guys, Tesla's first robo-taxi rollout, still slated for June 1st in Austin, Texas as a part of the Project Rodeo, despite these regulatory pressures. And here's what's being tested. Around 300 operators are reportedly testing Tesla's autonomous software. They're also training with local first responders so we don't have that debacle that happened in San Francisco in the final testing phases of the robo-taxi app as well that are underway. And Elon Musk's made bold claims. He does that from time to time, Brendo. Musk promises users will be able to go to sleep in the car and then wake up at your destination. He expects robo-taxi service to be in many U.S. cities by the end of the year.
Sign me up. I cannot wait. There's this as well. We mentioned it right off the top. Parts, specifically parts coming from China, going to help ramp up both the Cybercab and semi-truck production, guys, for Tesla.
I wish I could have grabbed a quick nap from my home to my daughter's baseball last night because it was like in the house, quickly eat something and then get back out. I'm like, oh, just give me like a 15-minute like little break nap. That would be fantastic. Make it happen, Elon. Or hey, make it happen. Make it happen. Uber. Make it happen to anybody. Make it happen Google. I still have some shares of that too. Look, Tesla, we're getting on in time here, so try to keep it like relatively simple. The gap from yesterday, it got going late and was relatively weak early. So I think a lot of patience if we lose the volume weighted average price here. Prior high is 336 area, and then 330, I kind of like 330 as well, but those are the two spots. I think this move has room to 360. But yesterday told you this was the one stock that was not even remotely clean on its move to the upside. It required a lot of patience in the morning like Bitcoin. So I think you have to have a little bit of that today and just wait for it to possibly come back in here. Because we haven't really had that on this move recently. Like there hasn't been any really big, nasty down day on Tesla, but there have been the little hold the low or the trend down type of play before you go rallying.
Look, yesterday, everybody, we were long, as you noticed, we were long at 318. We had that very bottom. We had 318. It goes out at 334, 332 with the high of 337. So it gave $20 off of that bottom, and it didn't look like it was going to be doing much until it eventually did, right? And so very, very choppy off the open. And how did we find that level? We just went back to the day before and tried to find out where could there possibly have been some support. And then it showed us a little bit there at the open with that bottom wick coming in right there at 930 down to 317. So I feel like the same similar trade here today. I just don't know if Tesla comes back in. We're up 3% right now. So I would say if we look back, I just sort of zoom back out, see what yesterday's chart looks like. And that looks to me like a 335 to 336 bottom, something in here where we could absorb some shares. And I just think if you do get pulled back into that level, I think that's a buy. And I'm waiting to do that. The Nasdaq's fluttering with going red. It just got a little bit of a bump, but we are just getting close to that VWAP and trying to break it. So if you're going to look for a short in Tesla, why not let it get back up to 345 and see what winds up happening? It touched up there for about 10 minutes and couldn't break it. Again, the volume's pretty strong in the pre-market on Tesla. If it wanted to break it, it could have. And right now it's just flirting with volume-weighted average price. So, you know, I think if you're going to wait for the short, wait to see what happens up there because you don't want to go now and then it rips that face off and then you're a $3 or $4 loser, which is fine if you can handle that. But that to me is what I'd be waiting for is either the short up there or we'll wait to get long somewhere in here because it's flirting with these pre-market bottoms. So even if we break this 342, do we go to 340? That's where the 200 period moving average is, right? So yeah, I would rather it break this because I'm not bearish on this, so I don't want to go short rate this second, and then get into some support areas of the high 330s. So that's kind of the play right there. And here's what I was talking about with the NASDAQ. We did come back in and just hit VWAP before bouncing back up. So one more test there and a break, and I don't think it's great news. There's the high. So there's the first high, you know, lower, lower. So we're making lower highs right now. We can draw a nice little line here, but we don't need to do that because it's quite clear. A break of VWAP, but I think we're in trouble. So for me on Tesla right now, it's it's looking great. And I like the long, but I'd rather have it a few points lower.
All right, let's go on to NVIDIA and AMD once again leading the way here so far this morning, pre-market anyways. 2.8% here for NVIDIA. AMD lagging a little bit, but not anymore. 120 just got taken out there for AMD. I sat down this morning, it wasn't even up as much as NVIDIA.
That's a beautiful looking chart.
Wow.
Brando. And likely as a result of what is happening right now in the Middle East. So let's talk about the Trump administration has formally rescinded, as we spoke about yesterday, that AI diffusion rule, a controversial export control from the Biden era that limited AI chip sales abroad. The Commerce Department said the rule would have stifled innovation and strained alliances and also hurt U.S. competitiveness without actually restricting China in any effective way. So NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, other chip makers all applauded the move. NVIDIA released a statement saying, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to lead the next industrial revolution. We know countries like Saudi, UAE, Singapore, and Israel, which were previously restricted now, have been cleared to access U.S. advanced chips. How about China, though? It remains blocked. The U.S. reaffirmed its stance that Huawei Ascend chips violate U.S. export controls, and Daiwa's Rick Su noted Huawei's chips are only sold domestically and already face massive demand limitations. So what's next here, Brendo? We're going to get a country-by-country export control framework, which is supposedly in the works. This could leave some uncertainty for other nations not explicitly cleared. We'll have to wait, get more information on that.
Apologies, guys, if you mentioned this already. Here's why AMD is up. $6 billion share repurchase program comes through. 7.5 right now for AMD.
Yeah, that's it. Look, it kind of puts AMD on. You didn't know it was going to happen. They just dropped that this morning, so you didn't know that this was going to be moving a heck of a lot more than NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA's got the 3-day kind of like up gap move thing going for it too, where you usually expect some selling off of the open, and that could bring you all the way. Being prior high sitting at the 131 level for NVIDIA. So I would be a wait till there. Like, it's under VWAP. The market's bouncing off VWAP. AMD is absolutely flying. Well, also 121 now on AMD. So we just keep getting further and further away from that prior 117.5 being a thing on AMD and getting a chance to pull back into prior highs on the daily. But as long as it's above there, I'm looking for longs on dips on AMD. And whether that ends up being VWAP or it ends up actually being the support level we like from that daily level, we'll just have to wait and see. I'm not gonna buy these highs though at the open, that's for sure.
Yeah, look, I have, if we're going to talk about NVIDIA, let's just do that real quick. I mean, we talked about AMD a little bit already today, obviously. I have NVIDIA here at 130 to 130 long. Obviously, the Saudis are looking to buy, which I wrote down here. So let's help and get long, right? Yesterday was a good trade. We'll see if there's any dip buy opportunities getting into yesterday's close, which is what we're looking for. So right there, yesterday's close equals key. Right there. So we'll see if we can get down into 131. That's where I'm looking for. You can go find some trade ideas there. But yeah, here comes NVIDIA. Nice move. I mean, you know, the shiny thing in the cabinet is going to be AMD today. But I think NVIDIA not to be, you know, forgotten about. There was the close yesterday. We did have a little bit of a down push. So I just looking, again, if to say we're doing the same work that we did on Tesla. There's 131 into 130. I like the dip buy opportunities. I'm not sure about the rip through this level. I feel better about ripping Tesla upside than NVIDIA today, just because I think that there could be a lot looking at AMD and maybe not the buying pressure here in NVIDIA. But that 134.25, I mean, you could use that right now as the break and give yourselves back down to 133.50. That's where VWAP is and the day's bottom. So it's only 5 minutes to go or until the market opens and 1 minute until these imbalances. So we can just wait to see what winds up happening there. But you could use, like, if we take 134.50, which is pretty much that high right there, 134.25, then you just use this as your out. And that gives you 75 cents worth of room. So if you push a couple shares there, a good opportunity to make a little bit of money, especially if this AI trade continues through. I mean, SMCI and NVIDIA and AMD, both. We've already talked about them all, but I'm just saying the sector right now is blasting and NVIDIA is only up 2%. So there is some get up going over there. But okay, before we throw it back, I know we're running out of time. I just want to show you what those imbalances are because they just came out right now. And not much, man. AMD there with a sell actually a sell side imbalance, giving that a little bit of a push downside there. There it is moving up to the upside there. It's still not that many shares, right? AMD's done 6 million, and NVIDIA also with the sell. So some chip names getting some sell side action. All right, let's go over and talk about something called Lucy.
Back down right now, but we're holding on to $3. Lots of people interested in this one early on this morning after a big move after the close yesterday.
I'm just excited a small cap gapper made it onto the list here, Brendo. Let's talk about this one. So it's float of 17.3 million shares. Brendo was nice enough to find the short float for me, 13.5%. This one is an earnings winner. As you saw, they were gapped up at 4:30 yesterday. There was a report, 19% increase in Q1 2025 revenue and 49% gross margins. It's still well below that pre-market high, Brendo, at 375. So it's got to clear that for me.
Yeah, we'll watch with interest here, guys. I mean, UNH was a bit of a story yesterday that we talked about as well. It is back above that pre-market high, trying to get back above 320 and hold, but not a lot of interest right now anyways for UNH.
It's not bad. Look, it's finally catching a bit of a bid. So this would be day one of attempting to hold, but I think you still, for me, I think you still need to let it settle down a little bit here. As far as the day trade goes, it is an SSR day two play, so it's obviously you fall as much as they do. There's no question it's going to be short sell restricted. So that all the usual caveats. If it goes into the prior low, mean reversion play would be the only look I'd have in UNH, and I still would like to see it make a higher low, at least hold the same level for a couple of days without making a fresh bottom before considering this the low on UNH. Just because it bounced 4%. It's not enough for me to say it's over for them. So the only play I'm looking for would be a false break, and then
We're talking about Lucy, but that's okay.
I know. Well,
Yeah, I know.
yeah, I don't have any like, for Lucy. I just don't see it as it's underneath the volume weighted average price and trending down. So unless it can, I'd rather see it break the high and then play some pullbacks on it. But I never like to see that downward trend under VWAP and then want to have it at the open. Usually that means it's going to be a setup for later in the day.
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't know. Yesterday we had it, we were like, what are we doing with those last two names? I do want to thank David here, 10 memberships. Thank you so much to David for once again hitting that up for us right now. So thank you so much, David, for that one. All right, I did say that we would get to some kind of super chats right here. So yeah, we talked about the watch. Can you mention the meme coin real estate thing to Kevin? Well, we didn't get a chance, but I know Mr. Westermeyer is doing some real estate deals and accepting altcoins for that. Very, very risky business. Up to you, man. I would just say as soon as they go into your wallet, change them into USDC cash, and don't worry about it. Alibaba, Lucy and Alibaba. They're in Walmart earnings, long or short at Sean. Okay, we'll have to. Walmart earnings. When are Walmart earnings? Didn't they already happen? All right, I'll look at Alibaba and Walmart for you, Nikhil. We only have 1 minute to go right now, but I do thank you for that super chat. I like Walmart long. I'd rather stay away from Alibaba. The Chinese stuff to me is just a little bit too mind-blowing right now. It's too headline based. I would stay away. I think Walmart works no matter what the economy is. A lot of employees, a lot of consumers have traded down also to go to Walmart, right? I mean, it's just with their food business over there, it's been a good one. Good morning, Sean and Neil. Do you think coin will continue its upside trend? No, not really. I want to look over here. I think they got a good bump yesterday. Again, we had crypto going over the weekend, plus we got that good news from BitBuy and WonderFi and all that.
Well,
and
S&P edition too. Usually they sell it.
Well, that's the other thing, and then the bump up from the S&P. Yeah, good call there. I kind of forgot about that as a move higher there yesterday, and why it moved. The catalyst is the word I'm looking for. There's Coinbase. Yeah, I mean it's okay. When you have a big move like that, can it continue? Yeah, for sure. And you're getting up to those levels. I think the high for Coinbase could be in and around, and I don't think it's rocket science. We've hit $300 a couple times. That's a nice downside play. I remember when Coinbase IPO'd, I think it was at 350, 360, which turns out to be its recent highs. So, all right, man, only 30 seconds left. I mean, my eyes are glued on my number one trade idea today, which is going to be NVIDIA. It's dipping down a little bit. I am bidding NVIDIA 131. I don't know if we get there. Big Bear AI back down to $4 right now, so we'll watch out for that. I have Robinhood on the mind. I'm bidding some 60. Okay, well, Robinhood might come in right now. Trying to bid some 62s on Robinhood as well. But here we go. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
We're a little late on the countdown, so Adara, ring it right about now, because hump day has started.
sure
The market is open. The party, hopefully, that has been this market is going to continue here. So, right, by the way, Oklo reported, and I just saw that they broke out on the daily and broke out some highs. But SMCI
Look at the market.
already
Ooh.
falling in rather heavily. So yeah, SMCI apparently it is able to go down. See, look at that.
Yeah,
And go to the downside. NVIDIA starting to come back in. Tesla starting to come back in. AMD as well. Where'd you go, AMD? Yeah, I'm sitting in front of the. It's where it broke out from. Prior pre-market highs, 117.5. I do have a bid in there to see if we can't get picked up. SMCI wanted 42.5. Doesn't seem to want to get there at all. So initial dip on a few things, but the Nasdaq actually bounced at the open.
Yep, yeah, the Nasdaq bounced right off VWAP, right off its pre-market lows as well there of 2130. So great bounce right there. VWAP in. Boom. All right, so just waiting for things right now. We can have a quick look. We didn't talk about Palantir at all this pre-market. It goes up to 131, taking out all-time highs again, which were just made yesterday. And now we start to head downside on Palantir. We've seen this name get clocked a couple times, right off the open, and then it manages to battle back, it seems like, every single time. Yesterday, here's the move down in the pre-market, based out. Then it did not have a move down yesterday. So looking for Palantir support, 128-ish or so. We'll see where it wants to go as the market right now just tipsy and turvy just a little bit. Your SMCI play, 45, you've already nailed that. Yeah, down into VWAP. I did want to see what Tesla was doing because this was going to be okay. So there's the move that we just talked about with Tesla happening right now as well. Down here to 337, 336. So Tesla coming into yesterday's sort of top, which isn't a horrible play in my opinion for TSLA. But wow, we're dropping like it's hot right now on Tesla into these pre-market levels of 338.
Yeah, everything is dropping. I mean, Apple just went with a little bit of a bounce here. They were trying to get green and absolutely failing to do so. All right, SMCI, you're not really falling anymore.
No, the market's trying to go, and the market just bounced right back up again.
At first bounce on SMCI ends up being at 45, it looks like. So nothing really getting us down into. I wanted somewhere closer to at least 43 maybe, but it looks like you might hold on to the volume weighted average price, and my eyes just went batty because of AMD. What kind of candle was that? Look at AMD and the volume. What the heck, AMD?
What did it do?
Look at the wick on, like it basically got to VWAP and then, yeah, okay. It's going to be one of those types of days on AMD. AMD is absolutely flying. I think you just have to like pivot to be on the bid in front of volume weighted average price, and if you get run over, then have it with an amount that you're willing to be run over.
I got long
or try to get a
Tesla.
higher low in here somewhere because this is now gonzo. Maybe the 120 is going to be in play for AMD. SMCI also absolutely flying here. That was a crazy move. And we'll get to like Oklo and Lucy and some of that stuff. But, wow, that was an insane wick. What the heck?
That was insane. We just got in and out of Tesla like, I don't even know what happened there. It went down. We got long at 338.40. Then it broke 338. Yeah, I know. And then it broke 338 quickly in the same 1 minute. And then I looked over and it was in the money, and I'm like, are we in the money or out of the money? But there goes Tesla. It did rinse again. So I'll try that again, man. If it breaks 338, then 337.99, then we'll try to get out of that one more time. But I don't know what just happened there on Tesla. I thought we had a $1 winner or so, but we don't, as it goes right back there to the upside on that. So there's, you want to talk about a bad wick out. I mean, we just wicked at the bottom of Tesla right there. So, no, I can only imagine what Palantir is doing.
130.
There goes NVIDIA right now. Try to take out this top again as well. 134.25. Bye-bye, NVIDIA.
Bye-bye everything. Bye-bye everything.
Yeah, I'm going to go long
just
NVIDIA
broke
right
132. That's absolutely flying to the upside. AMD just broke the high of the day. Like everything is gone. What's Uber
Let's go.
Okay, Uber's trying to break out as well, so I got to get over to that one. If it broke a all-time high yesterday, continuation plays got to be there. Wow, unbelievable rally. The only thing not going right now actually is SMCI.
All right, good play there. Bang, 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 bang. As we go long on NVIDIA right there, as it's starting to go, we're long 134.21. I mean, the minute we took that high, I was just like, I'm going. This was not a stop order. This was me just manually punching the you-know-what out of this one. As there it goes, man, like Mike Tyson. You knock out NVIDIA right there. Nice move to the high side. Oh, boy, we've got a position on right now. But let's not try to clear out everything. We want to make this a special day. So I'm going to get some more out here in the 80s. Nice trade right there, 60 cents on some shares for NVDA. Tesla's going to haunt me, man. We should have it was only 100 shares, but we should have now $3 on this trade, but instead we got stopped out right there. So whatever, but we'll see what winds up happening now with NVIDIA. Hopefully it can continue to go a little bit higher right now on that one. The other looks that we had was Big Bear AI. That one fell in. I'm bidding 375, believe it or not. There goes Big Bear AI. I don't care that I'm not long this name. The account is humming right now on Big Bear AI. You know, I put my neck out and told you about that one from a time, and now it's finally starting to go upside. We did want $62 on Robinhood, and guess where the bottom was? $62.25. Guess where we're bidding right there? $62.05. So we do miss that Robinhood take as that bounces around. And what goes bump in the night? NVIDIA bumping back down. We still have half of this position, so celebrate a win early, but maybe it turns out to be an L. And this is what I'm saying. We talked about this with Charlie yesterday. It's like, yeah, you can look back and be like, man, why didn't I hold? But then this happens, and you wonder why you didn't get out more at the top. But where is the top for NVIDIA? Nobody knows. I'm going to offer right now 55, take some more out right there. All we should have done is really reloaded there. But so far we'll go 1 for 2, and Tesla is going to make me throw up just a little bit inside right now because we nailed that trade and just got wicked out right there. Like literally in 10 seconds we were in and out of that one. But all right, let's go, man. Market is absolutely crazy. So is Robinhood. Look at the NASDAQ.
The market is absolutely flying right now to the upside. I'm trying to get picked up still in AMD. Oh, by the way, SMCI is still actually trending to the downside. So I'm just going to, like I said, I'm going to sit at VWAP because the last time it rejected VWAP bigly, as Sharif likes to say, it was a huge rejection of the volume-weighted average price. We'll see if it can play it again. SMCI, why we're not in this, is still trending to the downside, everybody. Lower highs and lower lows, at least for now on SMCI, as it continues to go to the wayside. There is an IPO today, but fortunately, I don't think eToro is going to open until like the middle of the day. So we will go over eToro at some point, but we don't expect that until afternoon. That's generally how these bad boys have been going. Everybody, we have record viewers, and we appreciate all of them. We'll get to as many questions as we can. Hit that like and subscribe, especially the subscribe, so you can ask questions in the chat, and we'll try to engage as much as we can. The opening rush is quite the rush. 8% on AMD. Sometimes you wake up in the morning and like there's no chance that you thought it. Like I didn't think AMD would be up twice as much as NVIDIA. Hopefully this dip and give us a little something.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be up. I mean, it's up nicely now, but yeah, like you mentioned there, you know, individual catalysts.
You don't know where the news is going to come.
Nah, especially catalysts like that, right? All right, so I just want to look at Tesla because that was another call there. All right, so whatever. Again, there's that 345. Like, I'll just say there's another call. We said if you're going to wait for short, wait for 345. We have the ideas, but do we have the trades is the question. There's 345 right there. I mean, if you guys, again, remember what we were saying, what I was saying, if you're looking for that short, 345 might be the play. And I was also like, if you're looking for the long, but that came and went. So whatever for now as we continue to go. So, all right, the market's pulling back. So what's the play now for NVIDIA? Let's have a quick look. So back into VWAP, we like that. I'm trying to play off this bottom. So we're going to try to get some more down here at 133 flats or so. I'm bidding right now 133.10. Going to get stopped out on this kind of a breakdown here into 70s. So we're going to let this sort of fade back down here. If it goes, it comes back into us, and we're going to get longer. But I'm not buying this initial dip. I'm buying 133s to try to support in and around VWAP, in and around the 50 period moving average. So that's what we're doing there on NVIDIA. We'll see if that can get going. I'm seeing JP Morgan hitting a little bit now. Must have been just a high a day look right there. Good look for JP Morgan, but not doing too much. IBIT not doing too much either. We're at 104 O's right now. IBIT for those of you looking at Bitcoins or Bitcoin right now, kind of flat. IBIT's down, but kind of flat on the day so far there. You know what's going upside, of course, because I sold it, is Google.
Okay.
Google's 161. Google with the biggest move right now that I can see, just 4 candles straight there to the upside. Google a much better long, it looks like, than NVIDIA right now. It's working long as
there was just a dude.
Quantum.
There was a dude at 122 on AMD, and it's now happened 3 times. I think we're going to get VWAP again here. It just happened 3 times at 122, so they're selling it back in. This is making some All right, it's got a very distinct trend now, which I'm just gonna do this for myself and leave that up there. It's got a very distinct upward trend with no boundary at the low except for the volume weighted average price. So this really needs to hold on to VWAP. If it doesn't, I think we're in some trouble. Or we can break out the top of that trend, and that would be even more interesting. Rigetti's absolutely flying, up 13%. Like, of course, today we're not really looking at it. For those in the chat, zoom out that daily chart, 1175, and this is another squeeze type name. Well, to add to the litany of stocks that could potentially be massive squeezes today. All right, SMCI is finally starting to go. I guess it broke 45, but no test down to that 40, 42.5 to 43 area. So obviously we didn't get SMCI. AMD, we're still looking for that pullback into VWAP, which is coming close. And if SMCI doesn't get to 43, then holding the volume weighted average price would be the next look for myself here. Yeah, doing tons of volume. I mean, the volume is insane in this market so far at the open. You're not used to seeing this much action in so many places.
No, a little bit of a pullback in right now, which is fine for us. I mean, we're going to sit here on this trade and wait to see how low NVIDIA can go. I mean, I'm going to buy a little bit. Yeah, Google's the one that's really rocking right now. So there's 133.60s coming in right now for NVIDIA. I was going to sit here and I'll take something now. I was going to wait for 65s. Is that okay? There we go. We get 65s anyways. So we get some 70s and some 65s. I don't know why I would buy 70s and 65s, but really small right now as we go longer on NVIDIA. We're waiting for this low to come through just to see if we can hold the low of the day. And if it doesn't, then we'll get run over on that play. So we'll wait to see where that goes. You talked about Palantir earlier as well. I do want to have a quick look at Big Bear AI. So there's Palantir up to, wow, 133.50, man. Wow. Huge moves early. And now the fade is real, man. So you got to put on your low taper fades today because this is making a little bit of a move down here for some of these names. I mean, where are we going to buy Palantir? Good question, Sean. Maybe the 200 period moving average, but I'm going to stay away. We've seen some falling knives before, and Palantir is not going to be my choice today. We're going to look at NVIDIA that has the news around the Saudis there as well. So we'll wait to see if there is any pullback over there. Let's check out some Mara here. Marathon Digital. We've really liked this name down at 12 bucks. We talked about that over and over again, but that's really based down right into here, 13, I guess. And there's the nice move up, and now just kind of breaking back below. This just hitting the scanner too, because it's a nice little whoops downside play there for Mara, despite Bitcoin kind of holding out. Okay, we did get reloaded, but we didn't. Enjoy your fruit salad, everybody. But this is what we're looking for. There's the reload there on NVIDIA, comes back into VWAP. I mean, you know, I trade off VWAP, right? So there's the bid there. Let's see if it can get going again one more time.
It's an interesting coincidence.
Yeah, is that the same thing on AMD? Big Bear AI, just quickly, that's at VWAP.
That's at VWAP now.
Yeah, so a lot of trades at VWAP right now.
And then, well, you know what? I'll give you one more. The NASDAQ also bouncing off the, there you go, zoom in for you so you can see, bouncing right off the volume weighted average price. Like, that's completely insane. Like, basically everything, except for SMCI. SMCI is underneath VWAP and holding underneath. So AMD bouncing off volume weighted average price. We'll keep trying to go there. But all of a sudden, for me, Tesla, yeah, if Tesla breaks the low, it's going to get into the zone that I like 336. Yeah, I wasn't sitting on the bid of Tesla, I suppose. That's what happens when I move that level 2 to AMD this morning. Tesla did get down to close enough to that prior day high. If it retests, that's where I look for the bounce. If it loses it, we like the 330 level. Let's go to Adara.
Here's a small cap, SES, no catalyst on SESAI, but they've rallied in the past. And it's worth noting they do have an NVIDIA connection. Their name was mentioned by NVIDIA's blog as recently as last week. So SES, potentially an NVIDIA sympathy play. I do want to mention to you guys, there are no economic numbers throughout the day, so nothing to worry about here at 10 a.m. or right now at 9:45. Back to the guys.
Pull to the highs.
Yeah, Apple starting to move around again as well.
Really?
So we're going to try to buy what we just did. We bought some Tesla down here.
Just went.
Let's see if Tesla's going to do something down here. This is that first trade that we made, and we got stopped out immediately on this trade. So let's see if we can take some kind of profit here if we're able to. And there it goes. Yes, nice trade finally. Back end now on Tesla. Making it go upside now would be really nice. There it goes. Good little trade there. Good pickup. There we go. There we go. There we go. Nice move on Tesla. There it is, man. it's $1 right there on Tesla. So we make back exactly what we lost, actually a little bit more than what we lost now on Tesla as it's screaming back there to the upside. Let's see if it can go. We'll try to hold on to that. All right, NVIDIA is really pumping through with some volume right now. It just wicked down into 133. I don't know why we didn't get long down there. 133.10 is what I'm at. It just went to 133.30s. Okay, so not that close. We'll wait to see, man. There's definitely some energy coming out right now of NVIDIA and maybe also with the other names. Let's see what SMCI.
I just covered on AMD because it just lost VWAP and is continuing to fall. So the first wick, you can barely see it. The first test of VWAP was 118.5. The level I really wanted was 117.5. That's like $2.50 from here. So there's still a chance that you could get down into 117.5, but the next buy would be right here, 118.5. That's where I'm looking on AMD.
Come on, Tesla again.
Tesla's getting pretty close as well. SMCI is really like the air is coming out of that thing. So I think it is going to test back into 42.5. Like it also happens to be a level in the pre-market, but remember, this is a prior resistance area on the daily. So pullbacks into prior highs when the market is coming in makes some sense. So I mean, you got to be banking on the shorts if you're in, or trying to get out of the longs and look for better pricing, which is where I'm at right now. I see Palantir still at 131. That's a good look because that would mean at least some kind of strength is in Palantir. And Denver Trader mentioning DJT is falling. That's a stock I have not looked at in quite some time. OKLO is absolutely flying. Oklo and Rigetti.
Yeah, well, they
reported. And Quantum, anybody that reported recently in Quantum and the recent reports, of course, in nuclear, those are still very much in play. But so is the bid here on Tesla and SMCI. It's coming in, dropping in rather rapidly here. Yeah, we're gonna get we're probably like a minute or two away from testing this low.
We have, look. I mean, look at the futures, just really cranking
faster
right now. So I want to see if we had any news coming today. We do not. So no economic events whatsoever today. Some Fed speak happening today, but other than that, nothing going on. All right, so we did try the three. I mean, so again, we took some profit, then it fell back in again. So Tesla right now will be a fail. We will be down on Tesla today, but it's just trying to wait to see what winds up happening. We talked about that 336. I mean, we zoomed out there in the pre-market, and we talked about like what levels we kind of would like, and we came right into 337 there. So, you know, probably should have been a little more patient waiting for that level instead of buying 338s and getting out when it broke the day's low. Could have zoomed out a little bit more there and probably should have. So right now I am back in bidding Tesla, but not until 336. So we'll wait to see what happens there. NVIDIA just got going a little bit. It got back into the 40s or 50s there, which gave us a little bit of a trade. But right now we're long. So this is going to be the stop out right now. We like this trade. 132.70, man. If we break below 132.70, which might happen right now, then we will get out of NVIDIA, man. We have some shares on board, and here it comes. The market just turned red. So, I mean, in a down, well, not, sorry, went through VWAP, looks like may turn red momentarily here. So, yeah, watch out now. There's a little bit of a bounce back.
The ES did get red.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, the ES went red. Okay.
Yeah,
we're just watching out for NVIDIA and the NASDAQ right now for myself. But, yeah, risky business here as NVIDIA downside pretty aggressively early right now. So, watch out. I mean, we did have that AMD story, SMCI. But right now, for me, it's NVIDIA. We've dug into this one. Looks like it'll be maybe $1 hit on the other way as we're going to get stopped out here if we break through these levels of 70. So we're getting very, very close right now. NVIDIA trying to find a base, doesn't find one yet. Downside play here on NVDA.
Yeah, well, it's all about the base, and hopefully there's no trouble with these lows here. Because
trouble.
Well, you want trouble, you got trouble.
I just got trouble.
Because the NASDAQ's breaking lower and about to go red. The ES is already red, being led by I'm not sure exactly what, because I'm not sure what the divergence would be between the two at this particular moment. So the only thing left is 42.5 on SMCI has not happened yet. I'm looking for a VWAP retrace, double bottom into the prior high on Tesla. So I'm looking for a VWAP retracement here, but it is absolutely heavy.
Still going.
Where would you even want to be short? Is the first question.
Right now for
the only short idea I had was Apple, and then instantaneously Apple was like the strongest stock. I'm like, well, I don't think it's going to get to 215. It didn't get to 215, so it doesn't really matter. Now it's looking lower. I might try to join Apple at some point to the south side, but I had written down like between 214 and 215, and it didn't really come all that close. So it's scalp mode for dip buy longs and playing into VWAP. Be patient. SMCI, I'm waiting another $1 for that thing, but Tesla's trying to get back. And it just rejected 340. And the candle, I mean, it was instantly back at 339. Like, it touches 340, back at 339. Yeah, if we touch VWAP, look at that rejection. I'm expecting something similar to this, unless the market can. If the market closes above VWAP, that'll be a different story. AMD didn't come into my price, so I guess we're not going to get 117.5 just yet on advanced micro devices. So yeah, I think the scalp makes some sense. Anish in the chat, Oklo is, I mean, this one's absolutely flying. I don't know what to tell you, but obviously this was the long. But Oklo wasn't on the radar. That's what happens. You can only, when so many things are gapped up and strong, you know, you're going to look where you're going to look, and we can all look back and say how great Oklo was. And congratulations to anyone that got that breakout on OKLO. I just hope it's taking the group with it, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah. We could also talk about how great of a trade those were on Tesla, but not having it is one thing. I mean, there goes Tesla right now. Oops, I'm on the right stock. 139 again. Sorry, 339 up to 340. Now coming back in just a little bit. All right, the TQs just fell in again into this low. So we're going to try it. We do have 69 was the marker that I had written down. So if we come back in, we're going to load up a little bit more here on the TQQs if and when it wants to come through. Just holding a small piece. I did buy some NVIDIA when it broke back through 133 there because it did take the 200 period again, and just was thinking that maybe the market would want to go, but now we just wait. So now we're going to have to wait to see if we can get a much better price now on NVIDIA. 132, maybe 25 is near the lows right there. So if we can get something like that, that's 50s, a break there, and we'll see if we can work on that. But right now the TQs were in it. You know, it didn't give us that exact bottom there at 69.25 because we weren't there. We're at 69.15s. So we'll see if that can hold, and if we get that long, then that will be fine. We'll wait for that one to come in right now. Big Bear was the sort of the small cap name that I had written down here today to get longer at 375. That's into this area. Breaking through 350, we want to get out. Not sure if that's going to work or not, but it looks like the futures right now are working and working good. We'll get some out now at 70, as that's a nice little bump higher here on the NASDAQ. So it sucks that what we did on NVIDIA there because we got stopped out near the lows, but that's all good. Tesla, we've got stopped out twice now, waiting for a better bottom there in and around 336. So yeah, man, what a great trade that was, finally catching a big one there on the futures. So we'll get some more out here at 68s and then see what we can do. Google, I don't know if you saw that one, but that went
did not see Google.
Top to bottom again real quick. Look at this. Top 162, back into 159, now right back to 160. Google, great trading off of 160 there again today. But yeah, we're just gonna wait for NVIDIA. Yeah, Google super
I'm glad I sold. Well, whatever. I don't know what Meta's doing right now because I haven't looked at it. But moved shares from Alphabet to Meta, which I'm gonna promise you it doesn't look good right now. But that's the nature of investing. So I took my first shot in SMCI. Wanted a trend break. Doesn't get to 42.5, obviously, but it did break the downtrend from the open. So I took the shot breaking through the prior bar, which happened to be 44 even. That's just maybe a coincidence, maybe not. But it's still holding above the trend line. I essentially gave it underneath like the body of that bar. So I'm like, that's too crazy of a wick. And we still have our 42.5 zone to go. So with the way the market is moving, you just have to be really, really, like, pick your spots and scalp. And the more I think about that, I'm not getting filled again at 338 here on Tesla. But yeah, it's rejecting 340 on Tesla. I did not get that third reload at 338. We'll see. We haven't even had a green candle. Even despite the fact that we're bouncing off 338, you're still all red candles on the 3-minute. A little more strength would be a very welcome sight. I do still want to have a look to see if Apple's going to set up for anything short. What I don't like about Apple short is it's strong relative to the market. It just, nah. I don't want to short a stock which is relatively strong. It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. That would be like compounding, it's just compounding your issues, right? If you're dip buying things at the lows and shorting the stocks that are the strongest, you'll probably end up in a world of hurt. We're going to stay away from that, wait for this VWAP here on Tesla, and wait for the 43.5 on SMCI. And then lastly, AMD getting awfully close to 117.5. We got out of that one in VWAP like almost $2 ago. Probably a good thing.
Yeah, these chip names, yeah, definitely. These chip names coming back in pretty good. We did get out of NVIDIA, but we did buy back in just a little bit. Let's see what winds up happening. A big shout out to my lovely wife who is watching. Thank you so much for supporting, as you always do. So that means a lot. All right, so the TQs just fell back into this area. I'm not going to reload this exact price. We're waiting for a little bit lower on that, so hopefully that will come in. We just missed NVIDIA. Honestly, man, we were bidding 132.25. It just came into 35s. Maybe we get that again. We need a little bit of luck to catch some of these good dip buy opportunities right into there. You mentioned Meta, so let's have a quick look to see what Meta is doing. 650 right now, down. So Meta, yeah, nice move downside right there for Meta. Just back into where we closed yesterday, in and around the closing price. So Meta right now flat on the day, looking to go red, but who knows? The market still holding up as well. So let's hope for good things right now as we continue our trend, hopefully a little bit higher. We did get some information from traders looking to trade Coinbase earlier today. So there's Coinbase, kind of not doing too much, relatively flat on the day, zeros right now. Our Robinhood play, I'm bidding 62s. That didn't come in. It only came in early, and then we missed it. I may back off of this because I'm long a lot right now. I'm going to cancel that bid on Robinhood, but I do like it. I'd rather just see what it does down here. That low is 62.20. I really like that play. Again, I just don't want to be too caught off sides here because we are looking to go long the market. And if that doesn't work out, then the last thing I want is long everything. So let's just wait to see if that does play off of that level, and then we'll see about getting a better fill later on for Robinhood. But right now, it's all about that base, and we are having some trouble right now because it's TQs back into this area. I'm going to buy some now. We were just bidding 15s again, and we missed it again on that dip buy there for the TQQs. So yeah, crazy times here.
The wicks are nuts.
Yeah, that's what happened to me on Tesla.
It just happened again on Tesla. I couldn't get 338s, but it happened. So they're rejecting now 339.5, which when the futures were taking out that low, it's like, okay, the sellers are right back in there at 339.5, jump out, reload at 338 as long as that one wants to hold. But you're getting a little bit of acceleration. Now the NASDAQ is trying to go to the red, which,
now we've got some,
if you get down to that pre-market, well, I guess it's the overnight, it's the overnight lows, right? The overnight lows as much as it's the pre-market lows. I think that's the next spot. So I want to make sure that we're bouncing off of that first, and then we'll try to get, I still want 338 in Tesla. That looks like it's the level for sure. But AMD is now hard charging. It's just about to break 118, which puts it within $0.50 of that 117.5. So if you're late to the party, AMD authorizing a 6 billion share buyback, that's what had it going parabolic this morning, retracing the entirety of the breakout. Well, now it's got a nice trend to the downside. It's not a clean line, but we're so close to the support level that I'm taking a shot here at this level regardless. So AMD pulls all the way back in. That's why you had to get out of Dodge. And even SMCI is very close to that 43 level. So they're all coming down at this particular point. So we try to pick these dip buys, see if we can get these curls back into the volume weighted average price. Break trend or get to 117.5 AMD. What a move. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And again, that's just the share buyback, right? So great story there for anybody. All right, so we've been buying this dip here. It did go back up into 45s or so. We didn't put any offers there, so we're going to sit there now and see if we can grab something here on an upside move if the market wants to go. We're still at flats, and we're still trying to base out right now, right? And so I need this market to start ripping. So hopefully that will happen for us right now off of these bases. We are long into the NASDAQ. This is a triple levered ETF. So yeah, if the NASDAQ goes, so will this. There's our 45, so that's a good trade right now. We'll go sirens up a little bit as we continue here for what should be hopefully a bear move higher right now. We're still into a bull, sorry. Maybe a bear trap, maybe we'll be lucky enough to get that. There it goes, nicely done to the upside there for NVIDIA bouncing off 132. We did buy a little bit more down there, giving our average price 132.80s, so not great, but this is great. We just got some more fills there on the TQs. Let's see if it wants to go a little bit higher. We can't just always get out once it rips upside. We need to leave some to make a trade. So far, 2 for 2 here on the NASDAQ, but again, all pending, right? Like if we think this is going to get back up to the 200 period moving average, great, but it needs to get there. So let's see if this can go upside. Nice little base there on the NASDAQ. We bought that dip, so here we go, NASDAQ. Here we go. And hopefully that will continue some upside plays there for us. We are offering some 65s now. We just got 63s, but that did not print. So let's go up to 65. Don't know why we're offering that and not 64. Give me that. This is why I hate this. This is the stress, no hair, all this kind of stuff because of little things like this. But there it goes, man. We'll spin it one more time up to 65. So far, so good there. As there we go, man. A big trade alert for me on the NASDAQ as that's starting to pump higher. So again, missed out on Tesla because we got wicked out twice, but we do like that dip. And we do like the chips with some dip here on NVIDIA as this chip name trying to get back higher. Let's offer some 69ers and then, you know, maybe grow from there. We're still stuck. There we go. We're still stuck at 132.85 right now. So let's go over and see our first breaking news with the Darren. I don't even think it is breaking news. It might be our 10 o'clock spot. So it's happening now. So if you're not aware of what's happening, you're going to find out now.
Yes.
What's happening now is the SPY trying very hard to go red here, only up 0.06% on the day. Here's the NASDAQ, about 0.2% on the day. But either way, both of these giving up their early strength, and certainly a bit of a different look from the strength that we saw Monday and Tuesday for the most part. Semiconductors are on everyone's mind today, and certainly on a lot of people's watch list, including our Trader TV watch list this morning. SMCI announcing some direct liquid cooling solution improvements, but also announcing a $20 billion partnership with Saudi's DataVolt. Then we have AMD. AMD also getting a Saudi announcement yesterday, along with NVIDIA and a host of other tech names. But in terms of more recent news, they did announce a $6 billion buyback program. After this announcement, we have BofA Securities raising their price target on the stock to $130. AEO, this one was on our watch list this morning. In case you missed it, American Eagle, still down in the day, but bouncing quite nicely. 10% short float, providing lower than expected preliminary Q1 revenue, and they withdrew their fiscal 2025 guidance. They are expecting revenue to drop year over year. Be sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. We'll send you back to the guys.
Rage.
Send it back.
In hindsight, maybe it should have been obvious that Intel would be so short.
Yeah, look at the Intel chart. You have it up there.
No, it's
why are we not long?
Okay, so look, I missed the curl on SMCI there. That stinks. That's probably the trend break, but I'm not going to chase it. We went to AMD and got out of Tesla, and Tesla just broke the volume-weighted average price and is absolutely flying. Never picked it back up. See, couldn't get those 338s again, and now it's absolutely gone. Don't get the FOMO. If Tesla's going to 360 today or 350, well, okay, 350. I shouldn't say 360 when we're at 40. If we're going to 350, there should be plenty ample opportunity to get back in. A VWAP hold or simply wait for a higher low off of underneath VWAP. I still think 338 is the level, at least for now, until we close above the volume-weighted average price. AMD's holding the line in front of the prior high and bouncing off 118. But this Intel, like, come on. Yeah, I guess you don't get any Saudi money, and this is what happens to you. Intel taking it on the chin. Micron also had a bit of a down move, but that was on actual news. Let's go back to Adara.
Keep an eye here on Boeing. I'm seeing here on X, a lot of people saying here, Qatar is signing this aviation agreement to purchase jets from Boeing. Currently, Donald Trump is attending a signing ceremony with Qatar. So I'm going to be having to watch that stream. Keep an eye here on BA. Back to you.
Good little look there. We'll have a quick check on Boeing for everybody. I'm just going to dip by Palantir.
President's signing stuff, and they're showing, anyways.
Yeah, 128.50, 128.6. I mean, whatever. He signs stuff every day. All right, so there's Palantir. I'm just going to get long if it gets down into 128.50 area. So we'll wait to see what's going on over there. BA. Like I type in BA and Boeing doesn't even come up. Okay, so we'll go BA and we'll type it in ourselves. Wow, okay, 205. Wow, great level there. I didn't even realize Boeing got this high, over $200, and it must have obviously happened yesterday. So a nice move there for Boeing, and then continuation play there. Bottom of 204. Just trying to zoom out a little bit on a 5-minute chart. There it is right there, 202. That bottom right there of 202 looks good to me, man. If we get any dip buys into there, the high from 2 days ago, the high from yesterday before we broke out, and then a good base at 203. So yeah, 202 looking good for me on Boeing. I mean, the market's holding. You know, we're in the TQs, we're in the NVIDIA. It's crazy because the trade of the weeks was already put on down here, and I got stopped out at the same spot both times, and that was with Tesla. So that was already $4. I mean, yesterday, whatever, we had $8 winner. Thanks, Patty Ice, for acknowledging that to our guy Sharif yesterday. We had $8 on Tesla. We were trying to do the same thing there today, and we almost had it, if not stopped out for $1. We didn't get stopped out for $1, but we got stopped out for 75 cents. But it goes about $1 against us, and we don't hold it. But that's because the stop was already in. And the same thing right there. I wanted to stop out at a 337.50 break both times, and that's exactly where we got stopped out, which is fine. It looks like we did hold 337 though. So yeah, man, oof on me for that one on Tesla, because that's the day. That's my whole day there if we keep those. All right, but never fear, as we always talk about this, man. Get right back on that horse, or in this case, that bull, and find your next trade. And we had written that down right there, TQQ 69 long. So it came into 69.20. So what did your boy do? We bought. And then you get an exploding cow, apparently. So nice move there. We'll wait to see if the NASDAQ...
It's normally not pretty, but when it explodes money, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine when it does that. Yeah,
yeah,
it doesn't need... Yeah, we don't need it to step on a landmine or anything. But there it goes right now. The TQ's nice upside move there. Yeah, SMR a day 2 play, hitting the radar a little bit, 22.50 today. Yeah, it's actually going downside as SMR right now, up 3% though still. We do like that one. Day low break, I guess, is what we were looking for right there on the scanner. It hits 22.20 and then rejects. So that was the day low, right? Forget about this. This is intraday low right there, 22.20 right now. So I'm going to get another piece out because I can even see that this does not seem to want to go any higher right here on the TQQs, having a problem with VWAP. So there it is. We got another out there at 67s, and now we'll wait to see what happens next as the market also, well, this is the market, but the market fading off of VWAP right now, and also NVIDIA making a move right now. So Trump is now...
Be careful with SMR, because OCLO, or OCLO, whichever one it is breaking the volume-weighted average price. It's in a pullback trend here from the highs. They're the ones that reported got to 30, almost $40 here, but losing the volume-weighted average price. This is a stock that moves enough that VWAP's a line in a chart. So simply breaking it by 50 cents to me doesn't really mean anything. Like whether it holds it or not is, you know, we want to see it close above. Right
Come on,
now, we're
Donald.
just in AMD. We're going to go to Adara. We've got breaking news. Be good, Donald.
Trump,
be good.
Yeah,
Boeing really rocketing here. Donald Trump saying that this deal here with Qatar is apparently the largest amount of Boeing planes ordered. This is, I want to clarify, unconfirmed. But either way, this was being stated here by Donald Trump. He also continued to thank, quote unquote, Kelly, that is, of course, Kelly Ortberg, the fairly recent CEO of Boeing, and saying, yeah, that they need to make sure they get those planes out there. So Donald Trump basically saying some positive things here about Boeing in light of this signing. To be clear, the signing's done. Right now, they're just doing a joint statement after the signing. The Emir has already spoken. Donald Trump currently speaking, so this event might be over soon. I'll keep you guys posted if there's anything of note. Back to you.
So thanks, Adara. So I talked about Boeing thinking that it had a huge opportunity with China. And I was like, if China ever gets back on board, Boeing will be going. And now we get Saudi. So you don't even have China yet. So wait until that happens, right? Then you're going to go bang upside on Boeing even more than where you are right now. Glad that we are still holding Boeing because it is starting to finally get going. All right, so I'm going to get more out here on the TQs. This is your trade of the day for me. P&L wise, it will be number one for me. But there it goes, man. Nice little dip buy opportunity on the TQQs, Randy. We wrote down 69er and we got it. The only thing that we messed up on, Randy, which could have been the whole day, and yes, this would have been a brisket trade, would have been a brisket trade for the rest of your life. But unfortunately, we get stopped out there. Yeah, it would have been there and there as it's going back there to the upside. So all you can eat brisket, Randy, but has to hold off for today because that $7 winner, although here yesterday, not here today. But we're all good, man. Look at this. Here we go. There goes NVIDIA. Let's go. Nice upside move. There's more news right now about China, something about exporting commerce industry here. They're talking all about that. But Neil, we've got the big ones on board right now. I hope your AMD obviously ripping as well. There goes NVIDIA. Huge move back there to the upside. So we get that. Thank you, my love, there in the chat to my lovely wife cheering on NVIDIA for me. So we like that one. There it goes, man. The NASDAQ, though, is the real banger, as that is now ripping northbound on the NASDAQ. $70.10. Let's go right now for the Qs. Let's go, NVIDIA, man. We're back to life, baby.
That's what it's all about. China's Commerce Ministry pauses export control measures against 26 U.S. entities for 90 days starting today. So that is obviously positive. We just got a nice little bounce. Like, I'm still playing VWAP. It's a VWAP retrace, and I'm not going to change my mind on that, at least for now. It's worked going station to station here. Being positive, obviously I look over at Tesla, and I'm not going to be in love with it because Tesla's all the way up at 343. But AMD's having some trouble with this 119.5 zone. So if we lose the battle here, I'm jumping out. SMCI is coming back down as well. Like, SMCI is not holding the bid very well in here. All right, there's our trail. Didn't get filled? Jesse Barfield? Jesse Barfield. 29 out. I still want the reload on this bad boy. Either we're holding above 120 and the volume weighted average price where we started our journey on AMD, or we're waiting to go back into those lows. It's been a tricky market without any. The only green candle on the NASDAQ is a rejection of the high, and then we're bouncing back and forth. So I'm going to stick to scalp trading. And then I'm reminded of what happened to me yesterday with iBit. It was trash all day long, and then there was one clean, let it make trend, and then when it finally broke the downtrend, it was good to go. That's what the market feels like this morning. Like, not super clear. Every time we buy back up, we're just headed right back down to retest those lows. So I'm gonna jump out, wait for the next trade. Feel like that's what I should have done. You know, I should have been a little bit more patient with SMCI. I don't think I got in the right entry point, and it still hasn't tested 42.5. So I'll wait for this to give me a much more clean look, hopefully. Once you get past 10 o'clock, then I think it's easier to start looking at better trend lines to work off of. So I'm out of AMD. Maybe we get back in at the same level as before, or even better. Maybe it's breaking VWAP and everyone can get in higher, and we go to that high. Tesla, on the other hand, is above and looking strong. Yeah, that scalp broke out. So that's the thing. Like, sometimes, like AMD, it turns when you get out. Other times you get out and it rips. You've just got to trade your style. Like, you can't go, oh, well, the last one held and the other one didn't, and then keep going back and forth. You could always end up on the wrong side. Just trade your plans. Sometimes the hold works. Sometimes it does not. But Tesla, clearly relative strength here, and still no shorts for me. The only thing I liked was Apple, and now that Intel's basically dead, I don't even see that as a great opportunity. Like, this stock's in trouble.
Yeah,
I mean, this is not good for Intel. Because if all this money is coming in and they're not getting any of it.
Yeah, not a great look there for INTC. We did clean out of some of the NVIDIA. You know, you never get out of all of it, of course, as we're waiting for a bigger move there. I don't know if that Chinese story there, I think people got excited that it might have been chip related, but I don't think it is. Not a huge move up there for NVIDIA, but we'll take advantage of it, man. I mean, we did do that up there at 133. We emptied some of the clips, but the lines of despair still remain true as we are underneath the 50, underneath VWAP, and underneath the 200 period moving average. So, you know, maybe this this NVIDIA run doesn't have too much juice left in it. I mean, we do need to break upside. So my next offer will be in and around here. No more scalping. Well, I mean, if we get back to 133, fine. That's 40 cents from here. And then we'll wait to see if we can get back up to highs on that play. Futures, kind of a different beast always. So we're going to just try to, you know, layer out of this one a little bit. You can see 69.80 right there is a spot. So let's offer that right there because we get back into VWAP there again. So let's go. Nice little 70 break. See if we can get higher on that one. We're going to go to Adair in 1 second. I just know that Palantir, obviously when the market gets going, so does PLTR. So if you want to, I don't want to say this as a YOLO trade because it doesn't really look like that right now. But if you ever get back down into this 129 area, that could be a great spot, especially if the market dips then rips. We know that Palantir wants to go higher, up 1.6% right now. Let's see where it does go from here. But I, like this trade on Palantir, but it's got to get a bit lower for us. There goes the TQs back up to 70. So good little look there. All right, Adara.
So here is the NASDAQ. I just want to clarify. I looked into this China exports control story a little bit more. So I was trying to figure out how many U.S. entities, as it was put in the news headline, are actually on these China export control measures. I couldn't find a number, but it's not a small list. They've been adding companies in groups of 10, 15, 30, I would say maybe a month or so, if not more, that I can see anyway as of late. So they've only paused export controls against 28 U.S. entities. So again, I want to clarify, it's not clear how many entities. I couldn't find a concrete list of how many, but 28 is certainly, as far as I can tell, not all of the entities that are covered. Furthermore, it's just for 90 days starting today. Also, I'm just seeing a bit of a comment here coming through from Charles Gasparino, frequent Fox business contributor here on X. He's saying that he's hearing trade tariff deals with Japan and South Korea are reportedly close. And then also India is close as well, though, of course, tensions with Pakistan have made that a bit more difficult with regards to timing. Apparently, though, again, according to Charlie Gasparino, Japan and South Korea deals both reportedly close. Back to you.
That's not bad.
That'd be nice.
Well, any deal is a good deal, but thank you for getting that clarification, because you never know with a headline how much you want to price it to matter. And I saw the chips actually pull back a little bit on that. So just I appreciate you getting that out there, Adara. So a bit of a trend with the break. We took it a second time. After we get to 10 o'clock, connect as many dots as you can, and it held 43.5. It's still, I'm talking about SMCI, as you can tell. And still have not gotten to 42.5 underneath 43. So it's still not at the absolute bottom, but I'm still going to take the trend break every chance we can get. Tesla. Well, remember how we're like, Tesla, you're going to hold on to the volume weighted average price? Crazy wick, get $1.50 back to the upside, and now immediately, instantaneously retesting the bid here. I go over and look at AMD. It's running into the same problem at 119.5 as before, but the higher low's holding. Just close this higher low and break something out, and then we can start having an uptrend. So SMCI is a new trade for me, and ultimately, this is the one for AMD is one of the stocks. It's above this breakout here, so it's going to still hold on to the overall trend when we're holding the pullback into prior highs, and a similar thing happening with SMCI on the daily. It's holding on to that prior trend bottom. That's what I like to see. If you lose levels like that, then you get into real trouble. Right, you break down underneath levels on the daily, and then this move starts to get into real trouble on any of these names.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's back to VWAP. I mean, that could be an interesting trade for sure. All right, so we just got a little bit longer on NVIDIA just because it's at this level, but I still want to stay true to what we talked about down here at 131 in case it does, really start to fall back in here on NVDA. So we don't have, our max position on this. We probably have about 30% of, what we've had many times on the show here on NVIDIA. So it's not, we don't want to chase this too much. It's already false broke. It didn't false break. We actually made money there. And then once it came back in, it was this trade right there where we averaged back on VWAP and then it fell through 133. That's where the L took place. And then since then, we've been buying some of the bottoms, which have been bottoms for now, but will they hold? That's up to the gods. Right now, the NASDAQ is trying to hold, and it's holding VWAP. So maybe if NVIDIA can get going in the space, that would be really nice. I mean, one name that we always forget we don't forget about it, we just don't trade it ever. Broadcom. Spread is actually pretty good on Broadcom. I mean, it's had a huge move from the bottom. I mean, you want to talk about a name that gets under-talked about. We don't even mention Broadcom ever. Look at this, 150 bottom. Look at the move that Broadcom's had over the last little while. You want to talk about NVIDIA bouncing off of 100. This is 150 all the way to 240, just boom, right there. Huge move to the upside there on Broadcom. A couple great days there on this name. So just showing something different than NVIDIA, AMD, and SMCI, because Broadcom, again, is at a level right here in and around 240 where, you're not too far away. We showed the NASDAQ, where that was in relationship to its highs. Broadcom, AVGO, again, a monster name. I mean, off of the split, it's been great. Trying to go back up to all-time highs, I believe, right there for Broadcom, although it might have been higher because, you know, sometimes you get that carry forward from the split. So there we go. So Broadcom, a brand new name. A name I brought yesterday, we talked about the mouse that was in the house. Well, I mean, this man is being released a little bit today to the downside there, but look at what Disney's done over the last 5 days. What a monster there, from 92 up to 112, right back into 114, 118 highs. Everybody sneezing today, bless you on that one, as the dust and Studio 8 getting made in behind us. But yeah, Disney, good level. Maybe a turnaround day now for Disney. So, you know, if you're long there, you do wait for sort of that one red candle tell you. It could be that doji star where we hit that, then we continue to go higher, or it's that star and we go to the downside right now, just giving you that reversal candle. So you don't actually want to go short Disney until it breaks through that next candle, which would be this 110 area. So a 110 break short on Disney there covers up all of yesterday, then that downside may or may not be justified. So we'll wait to see what happens with Disney right now. NASDAQ just looking slightly pulling back. But again, like, you know, we came in today at zeros or at 0.2. We went down to zeros, got back up a little bit. Right now, the NASDAQ relatively flat. There goes NVIDIA, by the way. So we are going to have to wait a little bit for it as it now breaks 132. So we're just going to wait for our 131.20s. If that comes in, great. If not, then we just sit on our hands and wait for that level. So 131.15, sorry, coming in for NVIDIA. And we picked that level because of yesterday's highs. And I don't want to get stopped out on a 131 break. We'll give it a little bit lower than that. So right now, 131 coming into play again for NVIDIA, possibly, as we're at 132 flat.
And just a quick update here. We're going to get to SMCI in a second, but eToro does now have some information on it. We have a indicated open of 59.50. I wouldn't expect eToro to open until probably sometime during the midday. Lucky enough for Joe and Sharif, that's usually how it goes. Very small pair, under 1 million of open interest. The price, I believe it was 52. You know what? I'll double check. And this is a funny thing. Make sure you sign up for the watch list, everybody, because I can just look over. Yeah, it's 52. I just wanted to make sure. So I popped over to the watch list because I don't want to give you guys the wrong information. So right now, 59.5 is not huge from 52. So it's indicating it's going to open higher, but I don't think we'll get it till later. Any updates, we'll keep you guys appraised. Anyone that's looking to trade this, we love IPO season. I'm going to do the same thing we always do around here, which is the first gigantic even dollar bid that we see after it opens up. I want to go long in front of it and then play the initial push and just leave it at that. So we got the trend break on SMCI, and this was waiting for it to be past 10 o'clock. Crazy. Look at these wicks. Like, nothing clean about this at all. So connect this. Like, it holds the trend, closes above the trend line, and then smokes it to the downside. I got in when it regained the trend line to this support level, and I'm going to buy in front of 43.5 as kind of like an Alamo here for SMCI. And perfect timing as it's about to hit the bid, like everything else is, because if the only thing going up right now might be some small caps. So let's go to Adara for the small cap recap. Okay.
Some of these small caps might be going up, Neil, but the IWM is not. It's down about 0.2% today. ONCO, this is on Kinetics. This one has run in the past year, ONCO, 3.14 million share float, so pretty small float there. Here's GPRO earnings day 3 play. This one, sorry, day 2. This one reported after the bell on Monday. Pretty mixed guidance here, slightly stronger than expected for sales and slightly smaller losses per share than expected, I guess, for this Q2 guidance. But again, day 2 earnings here, 10% short float for GPRO, a penny stock. Here is TNF Pharmaceuticals. TNFA, couldn't find much information on this one, but nice little move here for TNFA. But the float on this one is roughly 10 million shares, guys. Back to you.
10 million. Wow, that's absolutely gigantic by some of the standards we've seen recently, those low floaters. But it gives you opportunity, the low floaters. So I always try not to gripe too much, even though I do, about certain things about the market, because it gives people opportunity. I just heard in my ear that GME is popping. I'll get there in a second. We got the reload on SMC out in front of, it didn't get to 43.5, it actually stalling at 43.75. So higher lows being put in at 43.75. That's where I bought out in front. If we run into the same 44.20, I just realized that it's 420. Same 44 quarter area. Going to take some out in front and then wait for VWAP. So that's starting to get back into the upside. And GameStop, please actually be moving here. Yeah, GameStop is trending upside. So there you go. GameStop is trying to break out. I do remember. Oh, it's already gone. Yeah, it's already broken through on the daily. Next level would be 30. Shoot, that was a break a lot earlier in the day today. Congratulations if you happen to have GameStop. I have no idea why you would.
So 131.50, we're waiting at 131.20s. We talked about that on NVIDIA. It is trying to bump back upside a little bit there as well. Let's go find out what's going on with Robinhood. Probably bouncing cleanly off 62. Yeah, what a surprise there. We were waiting for 62 lows, so it's not like we missed that opportunity. It didn't really happen for us, so we'll wait on that one. Nice bounce back for NVIDIA. We talked about it, but I'm not just going to keep on. I only have those 2 trades on right now. That's really the only 2 I'm working with. We are looking for Tesla low to 337. If we do get that bid, then we're giddy up on Tesla right now. SoFi, no, I'm not, but I will be in 1 second there. Andre. All right, so yeah, just looking here for that move down. Look at SoFi, kind of going in a place that we didn't really think would happen today for SoFi. Nice downside play. It started off great in the morning. SoFi going from 1420 up to 1480 and then cracking a little bit lower right now. But if you do see that QR code below right there, you do have to scan that for 10% off of Trade the Pool. Every trader knows that in order to grow, you got to risk more. Well, that's how it used to be. But now with Trade the Pool, you pay a one-time evaluation fee of just $47, and that's that. Then you get a real shot to trade up to $200,000 in company capital. You don't need a large deposit, or you don't need years of experience. I think the latter maybe would help. This is a limited risk trading platform built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. Scan that QR code that you see right now on your screen and grab 10% off with Trader TV Live and Trade the Pool. So we want to thank them for once again continuing sponsoring this segment. So thank you to Trade the Pool. And if you are here with real trading, same kind of way, right? I mean, we do have a great learning system here. It's called simulation mode, sim mode, and you can get into that, start playing around. It's live, level 2, real quotes, but simulated action, right? And simulated fills. So, you know, you're trading with us real time and in a real time market. Let me just check out, this is a trader information portal, also available here at Real Trading to anybody that's logged in. I'm gonna look, whoa, all right, I'm gonna look at yesterday's top traders. So here we go, man, I'll zoom in just a little bit right here. So here's Sharif yesterday. You traded more than just the NASDAQ, right, my guy? Over $20,000 right there. Congratulations. Now it's not Sharif because he traded New York names. So that's how you know right there. He may be one on this list, but not that one, nor I either. 21,000 NASDAQ yesterday. Could be the TQs, could be anything, but this is the markets that were traded, not just the market it was made on. So then someone over there, you know, possibly a WonderFi play, who knows, there with the Canada, well, the TSX, so that's the big board, so wouldn't be WonderFi. Someone made 16,000. These are all US dollars, by the way. Any number on this left side is a US dollar number. Then someone else at Real Trading, shout out to whoever these traders are, Amex, TSX, so look at this, well diversified in North America right now, 10 grand there, and we'll just scan down 777 and near the bottom. Normally near the bottom there's like a rando down here, like a Hong Kong or something like that, but yeah, just all NASDAQ and all Canada yesterday. I guess North American, I shouldn't say all NASDAQ, but not even in New York. There's a trader in New York there and one there as well. So yeah, that is what makes over here at Real Trading. My trades today weren't making too much money, but we do have this good trade here in the TQs. This is a good one, man. We've just been buying this dip and holding it. Let's see if there is a rip potential, but the NASDAQ just keeps on doing this dance, man, and we just got out again at the 200 period moving average. Look, we want to hold for the moon, right? And that's why when we look back, and thank you for the question, Adam DeLuz said to me, like, you know, do I get out of a lot early and then hold on to some for the runner, or do I get out in equal tranches on the way up? And I answered that question, I thought, pretty easily. I do the first one that I said, the second one that Adam mentioned, where I'll get out of a lot when we get bumped up there and then only wind up holding a little bit for the runners, which I need to maybe change that a little bit, but it's already 10:30. So like, I don't know, I feel like this market right now is not getting a little long in the tooth, but like we've seen a lot of this news already. So let's just wait to see I don't know. I don't think NVIDIA turns red today. So, I mean, I like this position, and I do think that we do have more of a chance to go higher here. So I'm going to hold on and see if we do get that. We're now only 17 cents out of the money on NVIDIA. But you know what? Look where we're at, man. We can't ignore those magical lines that we call support and resistance, but are just moving averages. So there's the 50 period. We just got back up there. We did not buy the dip, but we bought that dip right there at 20. So, hey, man, it's a 50-cent winner. You know, we just want more. So let's wait to see what on the reload, right? Let's wait to see now what winds up happening. We're back to flat on NVIDIA, and we're smoking right now on the TQs. My only regret today was getting stopped out at the exact same spot on Tesla because those were big trades, and that could have changed the trajectory of my day. But that's okay. We're still here right now on the NASDAQ and on NVIDIA, and trajectory changing as we speak, because there it goes. Nice move up on the TQs. We'll get some more out here at 90, and then we'll wait for a 70 break, and we'll wait to get a DARA with hopefully some great news at some point today about NVIDIA.
Yeah,
you know,
or anything in the chips.
Yeah, anything in the chip space. But NVIDIA specifically, please, would be nice, because that's where we are long, and that's all I care about at this moment. So, all right, you know, something that could rally NVIDIA, but it's not rallying the base market right now, as Bitcoin is down to 103.
Did this yesterday for a late break. Let's go talk to Adara.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I'm unable to conjure up news catalysts today, but certainly not conjuring up any downside here on BTC, at least when you look at this daily chart. Now, yes, we are red in the day if you use this trading view chart, but we do have consistent higher highs, higher lows in this uptrend. I've been talking a lot about this really strong support that we formed going back to mid-April around that 75,000 level. That really did start. I mean, now we've got bull flag on bull flag. It's a lot of continuation if you look at this longer term on BTC. We also just got these crude oil inventories, 3.454 million here for crude oil inventories compared to negative 2.2 million expected. Let's talk here about some of these other crypto assets that are not Bitcoin related. Ethereum up 1% in the day. We are continuing to see this hold up very nicely around 2,500. XRP up about 1.5%. Solana up about 2%. Dogecoin up about 2%. So some mild strength here. But what is interesting is, as of right now, all of these non-BTC crypto related names are actually performing better than Bitcoin itself. Interesting thing to note here today as we continue this pretty interesting trading session, guys. Back to you.
Well, right before we went to Adara, I said this happened yesterday on Bitcoin, and it was almost exactly the same thing. Like you failed the open high, lower high, and then you broke trend. It took until 11 o'clock, like right as we're going into the midday show, then it broke the trend. So I'm looking for the exact same thing on IBIT here. So Bitcoin, as long as we're trending down while the market's going up, it's pretty much the same thing, going into the same level at 58.5 that it was yesterday. SMCI is now somewhat upward trending. They broke the trend line down. First time, not clean. Second time, it wasn't super clean, but at least now it's holding the 43.5. Now you've got an upward sloping trend line that I can, if it holds VWAP, I'm buying the trend line above the volume weighted average price. If it loses the trend line, it's lost VWAP. So now this can't turn into a losing trade. It's been a weird morning. The strongest stocks at the open were like in the pre-market, I should say, were the weakest stocks at the open, and then the weakest stocks in the pre-market have been the strongest stocks, like Apple's at the high of the day. Maybe we're flipping that around a little bit here as the chips are getting higher. Although I didn't get back into AMD, it's still playing the same range. I kind of missed the 118 and then moved my order up, which I'll let it try to get back down here. I want to see us busting the volume weighted average price. If the futures is going to start breaking resistance, I should be waiting, let it get back down to 118. That's been a good trade. We only had it the one time, well, the two times, and we'll see if we can't get it a third. So SMCI working, waiting for Bitcoin next. I think that's going to be the next likely entry. When this eventually breaks the trend, I'm going long into IBIT. Want to hold on to what, if we lose 103, I think the next stop could literally be 101. So it's going to have to make its bounce here soon on IBIT, but once it breaks that trend, I'm in.
All right, a couple more outs there on NVIDIA because on the TQs, because we got up into this 70 area, and again, the 200 period moving average, we're not going to be stubborn and ignore that. And the same thing right there on NVIDIA as well. It comes up into this level. I mean, now I'm waiting, now I have an offer at 90, see if we can climb into there. Then after that, man, 133 and a quarter, right where VWAP is. Actually, now that's a little lower, and maybe I should change that. 130, let's put it at 133.15. We'll put another 10%, or a little bit more than that now, actually, because we just took it out. So we're going to just try to keep these plays going right now on NVIDIA long. And I can't drop it now. Right? I can't make all this money back. Well, I'm not even making any money back. I can't hold it to get downside and then just scalp out for flat. But, you know, if my opinion does change, that's the best thing about this business is you can get in and out of your trades, figure it out later, maybe possibly reverse your opinion at any time as well. And it looks like right now we are having a hard time getting through this level on the futures, right? And so that seems to be a pretty easy take right there for me. So we'll have to wait to see where we go, but more outs on the futures. And there's NVIDIA breaking back down again. All right, I'm going to put out 5% there at 65. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't right now, because it seems like it's having a problem up here at 133. It's not even getting to 133 right there on NVIDIA. So, yeah, what's up, Sean James? I mean, look, man, you know I'm here to trade Tesla. You know, this has been, for me, one of my best stocks over the while that we've been having this show. So, yeah, we're going to still stay there on Tesla and see if we can't get something going here. But, again, like, needs to come back in, right? There's that 138 again, 338 hold. I'm at 337 now, so I don't get wicked at that bottom one more time. But yeah, that was a day maker for me, and I gave it up, right? And so we got stopped out there. So, all right, we'll still continue to hold it. We'll see what winds up happening there with Tesla. Hopefully we do get that bid, but for me, the concern really lies right here with NVIDIA and seeing if that can get higher. And then Palantir waiting for a dip buy as well. We're actually still at 128. 128.30 to see about that opportunity there for Palantir. So we'll wait for it, man. We need this market to get cooking a little bit here. Waiting for NVIDIA.
Yeah, and a stock that has been cooking, everybody, is OKLO. And if a lot of people have asked, where are the levels on this, on OKLO? Why would it turn so sharply as it just did at 38.5? Well, I mean, sometimes when in doubt, zoom out.
It's working.
A lot of these names have been going absolutely ham. They were the latest one to report, but the tape is going a little bit parabolic, as we can see, but that daily chart telling the story at 38. And the other thing that you want to make sure you're looking at, and I'm going to throw up IBIT on here as well. So we just battled the 103 level on Bitcoin with a drop and then a bit of a pop. And you look at this on a daily chart for IBIT. I understand it's a 24-hour market. I want to get that out of the way. But you look at how sort of top-heavy we are getting here. This is a key little bit of a mini flag here that we're seeing on IBIT. Whoops. There we go. And where do you find levels like this? Or, as I'm trying to do, like actually look at, I was trying to set up a new indicator, break, fail, long, because there were a bunch of those that happened today. And it's all on eSignal. Like live level 2 access. I'm showing you guys all the time frames you can have in your charts. Heck, you can have charts underneath the 1 minute, which I don't use. You can back test, you can forward test, you can trade through multiple brokers with eSignal. And the best part about all of it, the first month is free. First month free, so you can try out your trading strategies on a professional charting platform with the ability to back and forward test, the ability to use API to automate your trading as well. It's a very intuitive and user-friendly experience with great support. I can attest to that. Very good support there with eSignal. First month free, everybody. So scan that QR code you see out in front of you. It's an all-in-one platform that's there for traders. And shout out to eSignal. Link also in the description. Well, we were trying to hold on to that trend on SMCI, but if we're following our rule, there it is. There was your upward trend. It was on. It lost VWAP underneath it. I don't mind trying to resume it somewhere else. I mean, our first trade lost, and then the second two off around the same area both worked out. So we'll end up trailing it out. I can jump back in above the volume-weighted average price, but it's worked going step by step here. And as I'm reminded about that, you know, the next trade for me if it's not going to be SMCI, look at the wick that just happened on IBIT. Right down to what? 58.5. So right into yesterday's low and bottoming tail candle on IBIT. I should be in on a break. Like, forget about that trend line because it put in a steeper one since VWAP, but the break of this trend line is at the 60 level. I'm going to nibble in the 60s because that looks like it just hit the level and is now holding that 103 on Bitcoin. So first salvo in, ideally should have a price in the 50s if we've done it right. So I don't want to be adding to this unless I can get something underneath the 60 level, and we'll look for a VWAP retracement. As, yeah, this is what I voted for in the chat, BA ripping up. I haven't even looked at Boeing outside of the 2 seconds when we saw it going ham with the story that Dara gave us. But I hope it's continuing.
Yeah, Boeing, we really like that play again, a long-term account play in there. So, yeah, NVIDIA, another out right there, could not get going through that high. I just really hope it does. Shout out to Ross there in Thailand. He wants to know, what's up, Ross, where my out is for NVIDIA. It's a hell of a lot lower than where we are right now. I'm just trying to be patient with this. I'm trying to buy this dip again, 131, and if we break 131, then we're going to get out. I mean, it's what we had written down on this level. We wrote down 130 to 131. I don't know if we want to wait that low for NVIDIA to come through into us, but you know, 130.75 fill or so like that would be where we wind up. Oops, I'm already maxed out. Is where we would wind up getting out. So there, you know, take a bid there. If we break 131, I'm going to give it a little bit more love to the downside. So if you're at faint of heart, this NVIDIA trade will not be for you. So that's what I'm trying to do. I think that there's some more upside in this name. We've seen it get going, you know, and once it does, sometimes it's impossible to stop. But that fade into yesterday's close there, that's a tough one. And I'm starting to think right now we may be betting on the wrong horse. I mean, our futures are really starting to rip up, and we've already made money on that. That's going to be P&L1 huge. But it doesn't matter because we're losing more on NVIDIA than we're making on the TQs. Not right now, but that first trade we did. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening right now. Tesla's been easy day today. It's just I got wicked out. So we're going to wait to see if that comes back in. But yeah, all right. Joe's already asked me right now, so it means that everything's working. We do have What's for Lunch coming up very soon. But for now, let's go over to another segment with Adara at the desk.
What sectors are on watch? Well, I'm going to tell you, it's actually a lot here that are pretty red. AbbVie, really weak here in health technology. Thermo Fisher to the downside as well. Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson to the downside. It's worth noting this health sector might just be in watch in general. I just am seeing here comments coming here from R.F. Kennedy Jr., who is the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. He said that his opinions on vaccines, which are not necessarily positive, are irrelevant, and that he doesn't think people should take medical advice from him. So potentially here, you can keep an eye on these. We know they did drop initially when his nomination was announced. Technology services strong for the most part. CRM looking good. Netflix looking good. Google, Microsoft. NVIDIA holding up well here in electronic technology. AMD still up a whopping 5% after announcing that $6 billion buyback program. But energy minerals really weak here. Utilities really weak. Health technology weak. Transportation weak. Process industries weak. So there a lot of weakness here to balance out some of these outsized strength. We have health services. UNH actually still green on the day as well, trying to rally after yesterday's drop on its CEO's resignation. Back to you.
Of course it is.
Yeah, Google 163 and absolutely Rip City, yo. All right, but here goes NVIDIA right now. Finally, let's go. Let's just go bang, bang, and bang, and bang, and say woohoo right now, because we need more than this, though, Sharif. Let's see if we get going right now. 132. We're long at 132.60, but it's bouncing off of 133. Like, this level has been nothing but a thorn right now in my side. So we have a bunch of outs here. It's all pretty light shares. So shout out to Adam there, was asking about that. And again, this is my strategy. It's just if it comes up into a level, despite the fact that I want this to go, I can't, you know, if it doesn't go, fine. We'll start to scalp out a little bit more. We actually wind up getting out of about 20% of we had left right there, so a little more than I wanted, but again, a pretty good out, making some of that money back a little bit there on NVDA. So hopefully that's been a good one. And then look what just happened as well. We just got another out right there at the 200 period, upside right there on the futures. So this has been a great trade, but nothing really wants to break right now. So hey man, the day is still pretty young. Let's see if it does happen for us. Big Bear AI, the only real runner there that we've been looking at today. That's crazy because I'm bidding 375. It goes to 380. We'll see if we do get some Big Bear AI down there at some point. But for now, the whole day really resting on NVIDIA for me. So let's wait to see if that goes. The other one is Robinhood. That was a $62 take that we didn't get. That looks like it's been good 3 times. So watch out for 62.30, 62.40 here on Robinhood as we go. So a couple more minutes and we'll figure out what's for lunch because my guy Joe over there is waiting. He's getting antsy. He wants to know what is for lunch. And Joe, calm down. You'll find out very, very soon.
Hello, Joe.
Over there, Joe.
Oh, come
Told
on.
you, man. I told him, leaving you hanging. This is why he's mini. This is why he's mini me, man. You know, we trade a lot alike. We trade the same names. We're both excited to hear what's for lunch. He's trying to work out like I do. So, you know, so far so good, man. We do like our guy Joe over there. A big shout out. Great addition to the team here.
There's no
Joe.
pie for lunch. I can tell you that much, Joe. That's. I'll give you a little bit of a hint, brother.
There might be pie. There may be pie.
There might be. There's a slight chance. Nah. So look, obviously we're still. I only had one new entry, and that was going to be the break of trend. You saw that bottoming tail on IBIT. Well, it came in. We're able to get above the breakout of the prior bar high. So now that it's gone one step up, which is into the next level of resistance, stop moves to essentially just underneath the break even. I don't want to put it right there, so I'm going to give it to just underneath 60s on IBIT. I want this playing back into the volume weighted average price. Meanwhile, so this is that's okay. So AMD is acting a little differently at the 118 level than it was before, which was when we get there, we bounce, and then we show a hold. So right now, it's not showing the hold on AMD, showing a little bit of signs of weakness there over in advanced micro devices. SMCI, the out that we had trailing underneath, it's holding under the trend line. I'm not trying to short it because I wasn't thinking short on SMCI, but it is looking like it was probably a decent reversal. I needed it back above 45 or retesting the lows. Ultimately, SMCI never even got to the level, like 42.5 to 43 was the level that I was going to be looking at, and it never even got there. So I want to give it a chance to get down there. Right now, we're now getting an update on eToro, $62. So the indicated open is now all the way up to $62 on eToro. Still very small. Only 600,000 indicated at the open. I'm going to... Usually you're not opening unless that number gets into the millions, but we'll see with eToro. Let's go to the desk. I believe Adara has an update for us.
Here is KULR. Keep an eye on Cooler Technology Group. This one in a downtrend on the day. They also report earnings coming through tomorrow after the close, so that's going to be on watch as well. J Capital shorting this name, saying that with less than $11 million in annual revenue, after 12 years of trying, Cooler appears to have built a cottage industry in promoting its own stock, quote unquote. So scathing note here from J Capital, just one day ahead of KULR earnings report. So keep an eye on this one, guys. Be sure to like and subscribe if you are enjoying this content. Thank you.
Yeah, get that
One
like
update.
and subscribe. Yeah, go ahead.
That eToro, like they're raising 620 mil. Well, that's not that big at all. So when you see it on the locator, like maybe it doesn't need to get into the millions before you open it up. We usually expect this to open up sometime at lunchtime. I feel like CoreWeave was what, 1 o'clock? Something.
Yeah, there's always something around it.
CoreWeave was a little bit bigger, maybe more interesting for a lot of people, but that was closer to 1 o'clock. So I'd expect maybe you're eating lunch when eToro comes out. But yeah, not a lot of shares out there on eToro. I just want to quickly go back over to, and Bhutam in the chat, eToro was going public literally today.
I mean, any moment.
Yeah, I mean, it could literally be any moment. Apple is now back under the volume-weighted average price, so suddenly it's looking relatively weak again, which is generally what I would like to see if I'm trying to short Apple. Like the futures are bouncing. Like look at the range on the NASDAQ. It's like fail the top, fail the bottom, and then you're in a compression pattern. Well, whichever way you break is what you want to hold. That's obvious. But if we break down, what's the stock that I like? Well, I kind of like Apple. Apple still can't seem to break 215 on the daily chart. And then you go out to the 15-minute. Like it's the only thing that I was looking at this morning that was tracking underneath a big resistance level and unable to break it. So when I zoom out, it makes me like the short a little bit more on Apple. But you got to break this malaise or channel that we're sitting in the futures before I want to be digging into anything like Apple. So I'm not going to fight it. We'll stick with iBid into VWAP and kind of try to find the next trade, everybody. Crap stock saying UNH is up 1.3%. Of course it is. This is a perfect kind of day for UNH to be beating the market, right?
All right, Joe, it's your birthday, baby. Let's figure out what's for lunch right now. All right, here we go. So this is what is for lunch. And again, you know, we get catered over here, so it's we don't know what's going to be coming for lunch. So yesterday we had bolognese. I think we had salmon maybe on the first day. Let me double check. No, we had Greek grilled chicken, of course. Oh no, Joe. What happened? Oh no, this is going to be another one for Joe.
Another one.
Joe's going to want to give some props. We've got oven roasted turkey today. So a little bit of oven turkey roast with roasted baby potatoes, some butternut squash, thyme mixed in there, and chef choice salad. So it's not going to be a chicken dinner winner, but that could be a turkey, especially with my head on it. That's probably a turkey. So there it is, man. Shout out to our caterers and to Joseph over there because he's talked about how much he enjoys.
He loves it.
Turkey. So there it is, man. It is turkey, oven roasted turkey today at Trader TV Live. So, all right. So before we go back over to Adara, let's just quickly go over, have a quick look. NVIDIA is still bouncing its, yeah, that's NVIDIA. Okay. Still bouncing its head off of 132.70 right now, wanting to go, but not really. AMD is probably a better play right now. You're at the 200 period moving average. The only thing about AMD is it's at the lows right now. NVIDIA's bounced off the lows. So maybe if there's going to be weakness in the sector, I don't want to layer into AMD right now as I wait for NVIDIA to go. But this is at the 200 period moving average. AMD well traded up to 122 today on that monster news of the $6 billion buyback, but share repurchase program, sorry. But that's not something right now that's affecting the stock this minute. We're back into the lows of AMD. And then SMCI right now as well, looking to do something here with SMCI, bouncing off the 50, making that low at 43, and it has a chance now to get back up to highs. But oh boy, we cooking right now. We'll say what's up to Brendo and go long on NVIDIA and see if we could. All right, I'm gonna take out 2% maybe right now at 190. Oh, we just offered 193 and it turned around. Why did I say that? All right, we're offering 132.93 right now, and we do, there it is, we got it. And we do have Adara right now at the desk.
Here's the US dollar, and honestly, US dollar still doing what it's kind of been doing here. It has this uptrend that we've started since we made this pseudo double bottom back at the end of April. However, a little bit of resistance coming through here. We rejected this area just around 102s on Monday. We make this candle. Yesterday, we give back almost that entire move. Today, poised to push a little bit lower as well. Let's see here. Recent, I guess if you go back on this daily chart, there's been repeated touches of support here around that 100 level, understandably so. As of today, we bounce off of a low of 100.2. So looks like we could have some continued support if we stay above 100. Let's find out if 100 is an over-under level for that DXY. And if you enjoy the content, as always, make sure to like and subscribe. If you enjoy research and infographic themed content, check us out on X at TTV Research, where I post market related content, fun deep dives, and such every single day. Back to you.
We just need to throw to Adara more often because finally, NVIDIA right now is starting to go. So we're really happy with this play, man. There it goes. Yes. Now almost $1 in on this one. And we've been holding. So we got out, right? We did get out. We got out of about 20% more as we start to climb. So we only have about 60% left as we get upside. We just took a 25s and our best fill is 27, sorry, which is right where it is right now. So Yahoo! Finally, right now. This is like a 35 or 40-year-old. Thank you for the super chat right there, Jorge. I got a couple of these, couple of secrets still to come watch-wise, but this is one that maybe you guys haven't seen before. It's the Breitling right there, so good watch. We wore it for Mr. Wonderful, but we didn't get the time to go and show him right there. But okay, thank you, Jorge, right now, but thank you more importantly to NVIDIA as that's climbing right back right now. And Google, man, obviously we got out of some of that position. We got out of a third of what we were holding the last couple of days there on Google. But wow, Google up 3% right now and can't stop won't stop. Google to the upside. Attaboy, Google. Attaboy. Keep on climbing high. I'm down with that. All right, let's go over to Neil and see what he's all about.
We just got some out of, look, I just got some out of Bybit. That's now starting to cruise back into the upside, but Bitcoin's been languishing. But you know what? Reddit has been a rocket ship. I don't know specifically what's going on with this bad boy, but shout out to everyone in the chat that has been all about Reddit. And we love major moving averages when you hold. This rejected the you-know-what out of the break of the 50 period the last time. Well, it's doing it again. Let's see what Reddit can do with this. I think it's incredibly bullish to immediately reject it. And then now with the market, try to break this big trend line. All you got to do is close above and break out a local high, and this thing could absolutely fly. You know what? We talk about stocks all the time, but there's another thing happening. I'm wearing my blue. Sean's got his blue. I don't see Joe in any blue today, but we've already laid down on ProfitX for the Maple Leafs tonight. So, but if you're looking to make plays, look, maybe you like the PGA Championship more than you like the Leafs or the NBA Championship. It doesn't really matter, because if you're looking for the best odds out there on the biggest matches, the biggest games, then switch to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform. You get to set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own strategy in real time and then watching your plays come to life. Bid, offer, just like trading, everybody. You got total control at every step. It's sports playing reimagined, and use the code TRADERTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. We've already laid down on the Leafs tonight, so that's what I'm looking for. Go Leafs, go. I just got 2 outs. We're going to play one more out into VWAP on IBIT. Like, this trend is pretty much exactly the same thing as yesterday. Let it double bottom.
Yeah, bro.
This is the level we waited for, like all the way down.
Energy.
Let it get to your level, then just get in one time, and hopefully we can get exactly what we saw over in AMD did this for us. Tesla did this for us once already. We're able to do it on SMCI. And all of those reversions have worked out so far. We'll take them.
Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, my bad. I was just waiting to hit that dollar club there. There goes NVIDIA finally. Thank you for all the positive comments there in the chat. This is what we're trying to do daily on the show. So, I mean, finally, that's still Google. My bad. I was looking at Google. There goes NVIDIA right there, finally starting to go back up to the upside. That's a smooth dollar. And it's also a dollar on the futures. So, yeah, man, what a great end today as we had patience, man. We preached it. We talked about it, and boom goes the dynamite for NVIDIA. That's what it's doing right there. What's up to SF Day Trader? What's up to everybody in the chat? I'm going to leave, I mean, although, you know, Sharif does it better than I. Roll call. We'll leave that for Sharif. And man, it's, you know, I pass the torch on to you, you know, for the roll call right there. So shout out to that. Join us after hours for the recap show. Join us in a couple minutes with Sharif and Joe, and I'm sure they'll have bangers to talk about with you as well. But yeah, this is the one right there. It's the TQs also, man. I mean, all we did today was just like tried to play the momentum, man. It's a bull market. We know that. So we tried to play longs. We did that. This futures trade is really the banger of the day, man. I mean, we talked about it at 69 bucks. It's exactly what we wrote down. We're happy as you know what in that one. And now we're starting to get a little bit more out. I'm going to offer one more time here at 55s or 54s. We get that. Now let's see if we can get back to the day's high there on NVIDIA, man. It's starting to go. It's starting to go. And the net is really rocking now. So there it goes, man. Congratulations to anybody that had this on. We just said we've got our Sharif energy right now. So here it goes, man. Not only is this show hopefully exciting, entertaining, we had Kevin O'Leary, we had Raheem Alani, but hopefully you guys have some of these bangers on board as well, because there goes NVIDIA right there to the upside. Patience pays, man, and it also kills. So there it goes, man. Nice move there to the upside for NVDA. Could it be more happy than I am right now with this move? Because again, we preach patience. It came through. It was, for me, the trade of the day there with NVIDIA and the TQs. Only missed Tesla because we got stomped out. But stop outs are going to happen.
Tesla doesn't look so good anymore.
Oh, well, I'm still bidding down there.
Well, look, like Tesla, I saw people in the chat saying short Tesla. Look, the market just broke the trend to the upside. So that's an inopportune time for Tesla to be losing the volume weighted average price. So all of the relative strength that it had is coming out. And I don't know, like it's another fail. It cannot break the morning highs. Like you can see, someone's selling it at $345 and we're continuing to go lower. Maybe we get a retest of that bottom at 338 to 337. That would make a lot of sense. Shout out to Alphabet, Google, because
Google.
It's absolutely parabolic. I'm looking across the board. A name that we haven't talked about here at all today. Like Amazon can't even get green. Struggling. It gets above volume weighted average price, but can't even get green. You look over at Softy, and it's bull flagging. So the Mag 7 are very divergent back and forth. With Google strength, Microsoft okay, Apple meh, Amazon blah, and Tesla, I think to be determined over there on Tesla. We're just going to stay into IBIT, but with 1 minute to go, all of a sudden SMCI, it's holding above the volume weighted average price. It has V-shaped recoveries in it. We've seen the stock do that before. I did get trailed out of it, but stick with what has been working this morning and has been working to scalp out of the longs. I think if you can hold 44, you can get back into 47. I do want to remind myself that there's pretty much nothing up here on SMCI unless you go back to levels, like go back to like a level from December last year. Does that really matter up at 48.5 to 50? Well, there's not a heck of a lot standing in its way outside of the current high of the day on SMCI. And then remember, we do have an IPO. It's not as big as I would like on eToro, so I'm ho-humming as to whether I want to take an opening print when it's only going to be 600 million shares. I don't think I've ever taken one that was that small. Usually you want like $1 billion at least. $1 billion, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
It's only $600 million, I mean. It's underneath $1 billion. Not much in terms of an update, but it is still going higher. 64.50, the new indicated open, $52 issue. So it's still within reason, 20% higher. That's not out of the pocket for me. I might still take smaller size on the opening print. Yeah, I'm a little surprised at how small that one is. I thought it was going to be a little bit bigger on eToro. You want those billions, and then you just take the opening print because you know how much volume is going to be. I'm not sure how much liquidity we'll see on eToro, which has me a little bit hesitant to take the normal size like we did on CoreWeave.
All right, I won't be here, so I will not be doing eToro. Palantir 129 and change. We'll see if this one wants to drop down into those levels as well. But so far, so good. It's been a great show. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to Raheem Alani from OCI Group coming through as well. Thank you to Kevin O'Leary from O'Leary Ventures. And I saw Beanstalk. I meant to ask him what that was all about. Thank you, Kevin, for coming through. And I'm sure he'll join us anytime, really. I mean, congratulations on the WonderFi over there as well for everybody invested in that name. As well. But yeah, man, the day just keeps on, for me, pumping along. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. For you guys, good trading there today. Yeah. And thank you to everybody for joining us one more time. Another big number of viewers, so we thank you that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Now let's go over to my two favorite guys. It's Joe and it's Sharif. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls.
You guys want that? I just heard him, and he wants to
saw that, huh?
like us. He wants.
They want that.
He wants that.
Well, they want that. All right. What is our greetings and salutations, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And yeah, we're gonna do the roll call. But you know what I did there, Joseph?
What'd you do, brother?
I closed the window. That's no good. That's absolutely no good. The good news is we can reopen it. It's not a big deal.
Dang.
All right, so let's bring it in over here. See who's making their way on over. We got Micah. We got the loafed one. Shout out to D-Loaf. Robert Woods. My man Omar. How about Why Not? And Hytham. We got Felipe. None of ya. Shout out to that. Rahman. Benetta. Sonny. We got who? Buster Stacks, that's my guy right there. I do appreciate that. Shout out to Blue Arrow and Black Sheep Trades. Sahil, we got Clipboard, we got Holly. Shout out to Holly. Dude Rocks 420, a familiar name for all the 420 lovers out there. Cold King Blue Army and Jeremy Newman. How about Mr. Briggs? Not Mr. Biggs. This ain't Sex in the City, baby. Carter, Los Polos Hermanos, and we got Scott J. How about Dan Gale? Dexter Smith. We got Mike DeRider. He be deriding these stocks to the high side. We'll see if it keeps going in here in the afternoon. John El Press. Who else we got over here? Victor Lou. We got Yorkie. Okay. Peter, Steve J. Through the Ages. I see you, sir. I see you. I like that name. Shout out to Bob. Shout out to Rahman and Cucumber Road Fabrio as well joining us. Like that one. PC Hoon. PC, police constable Hoon. Oh, okay. We got cops in the chat there.
we got cops.
Common sense. This is the show. Shout out to Common Sense. I definitely love that name right there. Starvin' Like. He left us in suspense, Joseph. We don't know who he's starving like who.
I thought it was
There's a guy right there.
Starvin' Marvin.
Starvin' Marvin.
know,
like you,
Starvin'
every
Marvin?
time you ask the Katina man for what's for lunch. I know you're
I
thinking
need
about
that
food.
button. What's for lunch?
Shout out to J-Dog, last on the list there, guys. Thank you for joining us, Joseph and I, during the midday show. Hopefully we'll have a banger for you today. Kind of light on small caps like I was complaining to you before, but we'll get something done. Joseph, what are you looking at, man?
Absolutely, man, and I agree with you. Same for me. Like, I took one trade this morning, so I've just been kind of chilling out here, guys. You know how your boy does. And full disclosure, it is not my birthday today. I don't know what Katina man was saying. It is definitely not my birthday. I'm a Libra, baby. Shout out to all the Libras in the chat. October 5th is your boy's birthday, so mark that on your calendars, because I won't be doing very much, I'll tell you that. I'll just be relaxing. Yeah, because we get that age. 33 big ones this year come October. Yeah, Sharif, it's going to be an interesting one, but hey, it is what it is.
Do not look a day.
Over there than 33?
Nah, you know I was going to set you up for a bad one there, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do that to you, Joe.
I remember, let's go Mike DeRider. That's why you're my guy.
Mike.
You're a Libra as well, too. 3-2-1 is not my belt. Another Libra in the house. But yeah,
we got a bunch here,
man.
man.
We got a Libra. I'm serious, man. It's the gang over here, the Libra team. We ride in fashion. There's no doubt about that. Thank you, ABC. It is not my birthday, but that's okay. Let's talk some trading here, guys.
Oh, baby.
This deal with Saudi Arabia, Sharif and I were doing some reading.
Shaking
Obviously,
things
we heard
up,
about
man.
it yesterday. I think this deal is absolutely game-changing. Never mind China and not being able to ship chips over there. We got the Saudis now involved with this, and they're building absolutely massive data centers. So I'm looking forward to that. And I think this is going to be a long-term play, especially for these American chip companies. And it's only started with Saudi Arabia. We haven't even tapped into UAE yet or anything along those lines, Sharif. So congratulations to Donald Trump and my fellow, or I guess my American friends, because I think this is going to be a big deal. But let's break down this trade. I was just looking.
So Tesla's dumping.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Let's just cover this for a sec, because Neil is letting me know that Tesla is on the way down here, guys. Something's going on with Tesla. It just lost $4, quick as you like. The entire market, Neil. Apple's taking a downturn as well. Sorry to interrupt you, Joseph.
Yeah, no.
Microsoft is turning. The Future is also almost going negative here. 21,000, guys. 280. We're below 300, I believe. We just lost 21,300, Joseph. So the NQ on the verge here of going negative. We do have a dare at the big dash. Let us know if anything is going on. Sorry to interrupt you, brother.
No, absolutely. We need to know that, because the market just took a massive dive down. Now the SPY's put in a new low of an intraday session. You're seeing Tesla head towards those lows as well too. I like SMCI for a potential short here, but I'm not too sure. Do I have to ask for shorts here? Let me see if I
Give
can
it a
tap
try,
in.
yeah.
Yeah, let me tap in. Yeah, we definitely need those. Okay, yeah. So available. So I need to get those. So maybe I'll get them later. But I don't really care about the shorts. I'm going to be patient and wait for these longs to come into play, because I believe they will. We will get a bounce at some point. Hopefully, eventually, maybe not. But anyways, let's break down this trade here, guys. So just following the strength, continuing with that strength here on NVDL, using this 2x leverage, right? So with every 1% move in NVDA, you're getting 2 on this bad boy right here. So entered the position right here at the break of the volume weighted average price. As soon as we opened up on top of this pre-market range right here, 110% add right there, Sharif. Not a double up, 110% right there. And then we just piece it all the way up here. And then I got stopped out a little bit under 33%. So I was looking for this to hold, the volume weighted average price to hold, and then we get a bounce and maybe a continuation, but we didn't get that. So I did get stopped out a good amount there, but I can't complain. 66% covered over on this nice move here on NVDL. And that's what I was aiming at today, guys. Slightly tired. I played some hockey last night. Milo kept me up. So I'm going to be really patient on my entries. And maybe you won't see me as active as the past couple of days. I want to wait for those precise entries. You've seen us put on some bangers on Tesla yesterday and throughout the previous weeks as well, too. So maybe it's just going to be a cool one. The market is heading lower. Volatility is slowly starting to pick up as well. So I think patience is the name of today's game, Shree.
I agree with that. All right, we're in a couple of trades here. Let's talk about them. A, D, C, T. Look, it's kind of really hard to find any small cap gappers today. I found a couple that I like. I'm going to talk to them super quickly after we get back from Adara. She's got something for us at the big desk.
I wish I had any news for you guys on this Tesla drop. It really just looks like the whole market kind of took a tumble. When I look at it, the volume on Tesla and the market when we did this drop, pretty similar. On X, there are a lot of mentions of Tesla, definitely a lot of attention being given to this name as of right now. But yeah, no news yet. I just want to provide an update. I am hard at work looking for news on TSLA, but none to be found as of right now. I just wanted to keep that out there so people are aware. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara.
Did you see the video of the Optimus dancing?
Yes, I did. Was that the one in the middle? I wasn't sure if it was
is that
old
real?
or
like, is that actually, or is that like AI? Because if
No,
that's
no,
the
no,
case,
that's
that
not a
is
CGI.
absolutely game changing.
But I've seen stuff like this. I've already seen stuff like this from Boston Dynamics. Some of these
Boston. I haven't seen anything that good, to be honest with you.
It's really good.
It's
I'm
really
not going to
good.
pretend
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not good. No, it's obviously very good. What I want to see, Joseph, is like the human aspect of it. Like,
yeah.
I don't know why people are teaching these bots to fight, bro. Have you seen some
do
of
you
these ones
expect?
on the internet? I don't want
do you
these things
expect?
learning to fight,
What do you
man.
expect, brother?
Oh, man, you guys
Humans
are
will
got
be
it
humans.
wrong.
They're obviously, you got to watch the movie Chappie. Chappie's a sick movie.
I've heard about it.
Yeah. It's
Have you
really
seen
sick.
iRobot with Will Smith? It's kind of like one of the ones that starts
That was the original one,
The
right?
old,
Yeah.
It's
The
like
OG.
20 years old, something like that.
But of course.
iRobot, that
Yeah,
one
yeah,
is just
exactly,
terrifying, and he thinks he's a human.
Right?
You're not a human, bro.
Bro, you got to watch The Creator. It's a serious movie. You would like that one there. What's going on?
What's going on
here?
over there, man?
Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, it goes ape here.
Oh yeah. This is the one that was trying to fight this is from China, obviously. He tried to kill the guy. What is this? Okay, see, this I can get behind. All right, you want to make him dance. All right, seems kind of innocuous. Nobody's getting killed. Just don't teach these things how to fight, man. I don't know, man. Whatever.
That's what do you think? What do you think is next? They're going to be combat ready soon.
Well,
That's the
yeah,
next
I
step.
know. I'm being naive here, but
Palantir of technology is going into some of these Optimus robots, and you're going to see them on the combat field.
He's coming in. He's coming in hot. He's got
Pull it
something
up.
to say.
It's Fabian.
He's the one that we all fear because he is the Chilean nightmare. Fabian, what's going
So
on?
I know a little bit about that story about that robot freaking
Wanna
out.
hear
Basically, because it was hooked up, it was off balance. So it basically was freaked out, like what's going on, like
There's
it doesn't
no
know how to
way.
balance, so that's why it's freaking out.
That's what I see.
There's no
Falling.
way.
We basically do that when we're
So
falling
he was
ourselves.
trying to kind of
The
center
robot's trying to
himself?
balance itself, so it's like freaking out. So it looks like it's trying to violently attack the people, but maybe it might be okay. Maybe it might not be.
Yeah.
Maybe it was attacking.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't really think it was trying to attack the guy. I mean, but it's still scary as hell. I mean, all right, guys, I'm just going to cover this quick trade here, Joseph. All right, guys, we got into ADCT. This is a good-looking trade so far, very respectful of the 10. It got into that $1.78 high a day, pulled back into the 10 EMA. I punched long, and we took this one up nicely for a 10-penny winner. But I am caught in a down halt right now on NWTN. I'm long 104. We're halted at $1. So I'm 4 pennies out of the money. My move here is the hold of $1. So I've given this one to 88 pennies. Come what may, I've given it to down here. So let's see what this one is going to do. It halted at 11:06.49. So we are slated to open, ladies and gents, at 5 minutes after that. So 11:11.49. It is 11:11.22 currently on my watch. So let's see exactly when this one opens, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt or a 10-minute halt. South of $1 from the depths of you-know-where is this where this one came, NWTN. Adara and I were discussing off camera before the show started that there were very few small cap gappers actually trading over that dollar threshold. This one did weasel up to $1.31, up 47% on the day. Alas, it is right back into that dollar area. So I'm going to here it is. It's now open. It's going to have to hold 88 pennies. Otherwise, I'm flattening out. It is losing the bid. This one looks like it's going to come from the depths of hell from which it came. So we will go 1 for 1 to start the day over here as it does drop below that 88 penny area. So we'll take a bit of an L there. No worries. We'll set up in a better way. This one looks very ugly when you look at the chart. It clears $1 with aggression. Looks good. Okay, we're clearing that $1. We're not just clearing it by a couple of shekels. We're moving up to $1.31. Nope. Don't fall in love with these small cap gappers. They'll break your heart. just make sure you're trading them as a technical trade. We're going to move on from this one, Joseph.
Yep.
Here's what I'm looking at, though. Rigetti, Mom's spaghetti,
it's
knees
strong
are
today.
heavy, whatever you want to say, baby. This one looks good, and I'm looking at these quantum names because of basically the lack of any major small cap gappers. So Rigetti showing its respect here for the 10 EMA on the 5, dipping down into that 10, I want to say high 80s and up above 11 we go. Let's see if we can get above this possible double top area at 11 and a fifth to 11 and a quarter. Here we are above 11 and again looking at 11.10. Rigetti knees are heavy, up over 12%. For whatever reason, Joseph, there's a derivative here or a 2 times levered Rigetti ETF that's like triple the price. It's trading at $30. Not really sure what that's about, but it's triple levered or double levered. Also, Joseph, looking at Oklo, the Altman name over here, or formerly an Altman name, OKLO. Decent day today, 17% and change, knocked on the door of that $39 and a third dollar area. Alas, we did lose it, dropping down at 35.5. Here we go again, though, 37.5, taking us back above the volume weighted average price. Looking for something possibly here on Oklo. And last but not least, Atos. Another one coming from the depths of hell, south of that dollar area, just getting up into $1.04. It's been a good-looking chart, man. Doesn't look as bamboozling as this piece of garbage over here, NWTN, ATOS, looking more, I don't know, stable. Is that the word I'm looking for? Up above $1.04. Likely going to take this one long if it maintains this kind of trade, Joseph.
Yeah, I'm loving it, guys. I'm just reading some things that Sharif and I were going over. You know, he's going to bring you the news as well, too, this morning. But this is just why I had to grab some NVDA this morning in the long-term account. I'm going to be into this. I told you guys I sold some Google, and guess what? I'm just rotating this cash right into NVDA. You can see 500 megawatt hyperscale artificial intelligence data center project in the kingdom, as they like to call it. We're going to touch more on this right after we get back from Madeira.
Like that.
Just be aware here, this is TSLA. I'm seeing a couple headlines here. Elon Musk's meeting apparently with the Qatar Investment Authority chairman. So as we have Donald Trump in the Middle East, we also have Elon apparently set to meet with the Investment Authority chairman of Qatar. Back to you.
What comes back? Ooh.
Yeah, I'm looking at Palantir as well too. But guys, look at this. The U.S. chip giant will deliver its graphics processing units to the state-found AI subsidiary over the next 5 years, starting with 18,000 NVIDIA GB300 Grace Blackwell AI supercomputer and NVIDIA InfiniBand network, according to a Tuesday release. I mean, this deal is absolutely monstrous. I'm super excited, and that's exactly why I decided to grab some more. I mean, we're still down about 13% off of those all-time highs, so I like it. I mean, this is now long-term, right? Never mind the swing when we were grabbing at lower prices. I'm going to start grabbing some of this stock now because I think this is an absolute amazing deal. And honestly, disregard the intraday trading. Think about this for the long term, and it's most definitely going to benefit that. Never mind China. They just got I don't even know if it's a better trading partner, but I love this deal to the fullest there, Sharif.
You ready to feel a little bit uncomfortable?
Yeah.
You trust them giving GPUs to the Middle Easterners?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You don't think they're going to weasel over to China?
That's fine. If they do, they weasel over. I mean, I think some of those guys are straight shooters, you know what I mean?
Bang.
So, yeah, they're business, right?
They're all about their business. They're all about their money.
So, I mean, if Donald and them are like, hey, Prince, and yes, Mr. President, and he goes, I'm going to give you 1 million of these chips, but just do me a favor. Don't give them to China. I think he goes, all right, yes, Mr. President.
And
then that's it.
Okay,
done.
I like it. All right.
That's just me, right? I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
I respect your opinion, bro.
Yeah,
I respect your opinion.
What do you
Your
think
friend
about that?
Joe.
Yeah.
Well, no, not you. The other Joe.
The sleepy one.
He was very. Let's just put it this way. He was concerned, Joseph. He was very skeptical.
Yeah.
You give them to the Saudis, you give them to the Emiratis, the Qataris. All of a sudden, China's got a couple in their hand. They forgot completely that they were getting them anyway through Singapore, baby.
Singapore, so you know what I mean? They'll find a way. I think these guys are straight shooters. I like them. I like everything that they're doing, going from going from oil country to now the potentially tech giants in the place where a lot of people want to live here from a day-to-day basis.
Well
so
said,
I
Joseph.
mean. Yeah, I like it. I love it. Matter of fact, I don't even like it. I love it. I think it's the best deal ever. It's one of the best chip deals ever. And there we go. Like here, this is what it is, man. It's
Say
great
more.
stuff. Yeah. So that's why.
Yeah, you know, I'm
grabbing
just
this stock.
juicing the controversy,
Of
obviously.
course,
You know,
of course,
that's
man.
kind of what I do here.
Yeah.
No, I happen to love it as well. I think
Love
it's
it.
you go where the money is, and I think Jensen said it real well, Joseph, in that you have an opportunity here to kind of lead what he calls, I'm not saying it is, he calls it the next industrial revolution. If you don't get American products as the dominant product, guess who's going to fill that void, baby?
Who?
It starts with a C and ends with an A.
Ooh.
They're going to be more than happy to throw Huawei into the ring there and try to fill.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
Exactly why.
Canada. Dara. She's like, Canada?
Yeah, that is
Am I
funny.
wrong?
There you
Yeah, well, no,
go.
you're not wrong. You're not, but you know that's not what I meant, it,
No,
Dara.
I do, but I also was quickly like,
that
what other
was
countries
good,
would count?
yeah, thank
Cambodia
you.
would also count.
Right? Yes. So we're juicing the controversy here,
Yeah,
baby.
we love it.
Doing
See
it,
what people are
Joseph.
saying in the chat
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Great. You know what you're good at.
Chinata, killing me with that Chinata thing, bro.
Perfect.
We're not called Chinata. Stop calling us Chinata. All right, guys, there's a couple of breakouts right now happening in these here markets, as Adair likes to say. Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti, is really zooming to the high side there, taking out highs like it doesn't matter. It's up almost 16%. Okay, now it is up over 16%. This one's really squeezing. You can tell something's afoot here. You've got very aggressive retracements off the 10 EMA, and this one's really got all gas, no brakes. Here comes that $0.50 right now on Rigetti, 16 1/3 right now. I was really looking to punch in at that 10 EMA. I hesitated and I paid the price. So Rigetti, we're gonna have to keep an eye out on that. What a fantastic look there. So is your friend Atos, ATOS. Again, I really want to stress very few small cap gappers. I put in a dip trade on our friend Atos over here that went unfilled because it did not retrace down into that $1.01, $1.02. I was looking for a retest of the dollar. Alas, we did not get that retest. So let's throw in some more orders over here at the fives, see if we can get something, you know, down into that dollar area, and then start working with a position here on our friend Atos. ATOS is a ticker, up about 20%, give or take. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm weaseling into some more shareage here on our friend ADCT, up 30%. I already had a good trade on this one, now building into another position in at $1.75, looking for a hold of that 10 EMA, of which has been quite respectful on the day. We'll have to see if that continues, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. And shout out to Neil, too. He just gave me some SMCI shorts. So thank you very much for that one, my friend. Let's see. I'm going to just do a little beak wetter here. All right, we're tapped in now to some SMCI short. I'm just going to use this 5-minute candle as my stop loss. And then anything south of the volume weighted average price. I told you guys I'm really small. I put on a half decent trade on NVDA this morning, and we're just cool. And we played some hockey last night and stuff like that. So slightly tired. So again, we're gonna put on those trades. If we break out to the top side, then I'm gonna be looking to get involved. A nice little move down here on SMCI there, guys. We're liking that. Okay, all right. That's already. This is what we want to see. Sharif, we're tapping right into there. Bang, we just took some off right there, guys. Nothing much. Just having a little fun with it. I'm gonna pull it up here for you momentarily. SMCI. And there we go. All right. So, yeah, there we go. On the shorts, if I get stopped out, break even, then so be it. But again, you can see that nice 5-minute VPA signal. We're going to wait for that last VWAP move here. And that's going to be it, my last out on that trade. Yeah, but here we go. Another nice little move down to the downside here on SMCI. Guys, I showed you that inverted hammer right above the volume weighted average price. So this is essentially what I'm playing here. Now we're getting the VWAP touch that we're looking for. So there it is. That inverted hammer on SMCI right above the volume weighted average price, and you can see that we had the inability to breach it, so now it looks like we're going to move to the downside. I like this. Going to keep on holding to this position unless we reject VWAP any more aggressively. I'm going to be I'm going to be focusing on the tape here, guys. And if it turns on me, then I'll just hop out of this trade. No worries at all. And also, I'm extremely small on this front, too. So it's the short. I'm slightly long biased today, so I don't mind just grabbing a little something here.
Yes, well said, Joseph. All right, we're long. Rigetti, knees are heavy. taking out some levels there. There's sellers literally at every level, 60, 65, now again at 67. So a lot of people are either taking profits or shorting aggressively at multiple levels. We're taking out all those levels right now. So a couple of prints, boom, into 70. We're doing it live here, baby. Now we're going to wait at 77s. 71, Rigetti squeezing, guys. Something is going on here with Rigetti. All right, this is quite unusual, this kind of squeeze. We've been watching these quantum names, I think, going back into October. And yeah, they had their fun in the sun, but like today is a bit of an outlying day here for Rigetti, so not sure what's going on, but a fantastic look nonetheless. How many outs do I have here so I can manage this position properly here on Rigetti? Got a couple of more outs over here, so let's wet the beak at 75s, and now we're gonna move up the other order up into the mid 80s on this bad boy here. So keep your eye on Rigetti. It's almost 20% now. I think I reported on this one about 15%, so the move continues to the upside right now. 11 3/4 high of day, 1175 that is. Keep your eye out on this one. Could be a real good one if it comes in. And I'm not saying it's going to come in all the way down, but that 11 1/3 to 11 1/4, that's where we had previous areas of resistance. Look at those, oh my goodness. Look at those double tops that we have right there at 935 and 940, right around 11 1/4. We get right back into that level at 1045, 1050. We're hanging out there to 1055. We lose the bid there, and then we end up clearing it. So a lot of strength right now in Rigetti. Let's keep an eye out on that. I just said I put an order out there mid-80s, and I did not do it, Joseph. So we're going to go ahead and throw that there. Everything good?
Who just said?
What happened?
Who said that? Who said that? Refresh and short Google. Who said that? Oh my days.
Yo, the Chilean nightmare's feeling dangerous today.
Oh my.
You know why?
Days, brother.
He's got
Why?
Assassino next
He's got
to him now. He
Assassino,
knows
yeah,
nobody can
oh.
say anything to him. Otherwise, it's all over there.
Yo, you gotta watch out for the Brazilians and the Chileans out here. Yeah.
And their neighbors, bro.
And their neighbors.
Yeah.
My days. Okay, Sharif.
Google's lagging.
Whoa, now he's coming over here. He's like,
letting
hey,
us know what
he's
the
like,
deal
Joe,
is,
man,
bro.
you better keep it quiet, brother. Or
Oh.
otherwise, yeah. Let's go, Sharif.
That's how they roll down there, Joseph.
Way to call out RGTI.
Yeah.
I was looking at it before, and then now look at QBTS go. We caught this breakout here on QBTS. Let's go, QBTS. Yeah, this is exactly what we want to see, my brother. Man, I said I was tired. Yeah, never mind that. We're back alive. We're doing it here, and this is what we do, man.
Live.
Yeah, what a great time. Sharif and I were just talking earlier about just like, man, honestly, this is
good vibe.
Yeah, never a dull moment. I mean, sometimes you may get it, let's be realistic, but when we're having fun, it's an absolute blast. QBTS, just living up to all expectations and breaking out. I seen Sharif on the quantum space. I'm like, yo, okay. I was looking at QBTS. I'm like, it's hot garbage. I actually messaged Gorev not too long ago. Let's pull this up, and we're going to go over Gorev's trade as well, too, because he smashed Tesla, even though I do got to kind of monitor. Oh, let's go, QB.
Get it, Joseph.
Yes, I wish I was in significantly more. But, again, like what you guys told me yesterday, it's the hogs that get slaughtered, not the pigs. But, yeah, let's pull up my guy, Gorev.
God, Rigetti.
Is it still Gorev?
Adara, is there anything on quantum? This is kind of crazy.
Look at this. RGTI, what time is it? 10:47. RGTI moving well, looking at QBATS, but it's super chop. We broke out. Also, my guy printing up multiple storms on Tesla as well. So he had this Tesla long right there from 338.92 and then pieced it out all the way at the top. So shout out to Gorev and shout out to QBTS and Sharif for mentioning the quantum space.
Absolutely, sir. So we're done our trade here on Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti. I'm going to look back for a retracement. We've got a topping tail candle right now manifesting at 1192 down into 1172. We're losing 70 right now. We're going to go to Adara. She's going to give us an update.
No news, but I think with these names, you do have to remember the massive short floats. Rigetti here about 24, almost 25%. That's the largest QUBT and QBTS, both roughly around 20% short floats. I went on social media, and when you look up quantum on X right now, you get so many results. We are talking at least 10 to 20 results per minute here. We have tweets coming in like every couple seconds. RGTI, not a ton on its own, but it just looks like there's a lot of excitement here around the quantum space right now on X. As far as I can tell, that's what's happening. I'm not seeing any news as of right now to explain what's happening here in quantum and even the social media attention. It's not news-based, it's just people getting really excited about their stocks. Back to you.
Darren, just wanted to let you know, we know about the stream, guys. We're checking the connections right now. It should be good. So if you want to go ahead and refresh that stream, I think we should be good on that. And Andre just checked and it said excellent connection, whereas, before it was a little sus. So give that, just hit Control R.
Yeah, or hit the refresh.
Exactly. Hit the refresh. Just hit the refresh, guys. I see everybody's complaining about the lag. Hopefully that is done now. Some people were saying solar flares there in the chat, not really sure. And there was obviously some other very interesting comments about Canadian internet. Come on, guys, we're here every day now. We're here every day. You're gonna take us at our worst moment?
You got the Starlink too. No, we don't got Starlink, but
so your boy Starlink there just got approved in Saudi, right? He's loving his life over there. Bro.
It's like, Donald, just everything with Donald was so frustrating at the beginning of this time, but now this guy's just striking some of the best deals. Like, I don't know, you can't really complain. You may not like the guy, whatever it is, but Boeing, a massive deal. NVDA, like he's making your best players become even better, and that's what you want to see. Like him or not.
He's only out for himself, bro.
Yeah,
he doesn't want anyone else to make money.
You know what I mean? Like
no, he's not striking any deals. That's all a figment of your imagination over there, bro.
I don't know, man. Like him or not, but it's a positive thing for American. If you guys are American, you gotta love it. All right, Paul Vincent, I see the leg,
chill,
brother.
Bro.
All right,
chill,
Paul,
chill,
one more time, Paul. Do it one more time, Paul. Please. All right, that's what I thought. Didn't see it again.
All right, guys, this chat needs Starlink. Get it, Ed Miller. We don't need Starlink, baby. Who do we got? Who do we got over here, Neil? Is it Bell or Rogers? There's a noise. I don't know. Ask me these questions.
Still laggy? Man. Just refresh there, guys. Do us a favor and refresh.
All right. Yeah, guys. The production team is on it right now. Chilean Nightmare is running to the other side, so we're on it, guys. We're gonna check that for you right away, and hopefully it'll be up in no time. We'll be good to go. All right, guys. Couple of positions we're in right now. ADCT looking for a hold at the 10 exponential added into this one. Alas, I did not get all the size I wanted. I still waiting for that 70 dip. Not going to be quick to take out too much here. This has been, I would say, I don't want to say reliable because these small cap gappers shouldn't be using that word with these small cap gappers. They are anything but it looks respectful here of the 10 EMA on the 5, so I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. Oklo is just going. I feel bad for not taking this one. What a curl back up, still possibly though a double top candidate into 39. So ideally I'd like to see a decisive clearing of 39. We certainly did not get a decisive clearing of 39 on the first attempt. Look at that move up on the implied balance high from 935 all the way to 950. All the breaches of 39 have been on a wick basis. That's not a glowing endorsement for a taking of a level. Alas, we are moving up incrementally and more stably this time into that 39, currently trading at 38.80. So 38 4/5. We'll keep an eye out on that. I'm still trying to build my position in Atos. So I've got an initial entry there. On this one entry still waiting for an 02 and then an 01 dip. My thinking here on ATOS is to defend that dollar. In addition to that dollar being there, the volume weighted average price is there. So I'm looking for double possible support at that level. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Guys, I know Neil mentioned this one earlier, but Reddit is on one right now. You read it and you don't forget it on this one here, guys. We are at high a day, Neil. This has been a dang rocket ship right now. Reddit is $126. It's up 12 1/3, and it doesn't even have a touch on the 10 EMA. The last time we even glanced at that 10 EMA was 955. Every single candle has been above the 10 EMA, so you haven't been able to base a trade off that. So my thinking here, if you're going to get into Reddit, base it on like the middle area of the prior bar. I mean, there's just no way you can base it on the moving average here because it's not pulling into it. So Reddit, about to take out 127, 126.94 high a day. I'm talking about these non-small cap gappers today because it's been hard to find small cap gappers. Okay, so we're going to be doing it a little bit differently today. Hopefully, we don't get rinsed trying to trade a setup that's not down our wheelhouse.
Absolutely. Yeah, guys, thanks for the refresh. And Paul, obviously we're joking. This is obviously not your fault. We're going to go to Adair. I added
Get
on
it, Adair.
QBTS right here, but it didn't want to continue this breakout. And that's the thing now. I'm slightly red on it, so whatever I gained, I just kind of gave back, and that's not exactly what I want to do when I'm free rolling. So I'm going to give it another couple cents here, and then I'm just going to hop out of this trade. But let's see what Adair's up to here, guys.
Keep an eye here in this RKT just RKT. We have a note here coming from Citron Research, which is a firm notable for shorting GME. Also, at one point, they did release this short report on MSTR a while back. But basically, what happened here is Citron Research citing this Bloomberg intelligence report, adding to this RKT position. So Citron Research already long Rocket, adding to the position. RKT up nicely. This is about 11 minutes ago, but just want to let you guys know that one's still running. It's taken out pre-market highs. RKT, and back to you.
Yeah. It's Bell. It's Bell, eh?
Well,
Well, now we know who the culprit is,
now we know
Joseph.
who the culprit is.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so guys, just make sure you refresh, tune right back in, because we're going to be putting on trades today. I told you I just got out of QBTS. I mean, I thought we were going to continue to move here. That volume was there for us to continue the breakout, but again, look at this choppy, just eastward movement, price action here on QBTS. And then now you're kind of heading back. But I was looking for that 3-bar play, 5-minute breath here, and then the continuation to the top side. But you can see we came right back into the middle of the range here on QBTS, and we didn't sustain that breakout. So adios, muchachos. I tried trading this the other day, and if it's just going to continue to move like it has been, then I honestly want no part of that. I'll find something that's trading significantly better and stronger. I mean, it's put in a couple solid sessions, but if you bring this up from a daily perspective, not really the best intraday trader. You have that odd day where it's in play, and I don't know if today's going to be one of those days, Sharif.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. ADCT, just take a print there as it got into a new high day of $1.80. My profit taker, my beak wetter, baby, at that $1.80 did not fill as a result because it didn't cross. We know the deal with these ones. You got to cross on the ask to get that fill, and it didn't. So we've got $1.74 on now, printing $1.77 here, looking for that $1.80 take. So that's my look there. Now, Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti, this one retraces. So a bit of a bamboozler here. 11.92 high a day. Looks like it's on its way to 12 bucks, right? Then we have a candle of indecision, aka a doji candle, manifest at 11.25. Subsequent to that candle, a red hammer candle is forming right now. So I'm unsure what to make of this. So my move here is going to be to wait for 11.5. That's going to be my first entry. That's not my favorite entry, though. Let me make my case. My case is I'm looking for that 11.33 to 11.25. Why? That's where the 10 EMA starts. The 10 EMA is at around 11.33, but the price action resistance, previous area of resistance, is at that 11.25. So that range between the quarter to the third, that's what I'm thinking here. It may not even give it to me because a new 5-minute candle opened up, and if this new 5-minute candle, which currently has a higher low relative to the prior 5-minute candle, makes a new high, and it does that by printing anything above 83, I'm going long again on Rigetti because that'll be a candle, a 5-minute candle with a higher low and then a higher high. So that's what I'm thinking right now on Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti. We'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. Let me throw in an order there super quick for that break and take of the level. And we're going to give it like, I don't know, I'm going to say like 7 pennies, or no, like 3 pennies here for a possible range. Yeah, I'm throwing that on there, and then if this current candle closes a little differently, then we will change our order to reflect that. So that's my move there, right there. So we'll see how that ends up doing. ATOS still holding the same 105. That 102 print, 102 level didn't print yet, despite the fact that we're 102 right now on the bid, and I'm still waiting for that one bump and drop. I still like the look of ATOS's jib, but it's going to have to set up appropriately. Otherwise, we're not going to fall in love with these type of names. Last but not least, guys, looking still on that ADCT trade, took that beak wetter. Oh, now this is coming down aggressively in the 70s. So that was the level that I was waiting to get printed at. So my move here on ADCT is a loss of 60. The trade's over. Okay, so let's go ahead and throw that in there. ADCT, we've got that many shares, and then I know how many there. So let's go ahead and put 159er, and then we're going to basically give it to there, and then we're going to go just like that. So we put the stop in there. Come what may, What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, let's go here. Let's see. So, guys, yeah, you see that I took this breakout here on QBTS, and then it just came right back into that range. So that's not a good look here. So you can see we entered pop. We took some off, and then I actually doubled
Tesla
up.
breakout.
More than doubled up the position right there. But yeah, Tesla's
breaking
absolutely
out.
moving. Let's see what Adair's up to.
Yep.
Just be aware here, this is Amazon. Keep an eye on Amazon, NVIDIA, and ExxonMobil here. All three of these companies are set to benefit from some memorandums of understanding or MOUs signed by Saudi Aramco. Apparently, they signed $90 billion worth of MOUs. Again, they could benefit Amazon, NVIDIA, and ExxonMobil. $90 billion in MOUs. There's also some pacts, apparently. So keep an eye on these companies. If I see any more details, I'll let you know. There's also a White House fact sheet that was released about this, I guess, these talks with Qatar. According to that, Qatar has gotten a $1.2 trillion economic commitment. So, yeah, Qatar committing $1.2 trillion to the U.S. apparently, and that's going to be over the next 5 years. So that White House fact sheet just getting released. Keep an eye on this market. Lots of money set to come into the United States of America and potentially into this market. Back to you.
And he picked up a trilly yesterday. He's picking up how much, Adira? 1.2 trillion. The man's coming back with 2.2 trillion in his pocket. You know, I was listening to some of the news channels yesterday. You got to see some of the opponents come on there. Oh, these deals were already announced. None of this is new money. Right?
Yeah.
So it's calm down there, buddy.
Wow, Tesla.
Sorry, Neil.
Yeah.
Tesla's going.
Gone. Tesla is gone. Tesla's gone.
Yeah,
It's not
Tesla's
even
really going here, guys.
It's not even going, Sharif. It's gone.
Something's
It's
going on
gone.
here, Joseph.
Yeah, look at this volume really start to pick up as well, too, guys. I'm not chasing it all the way up here, that's for sure. I don't even know. I got to be patient on this. I like the way Robinhood's sitting around the volume weighted average price, but some of these trades are too far gone for me. I'm not going to chase Tesla all the way up here at 247. Crazy. Just continuing to climb. I mean, if we want to pull this thing up from a daily standpoint, I mentioned this before, we're still down around, probably a little bit now, 28% off of those all-time highs. This is where your boy sold his Tesla.
Yo, something is up here, Joseph.
Yeah, so this is where your boy sold his Tesla, right around here.
All right, come on now,
All right, that is what it is, bro.
Don't have to relive that again,
Hey, man, I'm not even, Sharif, I feel no way about it because I just bought some NVDA in
Tell him about it, Joseph.
In the long term.
Tell him about it.
Come on, man. When you're sending over as your first shipment 18,000 Blackwell over for the Humane data center, it's like, oh,
crazy.
Bye.
Neil's tripping over there, bro. Neil's having an emotional reaction to the Tesla breakout. Emotional damage. I love this, bro. We're having a good time here.
It's the best. Like, wow, Tesla's just going parabolic right now. Sharif, take it over.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've got TSLL up here,
Let's
Joseph.
go.
If I'm going to
I thought you
trade
were
this,
in it.
I'm going to, bro, I'm already out of my wheelhouse, man, trading these large caps. So if we're going to do something here, Joseph, we got to do it on a smaller scale. Here comes the pullback. 349.20. High of day, ladies and gentlemen. We're knocking on that 350 mark. This thing is up 4 1/3%. It is the strongest Mag 7 name today. Easily outdoing Google, easily outdoing NVIDIA. Fantastic look for the Cybertruck one. Let's see where this one wants to come in. We're dropping $2 already off the high of the day. I'm looking at TSLL, guys. That is a Tesla derivative product. It is 2 times levered, Joseph?
Yeah, I believe, yeah.
2 times levered. I'm just confirming that, 200%. So it's a 2-time leveraged ETF. It is coming down quite aggressively right now, though. Here we go. I'm just looking for a possible area. I'm thinking $15 here, $15.10 on TSLL. That's where the previous area of resistance happened to be. I don't want to take it quickly here and then have to DCA and, that kind of stuff. That's not my move. So I'm going to wait here. Otherwise, I just don't get involved. I like this area. This is the area I'm talking about here. There's an obvious area top. We tested it again on this V-shaped retracement right around 10 o'clock. And I like that area. Let's go ahead and put our money where our mouth is. We're going to wait. I'm going to wait at 7s, Joseph. So I'll front run the size by not that much. But, that's what we're doing it here. We're doing it live for you guys every single day. And that's what I'm looking at. All right, back to the current trades that I'm in. ADCT looking very hammer candle-ish right there at the 1135 candle. Right back up into that $1.74. I'm waiting for a $1.75 print and take. Urban Trader. IXHL. Say less, my man. Loading it up right now. We'll have a look at IXHL. That sounds like an ETF or something. What is this? ICANX Healthcare. Okay. Better be better than United Healthcare, I'll tell you that.
Ooh.
Oh boy,
Oh,
get
boy.
it there. All right, here, that's a good looker. Yeah, this is what Adara was telling me about. Like, a lot of these ones are really south of $1. This one started its life today at 8 pennies. But let's put some dang respect on this one's name, man. 687%. It was like literally a penny stock, actually a penny stock. 8 pennies it started out its life. It got to 84 pennies today. Fantastic look. This one's earned its way onto the side chart as it is approaching that dollar. So IXHL is the ticker. I'm gonna throw that on there. And who am I gonna remove here? Lucy, you just lost your spot, girl. My bad. IXHL, yeah, well, that's what it is, Adara. It drops below VWAP, and that's the end of the trade there. Yeah, that's fair. XHL. All right, guys, throwing that on the side chart. We're keeping an eye on that one. Still involved in ATOS. Nothing doing there. Did I get that fill, though, Joseph? Did I get that fill?
No.
I didn't even come close,
Not even
Joseph.
close, brother.
It just took out the highs again.
Close, brother.
Okay, so yeah, this one was like a micro pullback.
crazy.
All right, Joe, we're doing it live, right? We're live, right?
Sharif and Joe.
We're live,
arm
bro.
wrestle.
There it
Wow,
is,
that's
man.
crazy. You can't
Leave us alone, man. We're trying to
who's
trade right now,
volunteer
man.
us like that?
I know, man. People are just like,
you know what?
I've
No,
said this before, though.
No, you know what?
We're gonna get goaded into being the best shape of our life because we're gonna keep competing. You're gonna keep training. I'm gonna keep trading, and then all of a sudden, we're gonna be in physical peak condition.
You know what? If we're gonna have this, then we gotta throw up Assassino and the Chilean Nightmare up there too. So
Speaking of the Chilean Nightmare,
as the
Just
co-main event.
Dance, you guys are our puppets. You guys will do our bidding.
all right, you guys are not gonna goad us into this, bro. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
I would do it if we got $2,000.
I'm not getting goaded into any more competitions. I'm already on the hook for some money on my birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
The only way I'm doing it is 2K in super chats. That's the only way. Hold on, 2K. No,
Tell
hold
them
on.
how you really feel.
Hey,
Joseph.
I'm gonna tell them.
how you really feel,
if
bro.
people want to see it, 2K.
Yeah,
in
they
super
want.
chats,
They're gonna have to pay up here, man.
And hold on, 2K in super chats and 4,500 likes.
Oh.
That's the only way. That's the only way it gets done. If it gets done, then we'll do it live.
You'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
All right, you're gonna be doing it on your own.
Let's see what Adara's up to.
Stock has had quite a day today. We do know, in case you missed it, Elon Musk apparently meeting with the Qatar Investment Authority chairman. So Elon Musk looking apparently to secure some investment from Qatar. But with that in mind, I wanted to share a time that Tesla was not doing so well. This infographic is from a series I just finished posting on X about fun little earnings gaffes or other reporting gaffes that led to drops or changes in company stock. This one is from Tesla. This goes back to May 2nd, 2018. So a shocking 7 years ago. Tesla, the earnings seemed like they were fine here. The issue was the post-call Q&A, during which Elon Musk told analysts to ask questions that aren't boring, called some questions bonehead, and told people to sell stocks if they were not comfortable with Tesla's volatility. If they didn't want the volatility, they shouldn't be involved in Tesla. So if you want to take this little trip down memory lane, go on X at TTV Research for this and more. We're going to send you back to the actual live Tesla trading right now.
Show me what you got going on.
Yeah, don't ask me any stupid questions, right? Like, do you hear what he just said there? Yeah, it's not you, obviously. That's what Elon said to the reporter.
That's it.
Look, bro, when you're a genius, you've got like very little patience for anybody with lesser intelligence. You know what I mean?
Like form of attitude.
Yeah. It's just like,
I mean,
you're just lucky I'm even talking to you. Like,
well,
that's probably how
I would say
he
the
thinks.
lesser intelligence thing, but it's just like don't come to me with any form of attitude.
Oh, bro, and the comment warriors and some of these social media posts, these keyboard warriors, bro. Oh my God.
Yeah, don't be
Elon got his money.
Don't be a
But
keyboard
what are you
warrior.
talking about? The dude was living in public housing in Toronto or in Ottawa or wherever. What are you saying to me right now? He didn't inherit any of this money.
No, his dad was an engineer though, wasn't he?
Doesn't matter, bro. Like they were literally living in subsidized home and housing. With his mom and Kimball.
Mom?
Yes. So, you know, he didn't always have the easiest life. There's just no question about that. All right, guys, we're in TSLL over here looking for that break and take of the $0.50. We'll see what we get with this one, but yeah, very strong. Tesla is at 350. Okay, so this is going to be a wall here. Joseph, what does the options chain say about that 350?
350?
Yeah. Can we have a look at that possibly?
Absolutely, my brother. On Tesla.
Yeah, because we're at 350 to the penny, guys, is the high of the day on TSLA. I'm in TSLL over here, and it looks like we were being met with some aggression. What do we got? We got big boy size?
Yeah, we got some size there, my
well,
brother.
I'm not surprised about that,
39,000
man.
open contracts. You can see that it's relatively bigger than
Are we going to take
anything
that
else.
level out?
Well, it depends. If that momentum is sustained, then we can most definitely grab this, but we need participants large enough in order to do so. But yeah, that's the largest I'm seeing currently right now.
Currently
That
rejecting,
350,
yeah.
That 350, so.
Yeah, I'm a little
out there.
concerned, to be honest with you. Here we go again. We're at 349, 40s, something like that. So let's see if this one ends up.
That stuff is so golden, man. You say 350, we look at 350, we're bumping our heads on the high of what, 349.92? Like, that's crazy.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's okay. All right, guys, let's see exactly. I'm just trying to monitor these trades and keep my eye on the other trades at the same time. My question to myself is 350 the end of the matter? Or do we kind of just pull back momentarily and then take another run at that 350? Like, why would we just have that 350 run midday like that? So it's interesting here to me. I don't want to add too much too quickly. So let's just go ahead and wait at some key levels here. So I'm going to put some orders down here to shadow what I perceive to be the 10 EMA on the 5 on the Tesla, not TSLL chart. TSLA chart. Here we go again. 349, trying to hold. We're still putting a 3-candle red setup on the 1. Adair saying, just realized I have a trend line here at 350.38 for what it's worth. TSLA has been very respectful of those as of late. Well said, Adair, and it looks like that options contract as well, kind of driving with your thinking there. So we're going to have to see what the situation is with TSLA and whether it's able to break that 350 level. We're down in the 348s, high 70s right now, trying to hold on to the 10. If we lose the 10, I think I'm just going to end this trade and we'll take a small loss here on TSLL. But yeah, it is kind of breaking through that 10 EMA, Joseph, so going to keep my eye out on this one.
Absolutely here, guys. I'm looking at Palantir as well. So I was thinking about looking for the continuation to the long side, but I mean, this stock's just been on such a monster run. It's inevitable that it's going to take a breath at some point, and you can see it's done absolutely bupkis today, Shreve.
Yes,
so not the best look here. I mean, that's the thing when you're trading strong stocks, right? Or you see a strong stock, something that's been trading like Palantir for the past 2 or 3 weeks, whatever it may be, you can get that buy program step in at any moment, and that's what I refer to. Just stick to things that are strong, because you never know when that's going to step in. And I'm kind of keeping my eyes on it here to see if that's going to happen. But we've been on an absolute monster run. So it's almost 100% return up, probably over that now. So with the low of 66 and now trading at 130s in a span of 3 weeks, 3 trading weeks, that's absolutely insane. But let's see what Adair's up to.
Yeah.
Keep an eye here on this Boeing. In case you missed it, there was a deal announced here. Qatar set to, I guess, get some of these Boeing jets here from the U.S. and, of course, Boeing, the company itself. Now, it's odd. When this was first announced, the stock didn't really move too much. But then Donald Trump said this was the largest ever 787 jet order ever. Again, I'm not sure of the veracity of this, but it's worth noting. He said it, the stock moved. CNBC just published an article, I guess, summarizing all of this. Now we get another pop here in BA. So BA continuing to fly on the same story. Reportedly, or guys, according to Donald Trump, the largest ever 787 jet order with Qatar. This is also being echoed here. The largest ever order is being echoed by the White House fact sheet. Again, I'm not sure of the veracity of this claim, but either way, the claim is getting circulated and the stock is reacting in kind. I guess Boeing, GE is also apparently implicated in this $96 billion agreement. So GE not moving, Boeing certainly is. Back to you.
Crazy, man.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That is crazy.
Well, and like, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Like when we saw that lineup of CEOs yesterday, meeting Donald and meeting MBS, it was interesting to see. But what caught my attention right away was just the amount of top-level CEOs that made the trip. And now we're kind of finding out as to why. There's some monster deals being announced here, man.
Monster deals.
Crazy.
Like, this is fantastic for the American equity markets, man.
I agree,
especially
man.
these investments with these guys. I'm going to take one more stab at this QBTS breakout to see if we can get that ball rolling here, guys. You can see we have multiple touches to the downside, but I'm also buying at the top of this range, looking for that breakout. That might might not be a good idea, to be honest with you, considering I would think that we would have broken out already by now, but volume starting to pick up. We did have that big volume spike earlier, and this might be the move. So you can see the strength starting to be displayed here in the time of sales as well. So you can see that flush right at the ask, and then you can see the darker prints above the ask. So that's a positive sign. If we can crack and hold this 1120 area, I think we're going to be sitting in a good position. And if it does start to work out, I'm going to most definitely be adding to this trade here, Sharif. So let's go QBTS. Let's go this quantum space. I don't know how much it needs the market to move it, but you can see this is some choppy stuff here, guys. And that's why it's okay. When you put in a monster day like yesterday, that's what we were talking the other day. It's it's okay to just sit on the sidelines, because chances are if you're just getting chopped up in this mess, you'll make more money in the long run. So just go small, keep those profits somewhat protected unless you have an A++ setup. So that's kind of what we're doing here. But let's go QBTS, starting to cook up here. One more time. We're on the backside of the trend, which is also a positive sign, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
I'll take that. Let me pull up here on this chart what I had displayed. So you can see we're forming these lower highs, and then now we've cracked it. Volume starting to be sustained. We're on the backside of this trend here, guys. Now we're loving it. Let's see if we can crack some of these key levels, hold them, and then we can add to this position.
We're in with you, man. Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti, we're in at 84, Joseph. We just wet the beak a few times there, 3 times now. On the way to a possible $12 bump and grind. We'll have to see.
Shout out to Bump and Grind. Who's saying that one?
I don't know.
Pretty Ricky.
Pretty
Ricky.
Was it Pretty Ricky? Neil just giving you a
Grind
favor.
on me.
Yeah.
No,
that's grind on me.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, wow, bro. You just brought some memories. That's my boy right there. That's why. Yeah. You displeased Neil very much with that comment, though.
I also thought Oasis sang that one Tom Petty song. So.
NWTN, I just got involved
Bump
with this
and Grind
one.
is R. Kelly. Yeah, there we go. Jesus.
Okay. Where's my NWTN trade here, Joseph? There we go. We're long. We just got the break of a $1.05. So here we go. We're going to do it again. We're 0 for 1 on NWTN. Boom. All right. How many shares do we have here, Joseph? Okay, we got some shares. Let's go ahead and take some more out here. Let's wait up at different levels, because this one, it bothers me. Okay, so here we go. We're doing it live right now on Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti. We're taking out all these freaking levels, baby. Here we go. Rigetti is on one, my guy. All right, and we got shares on Rigetti as well, man. So we're going to go ahead and post at different levels. So let's keep an eye here on RGTI. Sorry, David, I see that super chat. We'll cover it in a hot second. Just got to focus. Yeah, we got a good one right now, Joseph. So Rigetti right now doing its thing, 25. The one that's not doing its thing, 25, is TSLL, which we're out of the money on. Full disclosure, okay? So we're out 31s right now. It is not doing so well. So here is my TSLL trade. Anything below 15.15, we're gonna give back. So let's go ahead and put that one there, and then we're gonna give it some room here, Joseph. So TSLL, that's how many shares we have. All right, good. We're good to go on that one. Let's have a look at the other one here, ATOS. What do we got on this one? ATOS, we got 5s. Now we're showing 5s. Let's post at 6 over here. Make sure to wet the beak. Oh, that's not gonna be good, because that will be. All right, so we're gonna just go like this, because I didn't get that ad. Sorry, just give me a second here, guys. There we go. And now let's go back to Rigetti. That one's doing one. Oh, baby, NWTN is taking out levels. It's taking out levels, Justin. All right, we're gonna print there as well.
Let's go.
This one's going, guys. We got shares on NWTN. Let's go ahead and wait over here at 17s as well. This is a good breakout right now on my friend NWTN. Shout out to my OG Bovin. Always reliable, always reliable. So we'll post there as well. We'll see what the situation is. How about this one? ADCT, still holding VWAP. This one could be coming to an end quite soon. 73s we got on, showing me 69s. Yeah, this one likely will be out in a minute. ATOS, and how's my other one doing here? TSLL. We're going to have to hold on for TSLL, Joseph. 31s we got. Let's go ahead and post here at some levels. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you might get a nice bounce here in
hopefully
on TSLL there.
Hopefully.
So yeah, I'm just pulling up the options chain here on QBTS. I mean 12. at that 12th strike, we have 21,000 open contracts right now. That's the highest level. So let's see if we can punch that. That means that we could have some room to go. And mind you, this is just me, right? An observation over my years. I don't love trading NYSE stocks. I prefer to trade anything from the NQ, but if it's in play, I'll obviously take a look at it. But yeah, NYSE tends to move a little bit more different. I find personally, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but let's go NVDA. I mean, this thing is absolutely monstrous. Now climbing back towards that high a day here, guys. 134 and change. This stock is, oh man, this is going to go back to being the bee's knees. Where Dan Ives is having an absolute heyday right now with these deals. And Tom Lee, my guy Tom Lee too, is absolutely loving it. Those guys. I mean, I was listening to some Tom Lee last night, and he's just a perma bull, I think, at the end of the day.
Tom?
So yeah. Tom loves it.
But he speaks sense, though.
He does.
I got to give him credit for
Yeah,
that.
very much so. I mean, he admits when he's wrong, and then he lets you know when he's right as well, too. So, but by all means, right? He has every right to do so. But let's go QBTS. We're not getting the breakout that we want to see here, Sharif, at 11:30. We keep knocking on that door, and nobody's opening it. We keep rejecting these key levels here. So I got to be cautious. I don't mind to flatten out at a break even on this trade, especially because you can see the range that we're trading within. It's choppy, right? So why are you going to try to hope for a breakout kind of like I am in a choppy stock, right? And if it just comes right back into the middle of the range, then adios. We'll get back in the lower end of the range, or maybe if that volume really definitively steps in and decides to break out, then we'll have another opportunity as well. We're not sitting too bad right now. If we do crack this, there's going to be an opportunity to add. So we'll pack our patience. We'll hold our horses to see what's going on. But I do like that we're holding up around 11:30 right now.
Man, we're taking out all the levels here, Joseph, on NWTN. It's really breaking out here. Here we go.
Wow. Oh, wow.
This is really going here, Joseph. So let's go ahead and post at different levels over here, see if we can get some more. I'm waiting at 23. Shout out to Jordan up in this, you know what. It's showing me 23s now. It's going to have to cross to get that print. Boom. Boom to the high side. NWTN taking out highs, baby. We're like 1 penny off the high. We will halt here at 27 if this stays in this. Okay, so it's a false halt there. It loses that bid. So keep your eye on that 27 level. That's where it looked like we were going to halt. Simultaneously, we were taking out all the levels here on Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti. I'm all done on this trade. Got in initially, guys, at 1160. Took it all the way to 1190. And then got back in at 11, I believe, 84s. Took it out there 1120. We don't have exactly the top wick, but general area here on Rigetti. So keeping my eye out on that. How's this TSLL trade doing? Oh, it's not looking good, man. We're long 31s. It's showing me 19s. It's just not holding. I've given it to 10s. So it's going to have to hold up into this level or we're going to give back. Straight up, full disclosure, not looking good right now for TSLL as it is a big boy mover. All right, let's go back to the super chat here. I feel bad.
Oh, yeah, David.
David, $10. Guys dropping cash in the chat. I like goals. Super chat the birthday twins. Elon is light years from a genius. He has 14 kids from 5 baby mamas and thinks Mars is the new black. Genius. I don't feel any sort of sarcasm in that comment whatsoever, and that is coming from an individual whose love language is sarcasm. So thank you for your comment, David. I respectfully disagree with most of everything you just said there, but that's the beautiful thing. You can have your opinion. I can respect the hell out of you. I can have mine, and I hope you're able to respect that as well. So Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm still sitting in the same trade here, just kind of digesting what our guys David said over there. A bit of a hot take, but I mean, it is what it is.
I didn't say anything was really wrong. I just think the conclusions he's drawing.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. To each their own. But let's go QBTS. Don't be a flaming hot. Okay, yeah. Let's see what Neil's up to.
There first.
Sorry.
First, let's see what the market's up to. NASDAQ up about 0.5% here. S&P 500 up about 0.2%. And we did get a little bit of a pop here. Tesla really strong. Elon Musk meeting with an investment authority here in Qatar. But Boeing also with the Qatar-related catalyst. That's right. We do have Donald Trump and the Emir here of Qatar announcing a deal here. Boeing getting a pretty large purchase here, a purchase order for the 787 jets from Qatar. And actually, we had Donald Trump claiming that this was the largest ever order, one of the largest ever orders. Nothing that we could confirm, but either way, that excitement pushing Boeing to the upside. AMD initially had a nice push to the upside. Now it's languishing a little bit here, announcing a $6 billion buyback deal. And like NVIDIA and SMCI did also announce some collaborations here with Saudi Arabia when it comes to these partnerships. So lots of tickers to watch out for, especially on the semiconductor side of things. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you off to our friend Neil in this lesson of the day. Take it away.
Thank you, Adair. Thank you, Sharif and Joe. Lesson of the day today, something we say almost every single day, but sometimes it's like, it's not just what you say or how you describe it. Like, what does it look like in practice? Like, everyone talks about indicators like, oh, bull flag, bear flag, as if it's some simple thing that looks exactly like it does in a textbook. Well, being patient isn't something that is so easily quantifiable in trading. However, like certain other things, you kind of know it when you see it. And what I want to get to today is the level of patience you've needed in this market, depending on your trading style. For most trading styles, you need a little bit extra with the volatility we've had, and that was put to the test, I think, today. You had the market, I'm going to, maybe before I get into the individual stocks, you had the market essentially dancing around. Like, look at the NASDAQ yesterday, look at the NASDAQ in the overnight, and then look at that NASDAQ at the open. So it's a complete like wash back and forth, like traps here and there, eventually settling into what seems like a very slight upward trend. So it's choppy. At some stocks strong, some stocks weak. It was a complete mess. And so what that requires of you, at least what worked today, no questions asked, was a level of patience that meant you have an idea of a stock in a direction and you have a reason to get in. And if that reason is gone, then you get out and wait for another reason to get in. And the examples for me are one that is still, as the market going, trending down. But why was AMD able to be a winning trade? Why? Because it got to VWAP, we traded it, it failed the high of the day. You know me, sometimes when I get out, it looks stupid. Other times I get out, it looks genius. I'll show you Tesla in a bit too. So this one, you want to take credit for that? Well, then I got to get out at 343 on Tesla and look like a fool for that one as well. But we lost VWAP and we're out. We're in, we're out when we lose that prior bar candle. And then even though I'm still looking for long in AMD, I have to let it give me a reason. And it wasn't until it approached the prior high, it was 117.5, go out to the daily chart as well, and then we got the wick underneath 118, that puts it in the target area, bottoming tail candle, buyers emerge, we take a couple of shots long. It could not break that prior resistance at 119.5. So you know me, I'm getting out, the market's not giving me any direction, so I'm scalp trade only, and then suddenly, when this happens, I'm not looking at VWAP anymore. Got rejection here, you get a lower high rejection, still waiting for the test down at this level at the prior high directly. It bounces directly, breaks the trend. Now this is a trade. I'm going to have this 10 times out of 10 or 9 times out of 10 because maybe it happens on a stock that I don't like. But 9 times out of 10, I'm going to have that trade. It's breaking the trend line. It's off the support line. So I'm going to take my shot at it. Now, granted, could I have scalped out 30, 40 cents? Well, I think this one's much better than this trade here. So we don't. That's probably a fail. But that's the level of patience. Reason to get in, reason to get out, reason to get in, reasons to get out, and then wait. And it was a similar thing for Tesla. I didn't even get into Tesla until 9:45, and then, yeah, that's me. And then again here, and that's why I was FOMOing at 11:18. You've got to be patient in terms of waiting for when the opportunities to strike come in. SMCI was the same thing. Was it clean at the open? I don't think so. I wanted SMCI long. We didn't take it till 9:50. It wasn't good until 10:15. You weren't adding off of VWAP until 11:21. So this was heavy downtrend. Now, don't get me wrong. This is a V-shaped recovery. Tesla's a V-shaped recovery. There's a bunch of V-shaped recoveries. All of those trades would be working if you're able to just sort of hold it forever or, just average into death. But if you can be patient enough to wait for your reason to get in, happen, acknowledge if it's not really doing what you want, get out, be willing to take profit or get out, be willing to get in when it gives you a reason again. You're all about making decisions as a trader. And sometimes, even though you're bullish on something, The decision needs to be to get out so you can live to make another trade when it looks good again. That's the beauty of being an active trader. And for those of you might be on like PDT or something, or you can do limited numbers of trades, it's even more important because you don't get very many shots at it. So you can't just, if you're on PDT, you can't just sit there going long off VWAP and then holding it till, I don't know, like 42. You're gonna be sitting there like, oh, this is my one trade, I just have to hold this against me. But if you wait for it to set up, if you wait for it to actually look good, then you'll have more confidence in your trade. You're gonna, trust me when I tell you this, you're gonna miss a few to make a few, because sometimes you've gotta be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. So we talk about and preach patience all the time. It was a super choppy market this morning, and it could have chopped you up, and a lot of times it would have chopped me up today, but it was only patience and waiting for those correct entry points, following your rules, getting out when it doesn't hold the trend, getting out when it doesn't look strong, not getting in until it looks perfect on your setup. That's what patience means. And you know what? Sometimes you're gonna get out early, sometimes you're gonna miss the trade because you were really patient with it, but what else is gonna happen is you're not gonna blow yourself up before the move happens if you can display that kind of discipline. It's not easy, trust me, we all go through it. It's not an easy thing to do, but if you can be truly patient, then you can up your trading game. Best of luck, everybody. Go Tesla, and that's your lesson today.
I like that. I like how he closed out there. You see that?
You
see how he closed out there?
Go Tesla.
Go Tesla. That's my man.
Yeah, man, like, can we pull up my screen here real quick? Ah, why?
What happened, Joe?
Why wonder? Everybody remembers that song, but yeah, I don't know why I just decided to punch out break even. I'm like, you know what? That's enough of QBT. No. And I do this stuff when I'm slightly. I said to Shreve, it's about to break out. Why did I do that? And liquidity grabbed me. I'm like, let me get out. And now it's just
SPCE trolling.
What's he say? What did he say?
He gave him womp womp womp.
Yeah, there we go. That QBTS, man. Yeah, what a tough miss out on that one, and just absolutely going insane right now.
Yeah, it's going. Oh, they're all going.
Oh my days!
Rigetti, Monster Sweaty's flying
Sharif,
too,
this
bro.
thing is going crazy right now.
Nuts,
wow, I had the breakout. Oh no! Why did I punch out and not add there? That's okay. We'll figure it out. I like Robinhood right now, guys. We'll see if we can figure something out on that front. I got to stop looking at QBTS because it's just pouring salt in the wound here as it goes parabolic here on the intraday. I'm going to keep my eye on Robinhood. But yeah, that trade is now set and gone. But yeah, really big breakout on QBTS, and you can see that volume really step in there, guys, as we break through some of these key resistance zones heading into 12. I'll be looking for any indecision on that front. Halar, it never fails. It happens to me all the time. And I know, Halar, we've talked about it before. It's either just let it hit your target or let it hit that stop loss. But I wasn't being too tough this morning. I'm like, I don't want to give up any of my gains here on the day, so I was playing it conservative. So yeah, it is what it is. I mean, we still got everything that we've locked in from NVDA, and NVDA is now putting in a new high a day. So we'll find another opportunity to trade, and I kind of like Robinhood over here, guys. So if the market wants to continue to climb higher, and maybe Tesla as well for a continuation in the strength. So there's going to be plenty of opportunities, but we had that one sniped, guys. I talked about precision entries. So we had that nice move here, that precision one on that, and then I added looking for the continuation, and this is essentially what I was looking for with this add here, but we didn't get that, and then we eventually took a small loss on it because I was free rolling on that, and then I entered again, and then I just came out as the guy it doesn't want to go, so I just stopped out break even there. I didn't even take a loss or anything like that, but yeah, we end up, when you do things like that, you miss those big moves, Sharif, so you got to live with it.
I know the feeling too well, Joseph, so I can share that kind of sentiment with you guys. TSLL, we got out of a little bit of trouble.
Oh, I like it here.
Pardon me?
I like
yeah. So I'm break even on it now, 1 penny in the money. We got a couple of prints to the high side. Sad for me though, I didn't have the orders layered. I didn't think it was going to pop up in this fashion. Go up to use the bathroom while Neil's dropping his lesson of the day, and we get a couple of prints. But alas, we've got several topping tail candles now. That's the bad side of the equation. The good side of the equation is that we're still defending that 10 EMA. On the 5, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. It's been defended on a 4-candle basis right now with both wicks and closing prints above the 10 EMA. Does it last? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It's all about putting the odds on your side. That's what trading is all about. Making sure that you have the best setup, the best way you know how. So that's what I'm doing right now. We'll see if that continues. I'm taking prints here on ADCT. Another one that's been very respectful of the volume weighted average price. It holds it on a 4-candle basis around that 165, 166 area. It's right back into above that $1.75, 176. My print at 176 not getting filled, nor is 78, nor 80. Reason is, it's not crossing 76, so it's got to cross. It's got to get above that 76 penny level for the order to trigger. It is not doing that at the moment, so trying to pack my patience with this one, but I've layered the orders out in the way that I like, at the levels that I like, so come what may, and we'll keep tabs on that. NWTN is kind of crazy, okay? Now, here's the deal. So, you know I have a rule not to trade these small cap gappers when the price action is below the volume weighted average price. But if you guys are looking at this, look at that 90 penny level right here. Why does it keep holding up here? And I'm looking at it on my black charts, and it looks like a solid level. So in my humble estimation, the money fills on NWTN are in that mid to low 90s area, and then you're getting aggressive moves up, but they're not lasting. There's no subsistence here in these moves. They're all V-shaped retracements that retrace in the next candle. Case in point, look at this candle over here on the 5. It breaks out from 96 pennies, goes to $1.30, drops all the way back down to $1. Same thing over here. This is where we were involved. This is a 2-candle setup. 1150, 1155. Rockets from 96 pennies. Prints at high date, $1.32. Drops all the way back down to 92 pennies. So the money fills here on NWTN seem to be in that low 90s. I'm done talking about it. We're going to put an order out now for that 95 penny level, come what may. If it ends up printing, it prints. Good. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Simple as that. So that's what we're looking at right now. And let's go to the next trade here. ATOS continues to hold the level, but no prints above 5. There's clearly a seller at 5 over here. I won't be convinced otherwise. It's been rejecting that 5 penny level since 1150. So the better part now of over 25 minutes. What else we got over here? TSLL, as I mentioned, break even on this one, but I'm kind of concerned about the setup. The only thing kind of keeping me optimistic is the respect for the 10 EMA on the 5. We'll have to see how long that lasts. I don't think it is going to be forever and ever more. Why is the market selling off? Says Charles Zhang. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Charles. I'm looking at the NQ, and the market is at 21,385. The high is 405. So we're like 20 points off the high. The low, 21,238. So about 150 points south. So I wouldn't say we're selling off, Charles, but I see what you're saying there. Roland, that is my previous profession. So if I do sound like that, that's by design. All right, so we're going to keep an eye out on the small cap gappers that we've got right now. We'll hoping for the best with Tesla, but anything below that 1505 area, Gonzino, we're going to cut that one. Joseph, what do you got on your side, my man?
Yeah, I'm in some TSLL with you here. We got roughly the same price here. So
you always gotta have a little bit better there. Okay.
I mean, we can't get that precise. Let's see. I'm out though, Shreve. If we crack these lows, 51.11, so I'm only going to give this 10 cents or so. I'm looking for the continuation in this trend, but if it decides that it wants to break lower, then we might be able to get a retest of the volume weighted average price. But let's go TSLL. Google's just gone absolutely insane here today, guys. I love how you've mentioned that.
4.5?
Yeah. Google's just,
Well, we talked about I gave my opinion on that one.
Big things there. Yeah. There's a lot in the pipeline
on that front. What happened to them,
Yeah, exactly. Let's pull up some AMD. My guy Pizza Rat and some other traders were talking about this one here earlier in the day. So let's pull up Advanced Money Duplicator now because it's up. I think it's.
He's flipped the switch again.
Exactly. We're flipping the switch here on that one. I mean, I stopped trading AMD for so long, guys. I'm like, this thing is just, I'm not in sync with it whatsoever, and I very rarely intraday trade it. But I mean, up quite a bit off of those lows, guys. So good look here on AMD. Let's take a look at the intraday trend to see what we got going on. I thought maybe we'd see some more continuation, but you can see for the past couple sessions, just outright strength here, guys, as a $6 billion buyback, and I think they inked about a $10 billion deal as well, too, with the Saudis. So there you go. It's ink the deal with the Saudis, bang, the next day you go and you buy $6 billion worth of your shares back. So let's see if we can get the ball rolling here on AMD. Yeah, you know what I mean? Just get it done, right? So there it is, transferring money into one way and the other. So yeah, let's see if it can pop through the volume-weighted average price. It's not good that we've been hovering below VWAP for this long from an intraday standpoint. So you have to be patient with this one. You want to be grabbing the lows of this range. I don't know about grabbing the highs for the breakout. I don't think that's really going to work. But looking for this continuation in Tesla, we're not getting it, Sharif. And so I'm just slowly chiseling away at my gains here, which I don't love doing. But it is what it is. If you got to risk money to make money, and scared money don't make money.
Doesn't.
So yeah, let's see what we got going on. 15.10. We're gonna hop out of this. I started half decently aggressive because I was looking for the continuation in this trend here, considering the volume was supporting that. And then you can see as we start to pull back, the volume profile is cooling off as well too. So that's what you want to see. So we just got to be patient enough to wait for buyers to step back in, and hopefully that volume comes along with it, and we can go and test that high a day. But oh, Sharif.
What?
Why did I enter this? I did forget about those high levels of OI at 350, so that can explain.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I don't know why I was longing, but anyway.
Well, we've got some room between there and that 350, though.
We do. But once it's already rejected it once, right?
But can I say a point there? And I'm sure you already know this. Look at the higher lows. You're not getting that explosion that we got here. Certainly, you're just not getting that.
No.
But look at that. Look at higher low, higher low,
yeah,
higher
that's
low.
a positive sign. That's
right? So we'll see.
Okay, here we go. Get a nice little pop right there, up to 24s there, guys. So let's go. My target here, guys, if you're curious about that one, it's going to be the high of the day, right? Or just slightly below it. So we'll call it 1540s if we can tap into those levels. So that's exactly what I'm looking for. So, Nimel, what is your AMD entry? I haven't traded AMD, nor am I going to be trading AMD today. Palantir at the low of day, watching for indecision, says my guy Gorev. All right, I like that there, Gorev, too. I was looking at Palantir. Don't love the price action pattern, but again, keep your eyes on. If you see anything, obviously let me know, please, and thank you. Much appreciated. We're going to go over my NVDL one more time because that was the trade of the day for me, and that's what's just holding up everything. So a nice look on NVDA for the continuation of strength, just using the 2x leverage product. So for every 1 percentage point move, you get 2 here in NVDL. So you can see it's double the return of what NVDA is up here on the day. So you can see I entered here and then a 110% add right there and then pop, even though I did get stopped out with about 30% of it there, Sharif. But still happy with that one.
All right, man. Rigetti's coming into 12, guys. And this interests me very much because 12 and the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart are overlapping, basically. I think maybe the 10 is at 11.95, but given its proximity to the whole dollar, one has to assume that the whole dollar here will likely be the support, previously resistance. Now, as I look at this a little bit more, 1190 did act as price action resistance. Look at that move up where I wet the beak right before that, rejects 90, drops down to 60, high 50s, and then pops all the way back up. So are we getting yet another opportunity on Rigetti? Knees are freaking heavy at the 10 EMA. I'll submit to you, this is the third time since that 1020 breakout from the lows at 10 and a quarter, that 1030 time slot at that $10.25 level. That was the low area of the day. We kind of popped up into 11 and a quarter, retraced back down into 11 where the 10 EMA was. We then rocketed up almost to 12, 1190, drop back down again to 1150 where the 10 EMA was. Here it is again from 1150. We go to 1240, drop back down to 12. Yes, where the 10 EMA is. Do we get in here, Joseph, or is this one running its course? Is the best trade kind of behind it here for Quantum, Rigetti, QBTS, QUBT, IONQ, whatever you want to trade here? It looks like the group is running. So here's what I'm doing, Joseph. We're doing it live.
All right.
We're going to go long, and we're going to give it, 11 mid-90s. All right, that's the deal. So we're going to go ahead, and we're going to throw that stop there, and then we're going to put some beak wetters here for... What's going on, Neil? eToro's open. All right, the IPO everyone was waiting for. ETORO, I don't know. I had it ETRO, I think it is. No, that's wrong. What is it, Neil? ETOR, thank you. Here it is. eToro open. It looks like the opening price $69 and something. Thank you, Adara. Adara will come in a second. This one, let me flip to the one on this so we can get a better look. So we're still in the first minute. 72 high, 68.01 low. The opening print, it does look like was 69 something, 69.70, 69. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This thing is going mad.
Yeah.
Mad over here, Joseph. Zigging
I was
and
just
zagging.
about to tell you, full BP that right in there.
Full BP, yes.
Tap it
And then we
right
just
there.
go home after that because we're fired.
Yeah,
Right there.
indefinitely.
Right, fired indefinitely, baby. No, seriously, E-T-O-R, ladies and gents. That is eToro, the Israeli-based, I think, is it trading? Is it like a brokerage? I'm pretty sure it's like a brokerage. ETOR, there is the ticker there. We don't have any information on it. Let me know when you want to come in, Adara, so you can drop hotlines and let everybody know about the situation. ETOR, guys, IPO open currently. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. I'm going to settle the hell down. 68.01 low, $72 high. It's above 71 right now, trying to take out 71.50. All right, we're involved in Rigetti. Knees are heavy, waiting for a print here at the high teens. I think I'm waiting at 19s, then mid-20s. It's got a higher low on the current 5-minute candle. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles, baby. TSLA is just starting to annoy me here. So I think, I'm going to try to pack my patience with that one.
Yeah.
ADCT, we took a couple of prints on that one at 76, doing well on that, but not exactly exploding to the high side. Jay Lee, short eToro. It's way high at 17 over IPO price, in my humble opinion. Thank you, Jay. Jay's looking at it from a very technical sense, and I really do appreciate that. He's looking at the IPO price relative to the opening price and making the educated assumption they are overvalued. So his bias right now is short. Shout out to the OG Jay Lee. We're going to keep an eye out on eToro. Jay, I think I'm going to steer clear of this one for a minute until it settles the hell down. I have something.
Oh,
I'm not plugged in.
Okay,
My mistake,
no,
bro.
it's
My
all right.
mistake.
We're going to send it over to Adara over there, guys.
Hey, you asked for information here about ETOR, Sharif, and information about ETOR you shall receive. This is eToro. As you said, it is an Israeli company. They do, I believe, I was seeing earlier today, stock and crypto trading platforms. So similar to our friend Robinhood seems to be what ETOR has to offer here. Opening price for this IPO, this is the 3-minute chart here, guys, $69.69. What an opening price there. I figured that might happen there, Sharif. So this is the opening price, but this is also notable, guys, because the pricing range, $46 to $50. This is well above the range and also well above the expected price at $52 per share. So that 69 opening definitely blows it out of the water. They're trying to raise $620 million here. That's what I was seeing. That is ETOR. And it's funny too, eToro, kind of similar to Webull with regards to Toro meaning bull in the logo, pretty much the same as well. So keep an eye here on ETOR. Keep an eye on any potential sympathy plays as well, like the aforementioned Webull or Robinhood. Back to you.
Era for that.
Back to life.
Back to reality.
NVDA 135.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Scary.
ETOR.
Yeah, we are. All right, guys, check this out.
Get it, Joe.
Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the Pool is changing that. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at just $47. That's your total risk. And you get a real shot at trading with up to $200,000 in company capital. You don't need a large deposit. You don't need years of experience. This is a limited risk trading platform built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just a small skin in the game and you're trading with real capital. Scan Trade the Pool's QR code to get 10% off and start your journey here at tradethepool.com there, guys. So check it out. Scan that QR code if you guys are interested. You see it $47. And there you go. You can try your first evaluation, see if you pass it. Where's our guy Stevenson at lately? Stevenson, oh, there he is. I see him in the chat.
What's he doing?
My guy, where you been at? I'm going to message him because he's been trying that one. So, yeah, I'm sure he's listening in the background as well, too. But I hear what you're saying on this Tesla, Sharif. Slightly getting frustrating. You can see that we have those lower highs as well too. So if we just want to draw a basic TA in this consolidation phase that we're currently sitting on, this is where we could potentially add if we sit on the backside of this. But until otherwise, We're continuously rejecting this, and if we crack this support level, then I'm going to get out of Dodge. But that's what needs to happen. I think, in my opinion, that as long as we can sit on this 15, on top of this 1525 level, then we'll be all right. And I think it might come into play. It just depends if we can get buyers to step in or our timings are incorrect. So that's what it may be. Sure. There might be another liquidity grab before we have the ability to add into the position, or we might even get stopped out, and then that's it. So we'll figure it out. Excuse me, I was looking for Luis Martinez in the chat, but I didn't see him. So yeah, patience is key. So I'm going by what Luis says for day 2 there, guys. So yeah, sorry, might have to get some water.
Yeah. No worries. Do your thing,
water,
baby.
Yeah.
All right, guys, ADCT, we're doing well on this one. I just took out a print at 76, now waiting at 78. This is the level we rejected last time. We couldn't clear 78 for whatever reason, because I've had that level posted for a hot minute. I'm talking about $1.78 on ADCT, up 34% and change. But yeah, and you can kind of see that. The closing prints on ADCT all reject 78, despite the fact that the high of the day is 80. So it can't really shake this level. The volume also displeases me. It's about 1.72 million shares, so 1 3/4 million shares on the day. Not exactly a glowing endorsement. Uh-oh. Ozan's back.
Oh, I think.
Shout out to my man Ozan. I'm back, baby. What did I miss? We got an IPO, Mr. Ozan. Look at this, but over here, eToro is the ticker, and it's taking out highs. This thing's above 73 bucks, 40% now up. Yeah, so I don't know, Ozan, if you're into these IPOs or what the situation with you over there is, but this one is really getting parabolic with that $73. I think it's actually got a higher high there. I think 73.70 or so. Opened up at 69.69. They tell me that just is not a glowing endorsement to go long over here. Here we go. Dropping back down into 71 now. Volatility is this one's middle name, so be careful with that. Guys, we give back a little bit here on Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti. So we got in at 14s, and I got stopped out at 12. So we gave out 14 pennies there. It did lose the 10, but if this one starts giving me new 5-minute candles to make new highs, then I get in. Currently, it's in a 4-candle red setup to the downside. That ain't my jam. So we're going to wait, see what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to my man, Neil. All right. TSLL is continuing to do its thing. ADCT just won't give me that 178 no matter what. And I've been posted there for a long time, so I know I'm higher up in priority there in terms of the order of filling. So I'm just packing my patience there. Ozan, I'm keeping my eyes on YB of it. What happened, Adara? Okay.
Yeah, I can talk about it. I was just going to
get it, Adara.
Do a private rating here. But yeah, I'm working an infographic right now on the many CEOs of UNH. There actually aren't that many, but it's funny how many left due to scandals is just a pattern I'm noticing right now. I'm not saying that's the case with Andrew Whitty. I'm not seeing any evidence of that, but the first 2 CEOs certainly did. And you'll get an infographic on that very soon, and I apologize for the spoiler alert. Back to you.
It would have lost a bit. So? I mean, who knows, right?
Yeah,
Trading is what it is, right?
It is. But I mean, the longer that we sit in this range, I think it's better, maybe. What do you think?
Joseph, I always usually don't think that there's anything that happens by accident in trading and price action. It's so scripted, so orchestrated. If you're holding the 10 over and over and over and over, there's usually a reason for that. Something is basing it off that, and that's my opinion. I'm not 100% accurate, of course. But that's just my guess. And what I'm seeing here on TSLA and TSLL, Joseph, is higher lows and a very, very clear respect for the 10 EMA.
Yeah, let's go.
That's what I see. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to continue to hold it. I mean, like 1 penny in the money or 2 pennies in the money, but I'm fine with that.
Hey, it's better than no pennies.
I'll get stopped out, bro, to see it through.
Yeah, same.
You know
That's
what I mean?
exactly what I'm going to do. All right, we're in it together. Dang. Somebody said something in the chat here, and I'm sorry, it kind of just slipped my mind as we were talking about Tesla. Yeah, thanks, Luis Martinez. Much appreciated.
Get it, Luis.
Learn with Kalina. Look at Bull. Yeah, we could take a look at Webull. We're on the backside of this trend here now, Sharif. So that's a positive sign. Let's see if we can crack through this resistance zone. Do we add to this position? I don't know.
In unison.
Yeah, let's go.
There it is.
Go. I
man.
told you, it's looking good.
It doesn't happen by accident, Joey Options.
Nothing happens by accident in these markets, guys. Here, Webull, volume really starting to step in above the volume weighted average price, so I would be looking for the continuation in the long here. Wait for that pullback. As you can see, it's on lower volume, so just pack your patience, but I'm liking Webull. If we zoom out on it from a daily, I think I took a couple stabs at Webull. One was really good, one was absolutely disastrous, but that's okay. Damn, 82% off of those highs. Let's go, TSLA. There we are, Sharif. We missed the ad opportunity. Here we go, guys. I didn't take bull long, Jay Lee. I'm long Tesla. This is all I need to be sitting in right now. Sharif, I mentioned if we sit on the backside of this here, you guys have seen this market live, mark this live, and if we sit on the backside of this, then maybe we can continue to move higher and test this high a day. So far it's looking pretty good. I mean, we're not at the end game just yet, but I mentioned 1540 is going to be that primary target. But let's see if we can take that second leg higher here in Tesla, guys.
Adara, the OG Darwin in the chat says Steve Weiss announces he bought more United Health Group. So there you go.
Steve.
Yeah. I just wanted to let you know because I know your affinity for that name. So yes. So UNH, shout out to the OG Darwin, live on CNBS. Looking to go long there on UNH. I was looking at this one earlier. I forget who it was. I think it was me, maybe me and Joseph. I'm not really sure. Yes, me and Adara. Yes. Let's show this. Really not a good chart. This is not a good chart. Yeah, this is really ugly, guys. I mean, this is a massive readjustment, and you just gotta just analyze the amount of money that flowed out of this. So from that area high, okay, let's just go back and give the exact dates here. So from that local high, April 11th, so let's just say a month, okay? Today's May 14th, whatever. Let's just go 605. Let's drag that down. The company's lost half its value in a month. That's crazy to me. This is a Dow component. This is supposed to be a stable name, right? I mean, wow. And as Neil always mentions, and something that I didn't know, the Dow is price weighted. So this thing was up, obviously a very expensive name. So the fact that it keeps tanking like this, certainly not helping the Dow. And those holding the DIA probably hate this stock. So that's the situation. Go Tesla, go. We're taking out levels. We're doing it live. Here we go. We're taking out that 37s. Give me that print, man. Give me that boom to the high side. All right, baby. We're doing it freaking live. What do we got on for Tesla? We got 19s. We're taking out 39s. I got shares on this one. So we're going to be able to hold a little bit here. Let's post at 42s. It's showing me 39s again. Can we clear 40s? The next level I'm waiting at above 42s is 49. That's not going to be good enough. Let's go ahead and wait mid 40s over here. So we're going to post at 45 as well. TSLL up almost 9%, 8.92. TSLA up 4.41%. It is a competition between three different names today, Joseph Wilson. Google, Tesla, Nvidia, they're all in that 4% club. Who ends up taking the cake? I knew you'd be pumped when you got back, bro. It doesn't happen by accident.
It doesn't happen by
accident. Right? That 10 EMA is a random level. You're telling me it's going to... Of course,
how's
bro.
your average? FIFO, eh?
We got shares on this one, Joseph, so we're going to hold on a little bit here, baby.
My God.
All right, we're doing it live right now, ladies and gents, and we're doing it live on this one as well. Go ADCT. We just took out 78s. Now I'm waiting at 80s. So this one's on one as well. We've got several more outs on this one, so you know where I'm going to wait. We're going to wait at 82s. Shout out to that year. We're going to Adara LePage. What do you got for us?
For that transition there, Sharif Gabriel, keep an eye on Apple. I'm seeing here on X, apparently the company is planning on adding eye scrolling features to its Vision Pro headset. They're also going to be looking to offer eye scrolling in their Vision OS 3 update. Also, I want to share a fun fact. I dropped this in the chat too, but if you saw the market recap, you might have heard me mention Bespoke, which is a known quantity here on X. They do a lot of analysis. Basically, they posted yesterday that UNH has dragged down the Dow quite a lot. So from April 11th, it's actually apparently caused a cool 1,800 point drop in the Dow in total. If the UNH wasn't in the Dow, we would have a 3.5% move. I believe it was either year to date or from April, probably year to date there. But year to date, the Dow was actually at the time, which was yesterday, down 0.7%. So UNH single-handedly dropping the Dow. And again, definitely check that out on X. That's on Bespoke, though I will likely repost it as well. Just be aware here that I think, because you were mentioning it, I wanted to bring that up. The extent to which the extent to which UNH has impacted the Dow is staggering. Back to you.
Crazy. And we had that feeling, Derek, because we'd wake up and the NQ would be up, I don't know, hundreds, and the ES would be tens, obviously not hundreds, and the Dow would be looking flat. It's like, what's going on with the Dow? Well, your friend UNH is the party pooper. Ali Swans wants me to look at AMPL for him. He says, or she, I don't know, over here, could you please check out AMPL? I picked up at 762. I don't know if it's presenting any indications of a reversal or continuation. Let's have a look. So this is the daily here. So you're well in the money, man. You picked up some at the bottom. Bravo. Bravo. That's a fantastic look. They're going to give you a round of applause for that. Amplitude Incorporated is the name of the company, a $1.6 billion market cap. They provide digital analytics platform that helps companies unlock the power of their products. They help businesses understand how people are using their products so they can build digital experiences. Sure. All right, let's look at the overall chart. Yeah, we've seen this stuff before coming from the highs of COVID. Many charts look like this, so let's not get too concerned. But look, you're asking obviously on the daily because you picked this up at 762. No, what signs of reversal are you seeing there? I see higher highs, higher lows. Look at that day yesterday. Even when you sold off aggressively, this candle here is just a glowing endorsement that somebody loves this stock. So much so, they let it drop below the previous day low and bought the hell out of it, almost taking it back to close green and to the highs. A skosh off the highs. The high there was 12 something. This thing ended up closing 1191. So this is a fantastic look. I would say you're likely going to encounter some resistance between 1275 to 13, given the amount of chop and churn that we had over here. I don't know what your thinking is on this one. If you want to wet your beak, maybe a little bit before that key area of resistance, I'll submit to you probably 1275, 13. And then if you really get lucky, you take out this area high. You take out this area high over here, you're setting up real well, because then you're looking at, back maybe into 20 bucks. I don't know exactly where, maybe even 32. Look at that area low back in January of 2022. You'll have to look at that as a technical area of resistance as well, likely to be 30. So you're above the 200 exponential, you're above the 200 simple. Obviously, you're above the 50. I don't see signs of reversal on AMPL. I think you got a banger trade there at 7 something. You're obviously almost doubled your money. 14 doubles your money. So good look on you. If you're asking my opinion, I don't see any reversal signals, Joseph.
Yeah, guys. So I only sitting on half of this position here on Tesla. I mentioned to you guys 1540 is going to be that target, because for some reason I just had that little bit of that hunch that we weren't going to crack through those highs. So there it is, guys. I'm only sitting on just half of it. I mentioned that just now, but you can see we rejected that. Now constructing that lower high here, guys, and looking like we might come into that break even. But I was telling Sharif, this is the add opportunity, and then you just take that 15-20 cent move right there, really aggressive. So okay, yeah, I had a couple people in the chat asking me to take a look at some things here. So let's go over, what was it? Somebody asking me, Joseph, can you take a look at NVDA's options chain to see the next potential level, I believe was the question. Most definitely. We can do that without a doubt. Let me pull up my TSLA up here. I mean, this thing's blue skies now. It's absolutely fantastic. I think this is going to be a runner and continue to run into the earnings. And one thing I was just thinking as I was going to the washroom, what is their forward guidance going to look like now that these guys are striking this deal? I might have to hop out of Tesla here momentarily, but that's all right. We took a nice little move on that one. As we come back to the break even, and yeah, I'm out there, guys. So there it is. Out of Tesla, let's see, 137 has 53,000 open contracts. I got to go all the way down to those 120s. Oh my days. Okay, so those have been absolutely lifted. So if we go back to earlier in the week, I think on Monday at 120 or 121, there was over 100,000 open contracts at that 120 strike price, and now we're sitting at half of that. So see you later. A lot of people got squeezed out of that, and it probably happened yesterday there, guys. But 137.53, we got some overhead. 135, we have some overhead as well too. You can see we're kind of struggling at those levels. 135 is larger. We got 88,000 current open contracts at that. And then for this week's expiration, I think 88 is going to be that highest level. But I want to pull up my X to see, because I posted Monday morning the NVDA chain, just referring to the rollover that we could have seen from the previous week. So I want to take a look to actually see what that contract sizing was, because I'm pretty sure it just took a 50% haircut. So a lot of people getting destroyed on that. So yeah, there it is here, May 12th here on Monday, guys. You can see it at that, where is it? Yeah, 157,000 open contracts on Monday, and now we're sitting at like 67,000. See you later. Those offside traders that just got blown through the water, and then that could maybe justify some of the squeeze that we've seen yesterday on NVDA, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Tesla is coming back down here, so I've moved up my stop to this area low. So I'm long 19s. We've taken out the majority of the position into 40s. There he is. We get stopped out for the remaining amount. Still a good trade, though, I think. So we'll give back a little bit over here. $15 is where I'm looking. Oh, what's going on? We're in TSLL, Katina, man, not TSLA, but Oh,
2x levy.
2x levy there. Yeah, as it comes back down into 15. Here's the deal.
Bringing your lunch over here, Katina, man?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think he's going to get it right now.
It's tanking. I'm out of it. I got out of that break even. You're out of it now too, sure?
Yeah. I took a bit of a loss on the last little part. I was long 19s, got stopped out 11.
It failed that new high day break, right? So I'm like, okay, we took some off, and I just left 50% for that high day break. But then as soon as it came back, right, if we're going to be relatively stronger, I didn't think we were going to come back to that break even. So that's why I just got out right there. And you can see we cracked some key support levels on that one.
Yeah, but if we come into that 15, that's the 345 level. I like it there.
You like it?
Yes, I do. Look at that previous area. Look at that rounded top. That starts from around 7 o'clock.
Okay.
It peaks at 8:10, and then it drops all the way back down to 337. So that peak right there at 8:15 or so, that's 345. So on this chart, on TSLL, it's basically 15:05.15. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to watch. If it loses 15, obviously I'm out, but I do like this level over here, even though it breaches a lot of these moving averages that we're looking at. And it's finding support at 345 actually on TSLA. So I'm going to get back in. I'm going to get back in small size, and I'll defend into 15. That's my move right now. Let's see what comes of that. Adara, what's up?
Really nice push here for US dollar. So if you're a Forex trader right now, long the USD, congratulations. I'm seeing this report on X, not seeing any source for it, but basically the US reportedly not seeking to weaken the dollar as part of its trade deals. So on this sign here that the US is reportedly not looking to weaken the dollar as such actually gets stronger here. Great look for the DXY today, and back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for that. Yeah, it's really interesting there. And we've heard what Donald has to say, Adara. He's talked about wanting the dollar to be weaker. He wants to increase exports, right, to make it more attractive for foreign buyers using their currency. And if it obviously is weaker than the US dollar, or sorry, the US dollar is weaker relative to their currency, they can buy more of their products. Obviously, when the US dollar goes higher, it makes exports less attractive because they're more expensive. So that's a stated goal he's had for a long time, much to the chagrin of many people in his party that actually champion a stronger dollar. So we'll have to wait and see which way this cookie crumbles, but needless to say, it's an interesting proposition. We'll have to see if he actually follows through with that, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay Lee, now I think you're starting to fall in the Kyle Burdett realm there, my friend. Take it short.
Well,
he wants to short everything.
He's said that he's biased. I think
Did he?
once we had tariffs, he told me in the chat. He's like, I'm biased, short for a while now.
That's the thing. Aiden Bridge, I didn't get the opportunity to. I should have. But again, I was kind of just protecting my gains from earlier in the day. But that would have been a really nice ad here because that's what I usually do. So that's okay, guys. We're not going to get too upset about that. I mean, we tried the QBTS trade, didn't work out, but we sat patiently. Luis Martinez, shout out to you in this one, and then we got that breakout here on TSL and actually top ticked it. And then once we failed to crack that high day, then I was like, it's not going to be looking too good. But why did we reject it so heavy? And I think that the fact that Sharif mentioned to that 350 strike price definitely came into play here, guys, on Tesla. So you can see 39,000 open contracts ran right into it. That previous high of the day was exactly to be 349.88, and then we constructed another lower high at 349.17. So there you go, that call wall right at 350 coming into play there, guys. So good respecting of that one there, and that's what I was referring to earlier. They're not always respected. I mean, if we had that volatility spike and we were already trading in like the high 40s and that volatility came in, we would blow through that because there'd be enough supply and demand in order for us to do so. But that wasn't the case. We made that move and then we stalled right around that 350 strike price, and it is what it is. It broke down. Maybe we get another entry, like Sharif said. You just have to be patient and wait to see. Are you in it again?
Yeah.
Let's go. All right.
We got the bottom there. Joseph just got printed there at 19s, waiting for that move into 22s. But I still got several profit takers here, or sorry, entries into the $15 level that have gone unprinted. So, you know, it's one of those ones where we got a wick down, but we didn't really, you know, make a newer candle to make a 5-minute high. So that does concern me. So I'm always caught between two minds here. Do I want it to drop down a little bit more so I can pick up some more at a key level? Or is if it drops down, then kind of a bearish sign? Here we go at 20s again, right back into that 10 EMA on the 5. Let's see if we're able to clear that 10 EMA because I'm keeping my eye on that 350. Katina, man, we got up to 350 on Tesla to the penny, and it rejected. Joseph, check the options chain. There's like a huge options wall in and around that level. The Katina man is still long NVIDIA at these levels. NVIDIA obviously has been a monster on today, 4% in the Greensville, so we'll keep tabs on that.
Go
ahead, Joseph.
Ask
go ahead.
me what my average price is on NVDA.
What's your average price on Tesla?
Yeah. This guy, I have not. Oh, this guy did that. That's dirty, man. That's
Come on,
dirty.
bro. You want to dunk on everybody. I'm like, I'm just going to give this guy a free ride, man.
It's all right.
No, I'm playing. Go ahead, Joseph. Tell him. He told me it's a banger.
105. We got average price there. No.
No, it's not easy too, dude. I mean, NVIDIA was in a downtrend. Let's be honest. We got lower lows, lower highs. I personally couldn't see a technical breakout above that trend. You had a trend line there drawn.
Yeah, I did.
And when that trend line got broke, what'd you do?
Exactly. I started buying.
Bang.
Like, that's how simple it is, right? Trend down, as my guy Neil likes to say, trend down. Here. We cracked that trend down.
Joe,
we're on the back side of it there. And then there we go. We just take it. We start grabbing some. I actually did average into it a couple times, but it is what it is. But I mean, 105, I'll take it, FIFO. So, dang.
FIFO. Yeah. Ladies and gents, IXHL is almost up 1,000%, and it's on the way to $1 here. 89, basically 90 pennies. The high of the day. It is essentially 89.96 at the high as we speak. What is the deal here? Do we get a break and take maybe into that dollar? I'm going to give this one the old community college try. Let's give this one a try, and I don't mind DCAing into about that 80 penny area. So we'll see how this one ends up acting. 87 and change, 88. Technically, as I mentioned, the high 89 pennies. Let's throw some orders here at what I perceive to be key levels. So we'll throw in an order there, and then we'll throw another order down here. I'm going to wait at 82s as well. Let's see if we can get something on IXHL. But dangerous, obviously, punching in at the highs, but it's up 1,000%. So maybe there's a lot of people looking at this one, and we get a nice big move into that dollar area. IXHL, obviously, it's a small cap gapper, penny stock, south of $1, but it is trading quite well at the moment. 88s again. Here we go. Can we get that big boy break? We're getting that tape teleportation. You can see all that orange and that green come in on the left side of your screen. Right there, yellow, in case you're wondering, our mid prints. Green is buying on the ask. Orange is buying above the ask. Red is selling on the bid, and blue is selling below the bid. So it kind of gives you an idea, just using colors, about kind of the state of the name right there. Is there a lot of buying? Is there a lot of selling? So we're going to pack our patience and keep an eye out on that. Let's go back to TSLL over here as we zig and zag. We got this one at 12s, coming back into 15s. Yeah, I don't like the look of this one's jib, Joseph. We're just going to cancel this one here, take the profits, and get the hell out of there. Keeping an eye, obviously, on eToro. It's substantially lower than the high there, 74.23 the high. This one is losing the bid. It looks like it's down to about 67.5, 67 2/3, with the low of the day, I think, being 67 on the dollar there. Still up 30% over that IPO price. Shout out to my main man, Jay Lee, who said short this one. It's opening up substantially higher than the listed IPO price, so we're going to keep tabs on that one, guys. NWTN as well, another one we were involved in. Where's that one at? I think I removed it. Yeah, so I'll have to get that one back. I think I switched it for IXHL. But yeah, NWTN right back above the volume weighted average price as well. So I'm going to be keeping my eye there. Let's see if this one can take out that $1.32. It's been having a lot of trouble taking out that $1.32. An obvious double top there, guys. If you're trading that one, trade it carefully.
Absolutely. All right, my good buddy Zach Bobek. Let's take a look at HIMS for you there. And I was talking with somebody, I forget who it was. This stock has been in play for a significant amount. Actually, I shouldn't say significant. For some time, I guess. Multiple ebbs and flows, I guess you can see here. But starting, I guess, in the earlier of the month, or in the late last month, it was most definitely in play, and I haven't, and it's my fault that I haven't been trading it, but I'm not overly familiar, and I don't love this health stuff, the healthcare sector. I don't love it necessarily, but HIMS, you want to see what it's going on from a daily standpoint, or sorry, an intraday standpoint. We can do that. Are you so looking like you want to? Can it get to / above the volume weighted average price? Yeah, I mean it's looking like it can right now. You can see you have multiple touches and you haven't constructed any form of a low. But what I would do here is you can see this consolidation phase right now, multiple touches, and it's looking like half decent considering if you can sit on the backside of this. Are you going to get all the way up to the volume weighted average price? That I can't tell you. You just have to sit in the trade and be patient. And thanks for letting us know that, Brian Collins. Much appreciated there, my friend. I guess that's a little late. I scrolled up. But there we go. So sitting on the backside of this trend, a positive sign. Can you get all the way up to the volume weighted average price? Maybe, possibly. You have to wait and see. But you can see that you have some key resistance zones that you need to punch in through first. I would look to trim some. If you get up into the 62.36 level, trim some there, and then you can leave a little bit of a runner for that final target there on that being on HIMS, the volume weighted average price there. So yeah, QBTS is sucking, to be honest with you. I'm glad that it's kind of selling off. I missed that trade. How petty of me, I guess. But anyways, yeah, this is what we had here. We had that breakout, and then we just stopped out break even. I went up to this 1165 level. There's high levels of open interest at that 12th strike. So you can see we just got below that 1165, came right back down, but holding this base really, really well there, Sharif. Multiple touches on the 5-minute time frame at that 1077-ish level there. So yeah, I wouldn't be trading this. It's moving too eastward for me. A lot of choppy attempts. I took 2 stabs at it. Didn't work, so we're just going to find some other things that are trending, and that's going to be the likes of Tesla, Google, absolutely insane, and I'm going to call now the chosen one, NVDA.
There's my guy. All right, you know what's happening tonight, Joseph?
Leafs.
Thank you.
Dang.
I know you knew that. Obviously, it kind of goes without saying. Yeah. All right, some thoughts. Give us some.
Hold on 1 second.
Because the Katina man's here, so we're gonna create some controversy.
I wanted to tell you this.
All right.
He-Man. There will be some comments. Anyway, He-Man in the chat.
He-Man.
Yeah.
What?
No, listen.
What?
It's Payco.
What?
It's Payco OR. It's Payco OR. Payco OR is now coming on as He-Man. Don't think I don't know it's you, Payco. I know it's you.
He doesn't have the power, though.
He doesn't have the power. Well, but I seen the other day they are filming a live-action He-Man movie. Yeah, a new He-Man movie. Yeah.
You're kidding me?
Yeah, I swear to God.
You're trying to hurt me?
No, I'm being dead honest. Yeah, is Sharif being casted as He-Man?
Bro,
yeah, he's the
Fabian, I do it for free, bro. Yeah. They wouldn't even have to pay me. I'm just kidding. Nah. Like, okay, Joseph.
Yeah.
All seriousness.
Yeah.
You get offered a big boy movie.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
You don't get paid. But it's gonna be a blockbuster. You do it for free?
Do I get royalties?
No, it doesn't matter, Adara. My thinking here, Adara, chime in. Adara, come in. My thinking here, Adara.
Jay Powell's opened the door.
Is do you set your name by having that big part so you can get paid next time. So if you were not to get paid the first time, that's what I'm trying to say.
I have a response.
Go.
Orlando Bloom did something of that sort when he took the role of Legolas in Lord of the Rings trilogy. I think he got paid something the equivalent of like $130,000 for the whole trilogy, which is nuts when you consider. I mean, it's a lot of money, but it's comparative to his role. But I mean, at that point, he really was, as he put it, he was just out of school. He had a great performance in Midsummer Murders. I would highly recommend everyone Google. But other than that, no one knew who the man was. So he said he had no problem doing it because he wanted to take the role. Also, please Google his pitchfork scene in Midsummer Murders. All of you, back to you.
I love that. Thank you for
Orlando
that,
Bloom.
Adara. All right, no, all I was trying to say was
I'm doing it. Yeah,
you're doing it.
I'm doing it.
Because
Yeah,
you're getting that name, you're getting that exposure. You know you're going to get a
And,
couple of roles
and then,
after that.
and
You're
then
going to get
I'm
paid.
getting the James Bond role after that.
Oh, my man wants to be 000 over here, bro.
Yeah.
Shout out to you. No, I'm kidding. For real though, I would. Yeah.
00 is sick, bro.
Stupid.
So
Are you
sick,
kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite James Bond? Come with it. Come with it real.
Piers, man.
Huh?
Piers Brosnan. Isn't that it?
It's not Sean Connery?
No, dude, I wasn't during the Sean Connery era. This guy's no, how? But how? Isn't it Die Another Day? Probably one of the best. It's Piers though. It's Piers. It's Piers, Sharif.
No, man,
bro.
come on. It's Sean Connery, man.
No, there's no way.
No,
He was doing
Joseph,
it in like the.
you're hurting me right now, man.
What, like, in what decade was he doing it?
Neil, get in here, Neil.
It's Piers, man.
Neil.
It's Piers.
Yeah. No.
Crazy.
That is crazy right now.
It's
yelling. It's a good thing it was muted.
It's
okay.
Piers.
Let's all breathe for a second. First of all, go Tesla. Get back to the upside. Everyone wants to see it go. Everyone wants to see a 350 break. If you're gonna sit here and tell me that I have nothing against Piers Brosnan.
Neither do I.
But if you're gonna sit there and tell me that the best James Bond isn't one of Sean Connery, and I would even look. I mean. Heck, I'll put Timothy Dalton ahead straight up of Pierce Brosnan, and that's not even close. Daniel Craig, to me, is right there with Timothy Dalton is number
Same.
2. Okay?
Same.
So don't give me any of this Pierce Brosnan.
Come on,
no,
man.
I've watched every single Bond at least 2 or 3 times. My dad read all the books. He's a huge fan. I love James Bond. And that is absolute blasphemy. And it's nothing against Pierce Brosnan. He is fantastic, but rewatch those movies. Those were, like, he had a little bit of the Roger Moore, James Bond going on, which is fine if you're into that. But it was just a little bit too, hey, man, at the end of the day, James Bond's supposed to kick some butt. You know what we're saying here? So, yeah, enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of that. Go eat some pie,
You think
brother.
I was around in the 60s too, bro? How old do you think I am? Like,
I don't want to watch.
He wasn't in my generation.
Dude, the Sharks.
But he's still the OG.
The Sharks had lasers. The Sharks
freaking lasers.
Don't
bring me lasers.
None of this Sean Connery BS.
Yo, I love
Pierce
this.
Brosnan.
This is no. Joseph, stop doubling down on this, bro.
Die Another Day is the greatest thing ever. Isn't he on the front of GoldenEye too?
That's a good one. GoldenEye was sick. I get that. There was a video game. I had the video game. It was good. Yeah. But dude, there is nobody that's better than Sean Connery, man. That's disrespectful, Joseph.
I've never even watched. Yeah, exactly. Goldenfinger and none of like some of the Sean Connery ones. I haven't seen a single one of them, nor will I ever watch.
Wow, he's doubling down even more. He's tripling down now. The Katina man's upset now. He had to slap himself.
It's a face slap. You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness.
This is how it does, man. I know if we were to put the poll up right now, I bet you
it's gonna be Sean Connery.
It's Piers.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, I think people may do that just to like humor you a little bit, but I don't know, man. I think the real OG Sean Connery, baby.
All right, guys, put it in the chat. Who's the best one? Piers or Connery? Whoa.
Hold on, let's see what Adara has to say about this. Adara, chime in here, man. Let us know.
Matter.
What's the situation on your end there, Adara? Are you up? Go ahead.
The only Bond movie I've seen in full was Spectre, so the only Bond I've been fully exposed to was Daniel Craig, but I fell asleep during that movie. I'm going to be really honest with you guys. So I'm not going to say him. I'm going to say Connery because I think it's iconic, pun intended. So with that, I'm going to close the J-Pow door once again.
She shut the door on us and again, Joseph. Look, brother, I think Pierce Brosnan is a hell of an actor. Isn't he in that new Mob family?
I have no
Where's
idea.
Brendo at? Brendo's not here. But he was the one that telling me to watch it. I'm pretty sure Pierce Brosnan is in some new, it's on Paramount.
I think I know.
The
I thought he was in a
Mob
movie.
family.
Yeah, I think he had a
No,
new
it's a
movie,
series,
too.
Joseph. We're gonna find out in a second over here. But we're doing it live right now, guys, on IXHL. So we're taking out levels over here. I did punch in at highs, but there was a method to the madness. There we go. We are really moving up here on IXHL. Let's wet the beak a little bit more there to de-risk. I want to save some for that dollar area, right? The idea here is to make our way up to that dollar because we know how this works. It's a different trade north and south of a dollar with these bad boys. So my next beak wetter is here at 96 pennies. I'm sure the chat's got lots to say about this topic over here. Assassino, can we possibly put a poll for the different James Bond? I'm going to send you all the different names. So you don't have to, because I know you're busy. So I'm going to send you. We have to do the tickers after that. That's the problem. We only got one poll. That's the thing. So maybe
Can we do it for like? Can we throw it up for 20 minutes maybe, or no? Are we not? We can.
Yeah,
do it,
we
right?
can do that. We can
bend the rules a little bit here.
Yeah,
but I got to
think that
point
should be
something out
okay.
here.
We got a super chat, Joseph, that we got to cover over here that we didn't. From
Cover it up.
Randy Hudson, $4.99 super chat. My man dropping cash in the chat. I just want to read this out because it's been a minute, Joseph. I made 300% on Apple calls Monday that I was dying to lose somewhere. I FOMO'd in to 760 on May 23rd calls for Lily. Will it bounce off 700 again? Thanks. You know, I'm not the best person to ask about Lily, but I do know somebody that is. So I'm just going to have a quick look there, Adara. And then I want you to chime in if you're able to, Adara, if you're not busy, because I know that that's your baby there. But there does seem to be quite a bit of support here at 700, at least on a daily daily chart. And it seems to be that way basically since February of 2024. Now, there have been times, like you can see over here, we've lost 70 or 700. But as you can see, when we lose it on a wick basis, we almost always close above it. Adara, what's your look on this one?
This is my weekly chart. And my weekly chart on Lily, if we may, shows me on the weekly, I'm going to be honest with you guys, lower highs, lower lows. So right now, I am not as enthused about, as I used to call her, Mademoiselle, just because these lower highs, in my opinion, are not looking great. Like we had in. Honestly, this looks like a triple top on the weekly here. We're on that 972. Then we had this 940s. It's going back to March of this year. Then we get that 900 level, basically even. So I would like to see, honestly, at this point, I'd like to see us hold 800 because 800 has been a little bit of a level. I like these $100 levels, especially on spready tickers. That being said, right now, I mean, I know, Sharif, you mentioned 700. I think 700 is pretty good. 691, I've noticed too, just on like a, a chart and tape basis, a little bit shorter term. So a couple levels I would like to see on LLY, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. Those lower highs, lower lows on the weekly do not have me particularly enthused. It makes me think the stock could potentially lose some more weight unless it finds a little bit of a base. And honestly, if we can't find a base at this weekly support level around what this low of like 718, because look at how many times you touch that. It's not a great look for me. Thank you for allowing me to chime in here, Sharif, on one of my favorite tickers. Back to you.
Eric, thank you for that. Great analysis there. I think we had another super chat, so I just want to go through them, Joseph, before we go back to you. Greg Trail, $5 on the cash. Pierce Brosnan all the way. World is not enough. And GoldenEye, come on, bruh. All right, he's flexing. I'll give you that. Bruh. You got one supporter there in the chat.
How many super
All right,
chats,
are we going to do this chat or what?
How
many
many super chats did Sean Connery get?
Oh, man, give me a break, man. Allo, health, ALLO, health reach stocks, this Marcus. Let's have a look at ALLO. Just look at that for you guys in a second here. ALLO.
The people want the
Allogen Therapeutics.
Poll,
pardon me?
The people want the 007 poll.
Yeah, I know. I'm agreeing. We're going to do it in a second here, but Joseph, we got to look at these charts. Wow, what is this, bro? This is a tough-looking chart, man. Marcus, what are you seeing here, brother? Is there something you know about this name that we don't? Because all I see, brother, here are lower lows and lower highs, and this thing just can't seem to catch a bid for the life of it. I'm looking at ticker ALLO, guys, if you're wondering. This company is, just allow me a second over here, let you, Allogen Therapeutics. It is a $204 million market cap. They're a clinical stage immuno-oncology company focused on the development of genetically engineered allogenic T-cell product candidates for the treatment of cancer and autoimmune disease. You got to champion that cause, but does the market like what they have to offer? And just a cursory view here of the chart on the daily, I think I can answer no. Let's look at the weekly. Brother, this is a hard chart to look at, man. You know how it is with these biotech companies. It's like a feast or famine with them. You know, you can go like 100x, 200x, or you can go to zero or become a penny stock for a while. So I don't know anything about the company. I don't know anything about their product pipeline, my friend, but it is a really tough looking daily chart. If you're asking intraday, it's at the volume weighted average price from the sell side, so it's using it as resistance. Not much really I can say about that one, guys. So that's the situation there. Joseph, what do you got on your end, my friend?
Yeah, I was sending them some of the names there for everything, but I'm not sitting in anything right now. We got another $1 euro from Sammy Jabera. Doesn't say anything behind that. So if you want to put any form of message on there, then just put it in the chat, and I'll go over that for you very nicely. I'm going to send them one more, and we're going to get the poll up for you guys momentarily.
You want me to send it to them?
I just sent them 4. Yeah, I just sent them 4. I put Piers, Sean Connery, Daniel Craig, and Timothy Dalton there. So I don't even know who that guy is, but
Neil, what was the guy that came after Sean Connery again in the 70s? Michael, something more, Roger Moore?
Yeah,
I think we should have probably put Roger Moore.
over there. I mean, if we have to think of his name like that, he might not be worthy there.
Well, it was in the 70s, Joseph. Anyway. License to Kill, apparently he was good there.
License to Kill is a good one. How many James Bond movies are there?
There's a lot, man.
There's a lot,
There's
man.
a lot.
Okay, yes. Bear vs. Bulls. Always be sure to remind me. He's always on top of the game. We're going to fill out the Playmaker poll right now. Thank you for that one. We're going to put it in. We're going long, 79% to the top side. Sharif, let's do this up. Number 93 from a data collection standpoint. We got some columns to fill, but we'll get that done. All right, Sharif, talk to me.
Oh, my bad, man. I was just reading something there. 587.30.
587.30.
We're going long, right?
Yeah, we're going long.
So we're taking it out at 589.30.
589.30, bang.
And we're getting stopped out 586.30.
6:30, love it. And we're going long. We're in right at 106 here. Should just do it from 1 o'clock, but yeah, we'll document that. There you go, BVB, and we'll get that topped in for you guys very nicely. Here goes Tesla. Good job, Sri. Are you still sitting in Tesla, or did you take?
No, I took it out. Yeah. Did it drop? I'm not even looking
it's
at
still
it.
continuing to climb here.
Oh wow.
Apple is really dropping though, and just moving total opposite of the market here, guys. As you can see, it wasn't really participating on that big up move that we've seen in the likes of Google, NVDA, and Tesla. It's now heading. It's already south of the low a day and going into some of these yesterday sessions areas. So watch out for AAPL not participating. But do you want to grab this stock here, guys, at this current price? I mean, it's still down quite a bit off of those all-time highs. 18% to be exact. If Donald Trump says it's a good time to buy, then I think so too. Oh, wow. Okay, let's get those votes in. Sean Connery with the landslide right now there, guys.
I was trying to tell you, man. I don't know what
the votes are coming in with 109 votes. Come on, my Pierce Brosnan fans. Let's get that going. Or Daniel Craig.
Daniel Craig, I can kind of get behind as well, man.
I think he was sick in some of those movies. Yeah. So shout out to those guys. But yeah, AAPL continuing to tank. Google coming off of the highs now as well too, guys, so keep an eye out for that one. I didn't see any specific short signals here from an intraday standpoint. Nothing from a topping standpoint, but you can see the volume profile really starting to cool off. VWAP tracing the price action relatively well. Are we going to get into that level? We got to be patient to wait and see. But the king of all kings is back. And that is NVDA. Let's go. Just continuing to climb with a high of 135.42 on the session and not even thinking about pulling back to VWAP anytime soon yet, Sharif.
Dang.
This thing is absolutely strong.
What
shout
a
out
beauty.
to Donald, shout out to Saudi Arabia, and shout out to Jensen and company.
I love it, man. All right, IXHL, guys. This one halted at 75, and I punched into the down halt. So I literally have the bottomest of the wicks at 75 pennies. Here comes 85 right now. So IXHL, shout out to Amy Tiger, who's asking me what the tap was. You'll always see it here on my screen. I know it's super small. But if you're on mobile, on YouTube, you can obviously zoom in. 75 pennies was the tap, Amy, and that's exactly, it stayed that way literally the entire time. So this one ends up holding that the 20 EMA. It's having trouble though clearing 83, kind of a funny level to have resistance at. It's up 857%. Needless to say, anything below 75 pennies, I'm gonzino on this one. So we're gonna basically throw in that stop right now, quick as you like, and we'll throw that right there so that we can, not get into trouble if this one continues to drop. So we'll wet the beak there. Let's throw out some more orders. I'm going to wait at 84s because it seems to have trouble at that level. And then above that, we're going to wait at 88s, okay? So that's my thinking right now on IXHL. Really the only one I'm focusing on. Everything else is kind of a slow mover. ADCT, well in the money on that one. ATOS, we're 5 pennies out of the money, 4 pennies. If it doesn't hold VWAP, that's the end of the trade. Not really focusing on that one all that much because it's been kind of dead. This was just basically a support and resistance trade. It looks more flat bottom breakish than anything right now. I'm talking about ATOS. Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti was our absolute rocket. It is coming back down now. And if I had to guess, I think we've got more to the downside over here. It looks like it's possibly flat bottom breaking below that 11, let's just say in 2/3, give or take. That level, what I see is an umpteen amount of lower highs with a flat bottom over here. So this could be a head and shoulders pattern forming. And what kind of trend must precede the head and shoulders pattern? An uptrend. Why? Because it is a reversal pattern. It's got to reverse something. Can't be coming out of a consolidation. So I'm not saying this is going to be head and shoulders, but just be on the lookout for it here with a possible neckline at 1160, 1175, give or take that level. So Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti having a whole bunch of trouble coming back to the high side right now. Still up 18.75%. Let's put some dang respect on this one's name. IXHL back up into 82. Let's observe this now at 83, because as I mentioned earlier, this one was encountering resistance at 83 pennies. Again, kind of a surprise for me because that's a random area to throw resistance. So packing my patience here on IXHL, looking for a move back up there. Daniel T, AMD reverse. Say less, my man. Let's have a look at the advanced money duplicator now that Joseph's on its good side now. It's not the destroyer anymore. Looks like it is rejecting the volume weighted average price. So it dances a little bit below it. I mean, AMD did not spend all that much above VWAP. Look at this. The majority of the day has been spent below that white line. Interesting. That's the bad side of the equation. The good side is, look at that double bottom there at the low of the day at 117.36, essentially the same level. And what you're getting currently is a higher low. So not exactly a glowing endorsement to go long. If I had to take a trade here, it would be a short off VWAP. Okay, so that's what I see there. But don't listen to me on this kind of stuff. That's not really my wheelhouse. Maybe Joseph can give you kind of a look there. Don't worry about these guys. What's happening? Well, why are you upset?
Come on, this guy's making movies in 1960.
Bro, don't disrespect the man. He's a legend.
Come on.
He's
man.
literally a legend. He was in The Rock. What was that movie as well when he defended that guy who was falsely accused? It was The Self. There was I'll get you the name of the.
I think I know what. It's an older movie.
It's it's like from the 90s or something like that. He plays a lawyer. He's defending a wrongly accused guy who got the crap beat out of him.
He was on the run too, or something like that.
Not the Green Mile. No.
It's an older movie.
The chat will know.
Not
The Rock.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Not The Rock. I know The Rock, guys. That's not the one I'm talking. Okay, he defends a falsely accused guy.
The offense.
No. And he gets the falsely accused guy got beat up by a cop. Forced into basically a false confession. Red October.
Fugitive.
No, not The Fugitive.
I
That's
thought
Harrison Ford.
Yeah, that was a good. Yeah, I like The Fugitive there.
It's a really good one.
Yeah.
All right, I can just find out. Just Cause.
Just Cause.
That's the one. Just Cause. That's the one right there, bro. He's a heavyweight, man.
Okay, guys, Robinhood is tanking here. A lot of these big names are right now. I mean, we were not too far off of the all-time highs there. 64 and change with the all-time high of around 67 there, guys. But yeah, starting to pull back in. I do believe we're going to continue to climb in this. But again, yeah, this is totally justifiable. We're still positive, I think. Are we still positive on the session? I don't know. If not, if we're only down, okay, we're only down 1.5%. That's no biggie. Sorry. Yeah, so I'm gonna be patient. Maybe we get a hammer print or something along those lines, but I would want to see that stopping volume. You can see this waterfall type price action there, guys. So I think that can come into play if we continue this selling. Then I'm gonna wait for like a hammer candle print or anything along those lines with that isolated volume signature for somewhat of a bounce. So Frank F said, someone take the mic from Joe. Come on, Frank S, man. What would you guys do without my hot take? I don't know.
He wouldn't be creating any controversy either. It'd be kind of boring.
So,
like, oh, you like Sean Connery? Oh, you like Sean?
Okay,
cool.
yeah, it was good. End of conversation.
End of conversation.
Yeah, all
I
right.
feel that.
Shout
I feel
out
that.
Piers. I mean, but for me, to be honest with you, why I like Piers is because of all the video games, like PS2. He had
I'm just telling you, I had GoldenEye.
You had GoldenEye for N64.
Yeah.
and stuff
No,
like
no,
that.
it was
So
for
there we go.
PS2. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's the only gaming system I've ever had,
PS2.
other than original Sega. Sega Master System.
Sega.
Then PS2. There was a gulf of like 20 years between.
I had like NHL 98 or something like
So
that
good.
for Sega, and then Family Feud were my two games, even though I obviously had no idea what I was doing.
The Tina Man shot.
I was young. That's all.
I just played computer
and
games,
Sonic.
though.
And Sonic.
Sonic
Oh,
was
yeah,
sick,
Sonic
obviously.
had
Sonic
hedgehogs.
was
So, yeah, guys, let's be patient here. We're going to wait for Hood to see if we can get a potential bottoming signal.
Not GoldenEye, man. Die Another Day.
Die Another Day was the PS2 game, right?
Yeah,
GoldenEye
Die Another Day.
was
Excuse
for
me.
N64.
Yeah, my mistake there, yeah.
Shout out if you guys remember the game, it's way past Fabian. I know Fabian likes this, but if anybody remembers the N64 game Conqueror's Bad Fur Day, shout out to them, man. That was a sick game. I used to be a gaming nerd, but then I stopped. But here it goes, guys. A nice print here. On Robinhood, maybe we take a little bit of risk on this trade. I like this hammer candle after this extreme amount of selling. We'll wait for this pullback. Oh, we already got the crack of it right here. But there we go. Our risk profile is defined. 61.50, we'll call it. We're trading at 61.82. I like this for a potential long and a rebound. I'm going to wait for this pullback. As long as we don't construct a new low, maybe we get a bounce here in Robinhood, Shreve.
Man, yeah. I see you there, what's it called? DEFCON 1. Man, I love StarCraft. The original StarCraft. Man, oh my goodness. Chilean Nightmare, you about that life? He just dunked on the car. You saw that?
That was
just
crazy.
absolutely dunked him. You got that dunk animation right there? You got that?
Foul.
He said he saw it in a museum once.
That's crazy.
Fabian, I still have that installed on my computer, baby. I mean, I have fun with that game from time to time.
How old was your computer in the museum too, or
No,
what?
it's a new computer, man. It's a trading computer. It's full spec.
Okay.
It's just happened to install an old game on it.
Oh, okay, I see.
No, man, I absolutely love StarCraft. Obviously, the new one is sick as well. They've got new characters there, but yeah, man, that was. Did you ever play StarCraft?
Like a couple times, yeah.
So you Terran, Protoss, or Zerg?
I wouldn't go that far, man. I
Which
don't know.
guy? The humans, the monster guys, or the insect-looking guys?
What was the? Who was the fox? No, see, I'm thinking of a different game.
You're thinking of a different game, yeah.
Yeah, fine.
No, I like playing with Terran because they had nuclear weapons.
Okay, all right, bang.
So I could just like build all the nuclear
obliterate
silos I
everything.
wanted and nuke the hell out of everybody, right? Right. That's what I beat a great leader.
Yeah, shout out Def Jam Fight for New York, though. That is actually the best game ever created. But we're going off to it there.
Yeah, get it there.
As the NASDAQ completes its little rounded top, keep an eye on the fact that Donald Trump is apparently attending a state dinner in Qatar. I will be following this. If there's any updates, I'll let you guys know. But either way, NASDAQ just definitely always worth watching the market here as we have potential comments from Donald Trump. Because even if his event is not market moving, which it often isn't, or at least not market related, he can say anything, and that can and often does move these stocks. And I'll send it back to you.
Oh, I don't know what this means. None of ya. I didn't know Sharif was South Korean. What are you talking about, bro? I don't even get how it makes sense, but I like you anyway.
Yeah.
No, man, that was my favorite. The Zerg, though, I'm sorry, Protoss, they did the most damage.
They did.
So when you wanted to like mess up somebody, like their cheapest guy could like destroy the cheapest guy of any of the other ones. And they also had two different things. So they had like shields and health. So you had to blow through their shields to kill their health as well, right?
To get through the health there?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it was all about that. Like, man,
I
that
never
was good
played that
times,
game.
bro.
Yeah, I never played
And the missile turrets. I'd set up a zillion missile turrets. Anybody's coming in with a plane, you're getting down. All right, the market is dropping, guys. We realize that right now. We are focused on it. Trust me, we just don't know exactly why. We have the human algo, though, at the big desk. Should she see anything, she will let us know. I'm keeping my eye on CNN to the side over here. I haven't seen anything by Donald Trump. Keeping my eye on CNBC as well. Nothing really to report on there. I do realize that, but, you know, this is just typical market movements. The NQ is still positive 0.25% on the day. The ES is marginally red, down 0.07%. And as we mentioned, the Dow has been a laggard lately as a result of United Health. Excuse me. So that is the look. Sharif, Command and Conquer, red alert. Katina Man, tell me you played that game. Of course he played that game. That was a great game as well. Again, nuclear weapons in that game, hence my affinity for it. No, I'm really not that violent, guys. I really am not. Rook 78, Sharif, could you also copy the other races and play with them? Great game. You could also copy the... what do you mean?
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
I mean, it's gone too far now.
I don't understand what that
There's
means.
nothing to really understand.
Okay, well, I'm kind of
you know
at a
what I mean?
loss here,
Yeah.
bro. I'm stupid.
If you can't get it off the bat, then it's just move on.
eToro is open, says Jacques. It's been open for a hot minute, man. We've been covering this. Look at it. Look, this thing's tanking. It's still up 26% over the announced price, but the opening print, guys, was this level over here. It opened up at 69.69. We are. Can you believe that, Katina Man? It literally opened up at 69. Yeah. And it's the low of the day, guys, $66 right now. So, yeah, I'm not going to look to get shorts on this. They're going to be prohibitively expensive, especially on IPO day. Nor do I want to take this one short and get... How much are they, Katina Man? Just to give everyone the look there. Yeah, the Katina Man is going to check and let me know. Thank you, Jacques, for letting us know. But we've been covering eToro for a hot minute. Who else here? Rook. All right. I don't think he meant anything bad. In the game, it lets you copy Zerg, Terran, and play with them as Protoss, Nerd Moment. I didn't know that, man.
Yeah, no, I didn't think he meant anything bad. It's just that if we don't get it, then you just kind of got to move on.
No, I figured that's what he meant. I just didn't know that was a possibility. I didn't know that. Thank you, Rook 78.
There you go.
You got something to do on the weekend, given my very exciting life. All right. Sorry, Joe. $5.20 to get 100 shares of ETOR. It just gives you an idea there, Adara, that we've got the best prop firm around on these parts. If you don't know by now, we're trading on a prop firm called Real Trading, worldwide company, except in the United States. If you're interested, obviously check out realtrading.com and have a gander there. Obviously, we do have remote traders, so that is one of those things. Go ahead, Joseph.
We're out of here with Prestige Worldwide. All right, in sports playing, guys, flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, we can call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TRADERTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back on up to 300 big ones. There we go, guys. Yeah, Warzone, we're done with the video game talk. I like what somebody in the chat said. Let's get to the adult video games here now. And that's this stock market here, guys. What?
Wow, just dunked on me again.
No.
Just dunked on me again,
I don't want to
bro.
get in the video game talk because I could go all day. Your boy was a gamer growing up, man.
Fair? All right, clearly wasn't, bro.
I was a big-time gamer, yeah. I mean, like me and the boys, we would run everything, like I had all the systems, man. I was privileged, and I loved video gaming, so.
I love that, man.
And to be honest with you, all right, considering we're talking about it, I actually gave up Call of Duty to start trading.
Really?
I said, now I'm going to put my Call of Duty time into reading and to like practicing trading. So
How much better of an investment is that?
It's significantly better,
Yeah.
right? I'm too worried about kill death. No, this is real money. This is something that I wanted to get involved with. So yeah, that's what happened with me, guys. Wow, Amazon is absolutely tanking. The market
everything's
is
really going here,
continuing to move
Joseph,
lower.
yeah.
The momentum to the downside is there, guys. Now it's just our job to be patient and wait for these signals, these bottoming signals. I love seeing. I like what I see here on Robinhood, especially with the velocity that it's moving at. The momentum is to the downside. The Qs are absolutely roaring. No kitty. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for these signals to come into play. If we get the VPA, that isolated volume print, and the isolated candle print, then I'm going to be looking for a.
Dinkelberg says that you were vicious in the COD chat. That you were a bully.
No, I
Just
wasn't.
come with
I'm
it
being
clean,
I'm being
Joseph.
honest, dude. Come on. Do you truly think that I was? Obviously, I would.
I know how you are in real life, so I can only imagine what you were like online.
On Call of Duty? No, man, I was never a troll like that.
No, eh?
Obviously, if guys are beaking, I'm going to beak back. Of
course.
Right? But yeah, there's nothing like a Call of Duty lobby that back in the day.
So
It was absolutely hectic. Yeah, I mean, I remember, like, for me, all my boys would go out partying and everything like that, and once in a blue moon, I was okay with, it was my thing to grab a bag of Lay's barbecue chips and then just go home and game COD. That was my thing, right? That was what I like.
There you go.
They called me Low-Key Joe, and that's what I was just
I
a
like
low-key
that, bro.
individual, you know what I mean?
Chill vibes.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting a lot of shekels here from your boy Nimrod there. Shout out to Nimrod out in Israel, dropping 30 shekels and another 30 shekels, 60 shekels all in all. Shout out to the OG there. Shout out to Nimrod. Uh-oh, he just dropped another one. That's 90 now. Uh-oh, that's 120. I can do math. Believe that? This guy's dropping bear money. L. He just dropped an L.
Yeah.
H. Okay, so we got to read these letters.
XHL.
IXHL. Have a look at the screen.
Ooh, I see where you're getting at there.
Screen.
Show the screen.
Assassino.
All right.
What are you doing over there, Assassino?
You psyched him out.
We're
You psyched him out.
we're
You psyched out
involved.
Assassino.
We're involved in IXHL, Joseph.
Yeah.
So we're doing it live here. We're long 75 pennies. It's been knocking the door of 86. It got up into 86 and change. It's having trouble shaking that level, so that print that I'm waiting for at 88 is going unfilled at the moment. Shout out to the OG Nimrod dropping bare shekels in the chat. And we can actually say shekels this time because it was actually Ozan. Joseph was an angel with no wings. Oh, he's coming hot for you there, bro.
You're definitely not staying at my place now, Ozan.
And he's not picking you up from the airport.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you're going to have to Uber and deal with great Toronto drivers. Let's see what else. So Jam Lossy, Sharif, I screamed about that 310 level triple top on SPCE squeezing. Let's have a look. Space, I haven't looked at that in a minute, man. Wow, that brings back memories of COVID. SPCE, is this thing still alive? Okay, so what was your look there? 310, not a bad look, man. 13.87%. Why is this moving up? Is there a catalyst on this? You know what? Sky Harbor, so from yesterday, the 13th. Okay, so Sky Harbor Group. No, that's not it. Oh, here it is. Okay. This is from yesterday, though. Virgin Atlantic reports inducement award under NYSE listing rule. What does that mean? What does that mean? I need to know. Virgin Atlantic has announced a new inducement award under the NYSE listing rule. Blah, blah, blah. The company's compensation committee has approved a grant of 35,000 shares of Virgin Atlantic common stock to a new non-executive employee effective May 15th. This award is part of the 2023 employment inducement. Okay, I don't care. That doesn't have anything. That's not market moving. I don't think that's why we're moving. Good luck, though. So shout out to you, Jam Lossy. Not one that I've had an eye on in a long time. But yeah, holding at the 20. If it holds up here, takes out 363, I'll throw an alert. So we'll trade this if it's warranted. Here's what I'll do. Throw it at 60s. If it can get back into that level, knock on the door 63, we could take a trade on this. Otherwise, I'm just going to steer clear of that one. I want to mention Reddit, guys. Reddit, and don't forget this one because it is at VWAP. So Reddit had a fantastic day today. It's at that 123 level. Does it hold? So I've been kind of keeping my eye on Reddit for whatever reason because there was really no small cap gappers. I wanted to have something to trade. And we are at 123, and that also happens to be the volume weighted average price. So can Reddit catch a bounce here? You're not going to see me punch into this guessing whether or not it's going to hold. It's going to have to prove to me, giving me some higher highs and higher lows. We're $7 removed from the high of the day, so if we can get anywhere back near that level, that would be a good trade. So keep an eye on that. Rigetti, Mom Spaghetti as well, Katina Man, just got into the volume weighted average price. So this one, off that 1239 high a day, it's now back down to 1140s. Again, a VWAP retracement, looking like it broke that neckline there for the head and shoulders. Yeah, we could, okay, so it is finding some support here. It's about 10 pennies in the money off that VWAP trade, so we'll see. We'll see what this one does. I could be certainly convinced to get back into where Getty should be warranted there. Joseph, what do you got on your
Yeah,
side,
we got
my man?
Palantir cooking up here, guys. All right, 28.01 is that week, so we got a quarter just like that. Off of this bottoming signal right here at Gorev. Gorev's off today. He's done. He put in a monster trading day. Shout out to him. That's how it is, man. Just make that money and then go enjoy the rest of your day there, guys. I'll obviously tune in with us, but
Get it, Katina, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Just that's how it is. That's how it's done. And let's go Palantir. I want to pull up the 5-minute time frame here, and you can see this hammer candle, guys, with a big volume spike. So there it is. That's exactly what we were looking for, and I was mentioning before, and we got that in Palantir. I'm glad that I stuck to one of the stronger names in the market for this potential bounce here in Palantir. We've just been scalping today after that. After that NVDL trade, that's all I really need to do is just take a couple scalps, some small shares, risk a little bit of the realized just to gain some more. So let's go Palantir. I want to run into this 128.52 level, but it depends how weak this market is. One thing that I will note, we are in some of the stronger names right now, that being Palantir. So I do believe that we can get this bounce. So we have to be patient to see if we can get that in. I already took some off here, guys, as you can see. So I'm sitting on just about 66% of the position. If I get stopped out break even, it is what it is. Still slightly profitable trade. But again, going really, really small because we were profitable earlier in the day and slightly tired as well too, coming back from hockey, and I was up earlier in the morning at 4 a.m. thanks to Mr. Milo himself. So yeah, thanks, buddy. Much love. But then he just gives you this look, and it's like, how could you ever be mad at me? Yeah, bugger.
Can I tell you something? That apparently that puppy,
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, man.
What's up, man?
We're good.
Looking like Sean Connery.
I like
over
it.
there. Sean Connery.
Hold on. Who won the poll there?
Yeah.
Hold on. Joseph, who won the poll?
Connery.
What was the percentage?
It was a landslide.
Assassino, did you send that? Okay, my bad. Thank you, Assassino.
It was like 55%.
Oh, 55,
but
you
why
say,
guys,
Joseph.
Listen, why are you guys voting Daniel Craig when you know the battles between Connery and Pierce?
Not only are you like stubborn, but you're gonna tell everyone how to vote as well. Like, what the hell,
don't
bro?
waste it. Like, come on, that's where the battle is, man. Come on.
Look, bro. Look. You know, I support you a lot, but you upset Neil, right? Like Neil was very upset with that comment, bro. And so I'm taking Neil's side on this.
Ooh,
He's very upset. He just said
he was a heat.
Man, this is a hell of a Wednesday.
Neil
Usually Wednesday
out.
is like crappy feels, but
it's
today's
1:30 already.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
Neil was ready to crash out on your boy, man. I would have had to start running to get away.
No, man. Neil was quite upset.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of me running, and so you can't catch a boy.
How you doing over there, by the way, recovery-wise, Neil? You wanna chime in? Yeah, Neil's coming in hot right now, so he's gonna let us know how the recovery is going. Obviously, he did tear. Go ahead, Neil.
This weekend, I did 3.7 kilometers at a 5:45 pace. So it was the longest
great,
the longest run I've done. I'm kind of going up by like 300-400 meters at a time, trying to build the 5K.
Fantastic.
As long as I don't feel anything bad. I'm still doing some change of direction stuff when I'm doing my physio, but honestly, it's going pretty good, man. I'm running that 5K. Forget about the fall. I'm gonna get it in this summer.
100%.
For sure. At the pace that I'm going, I'll be able to do it. And I don't just want to be able to run a 5K. Like, I want to be able to do it and see if I can't do it at a 5-minute clip. Feel young again.
Well, you got a high standard. Well, that's the thing. You've got a high standard.
What's crazy? When I was in high school, like when I was 15 years old, 14 or 15, I was like a sub 19-minute 5K.
Kidding me?
And I'm a sprinter. So like this feels slow to me.
Yeah,
but
well,
hey, every step at a time, man. Like it's a long recovery from Achilles. That's why I feel for Jason Tatum. I hope, or anybody that has a serious injury, because there's nothing worse when you're an active person, right? And you just got to take the step. It's like trading. You've
100%.
just got to put the work in and take those baby steps. There's nothing to it. Like you got to walk before you run. But I appreciate all the support. Like I got a lot of DMs too when I got hurt. That was really touching because for me it was pretty devastating. For my daughter, she still doesn't ever want me playing soccer again. It's wild, but yeah, that's okay. Don't make me cry. Dara.
Nah, you're
seriously, because like, to this day she's like, "Daddy, I don't want you playing soccer anymore." I'm like, "We'll be fine. It's just an injury. We'll show you how I get over the hump." And thank you guys so much.
And I think you set a good example for her there, man.
Yeah.
She watched that in real time.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I'm not going to say Tesla again because every single time I've said go Tesla, Tesla goes lower. So that's my bad. That's my bad.
Hey, there he is, Neil Roberts,
Shout out to
baby.
Neil and the recovery.
Joseph, I just gotta cover this one super quick for the OG Tisha.
Yeah.
ALUR. Shout out to Tisha spotting this one. But you know what I'm gonna say, Tisha? This candle here at 4 a.m. It said no good. It said no good. We got to clear that 385 level. And here's the funny thing, Tisha. That 385 high that we literally put in at 4 a.m. Is the high that we put in yesterday in the aftermarket. I think this one's an earnings winner. It looks like it popped off there at 4. Typically, that means it's an earnings release there that it reacts to. 385, 386, whatever that area. It's got to clear that level before I get involved, even though, look at this candle here. Right? When we look at the volume, I know it's super small. You can't see it there. 147,000 and a third shares taking place on that 4 a.m. candle. So it's not exactly a huge amount of shares that exchange place there. Why does that matter? Well, I don't take these small cap gappers that haven't cleared the pre-market high for the reason is that the bag holders could be keeping this level down. But it's not only the bag holders that see this level, the short see it as well. And there's a lot of people that like to short these small cap gappers. There was a trader here on the floor. That was his bread and butter. As soon as he saw one of these things running, he was looking for the short, okay? So the point is, that if I'm looking at it and if I know about it, way better traders are using it and basing a lot of stuff off it. So what I want to do is I want to put an alert, let's just say at 369, of course. And if it triggers there, then we'll have notice about that 385 break and take on ALUR. But it's up a respectable 35% and change here, Joseph. So I'm going to keep it on the side chart. And if it ends up being tradable, we'll get involved with it and we'll come with me.
Yeah, nice look there, guys. All right, so, let's go Palantir chart, please. Thank you. Yeah, we're really climbing here off of that bounce, and that's what I was mentioning before, guys. You seen that waterfall type price action? So you just had to be patient enough and wait to get in. So really good look here on Palantir. I'll pull it up on the 1 minute time frame, but I was essentially playing it off a 5 minute signal, but it's displayed here on the lower time frame significantly better. So here we go. We'll look at it here. Sorry for that. If I'm ever leaning too much, guys, just let me know, please. So here we are, 127.59. You can see double hammer right at the bottom, and then it displayed here on the 5 minute. I only have 20% left, so that'll be my last out. And we're running right into that support level that I was referring to earlier. But yeah, that's that right there. Nice volume print compared to the rest of it. You can see it's the highest since approximately 10:20 this morning. Buying pressure steps in, almost closes as a full hammer, but here we go, continuing to rip, and it's unfortunate that I only have 20% left. Didn't diamond hands that one. One thing to know, guys, I know my even though it's not a bad day for me, my performance when I sleep well is significantly better. I'm a big person asleep, and I need that. And that's one thing is just you got to know your body and know yourself. So that's why I've just been kind of relaxed and chilling. But I know we got it's Ozan's time.
Oh, Ozan, listen up, man. New traders, listen up as well. First month, yeah, that's right. It's free, baby. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll be able to analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after that you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can also predict better with the backtesting tool. You get reliable real-time data, global markets literally at the tips of your finger. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now if you're ready, and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or click the link in the description. The human algo is at the big desk.
Thank you for that transition there, Sharif, and shout out to eSignal. Also shout out to Microsoft, MSFT on watch. I'm seeing a report coming in, circulating around X. Apparently, antitrust regulators in the European Union, or EU, are set or likely here to accept Microsoft's revised offer to end its investigation into its video app team. Apparently, these regulators are likely to seek market feedback first in the coming months before making any final decisions. So it doesn't sound like any decisions are imminent in any way, but MSFT on watch, your EU antitrust regulators might accept a revised offer from Microsoft rather than going through with any other, investigation or probe here, guys. MSFT, make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Palantir. Look at this stock start to recover here. Fantastic move. We were in right at 128 there, and we're now trading at 84. Let's see if we can tap into 29s just so I can join the dollar club here. Again, I only have a 20% left of the position, and it's going to be my final out. So 9 cents away. I don't even have it. I would have to squeeze over to Sharif's desk to see if he's got that dollar club there. Yeah, here it is, guys. Really nice move in Palantir. More size is obviously nice, but we got to accept the fact of what we've gained here, and off of that signal, glad to be trading some of the stronger names and just being the right name, to be frank with you guys. So yeah, just again being thankful. Trading's been half decent, so it can turn on a dime, right, guys? And that's one thing I want to note. You can see that we're having fun. We're putting on winning trades. We're doing the Donald Trump, just a lot of winning. But you've seen us lose here as well too. So just keep that in mind. When we're winning, it's displayed. When we're losing, it's most definitely displayed. And I mean, we're having fun partying, and it can literally flip on a dime, and we could all be like, oh no, like we were a month ago or so. So yeah, it is what it is. We're having fun now. Hopefully these good times last. All right, because that's what we want to see. So yeah, we'll be patient on this. After I'm out of this trade, guys, it's whatever you want me to look at. So if you guys ever have, if you guys want me to take a look at the Palantir Dollar Club, I don't have it. Money Storm, let's go, Palantir. Why don't I just take more? I know why I didn't take more. All right, guys, I'm gonna just hop out that final out here on Palantir. What a beautiful move and recovery in this name. Are we gonna get all the way back to the volume weighted average price? That might be a little bit of a stretch. There is more resistance at 129.21, so I'll wait for that. I mean, we're trading just below those key levels, and what I'm referring to is the support level right here. So if we run into that and just reject, then it is what it is. But Sharif, I need you to hit the dollar club for me there, brother, on Palantir. Look at this name. I took out 80% of my position through here, but then you get this massive rip here on Palantir. Let's see how we react around this 129.20 level. And let's just focus on the tape for a couple of seconds.
Okay.
As we start to approach that, I want to see what the defense is like. So you can see that we're slightly aggressive. We're more reactive to those asks being hit. But now that defense, we get right into, what was our high there? 129.17, and you can see that defense slowly start to pick up. So it is what it is. We only have one out left, and we'll take it. We can't complain about it whatsoever. So need to just take more shares. So, but again, midday. Just looking for a small bounce. There was a lot of conviction. There was two things that were correlating: the hammer and the volume. That should tell me to go significantly heavier. But it is what it is. We're accepting the fact. We're putting on a nice trade. We don't want to be greedy, but we do want to put on those proper trades. We're going to give you one more second here, Sharif. I want to see that defense. If we get into that 129 level, and you can see it start to slowly step in here, guys. Boom, boom, boom. See there on the tape? There, you see that defense right here. So maybe that's going to come in as resistance. As you can see, we have that clear zone right here. But with this strength there, we might just blow past it. So we got to be patient and see what we got going on. I'm going to take my last little bit out here, guys. That's going to be my final trade of the day. And
great trade.
Dang, there we go. Nice look there on Palantir. Let's do a quick trade review on the day, guys. Let's see what I traded. We're going to go from the top. Performing P&L name, Sharif, before I send it back to you, that is going to be NVDL, starting to recover really nice. Right back to 135 is NVDA, but this is what we had going on earlier in the morning, guys. Enter 110% add, piece it out, stopped out 33%. The next highest is going to be PLTR. I just displayed that one to you guys. That was our Palantir trade from here all the way up and still continuing to climb. No defense at that support level. What's our next ticker? QBTS, negative on that one. AC Slater onto QBTS. We took a couple attempts on there, stopped out, break even, missed that breakout there, guys. That's QBTS. SMCI. Oh, yeah, we were positive on that one, so I don't know why QBTS is on there. Sorry, Sharif, two more. Bear with me. Yeah, bear with me. A nice little short there on QBTS into the volume weighted average price, and you can see we got that bounce right after that. And then TSLA long, we caught that breakout there. So not a bad day of trading. We traded, we traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names, Sharif. Red on one of them. So there we go. 4 for 5 on today's session, boys.
Joseph.
Girls.
That fridge in our kitchen,
Yeah, it's gone.
it's no more, Joseph.
It's gone, eh?
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh boy, I don't know how I feel about this whole shifting to the other side thing,
other
man.
side.
I don't know, man. I don't like change.
Hello,
Joseph.
hello from the other side.
Now you got Adara sitting there singing too, bro.
Hello from the
Oh
other
boy, I don't
side.
know, man.
Yeah, I know.
All the stuff that was in there got moved to the other one. But there's another fridge too on the other side. So there's two on the other side in the kitchen, and then
So we can claim that one for you there.
clearly I'm gonna
Stash
need
some
that
of
one.
the protein.
The protein, I love it. All right, guys, I've weaseled into a couple of trades here. IXHL, bottoming tail candle that breaches the 20. That has been its kind of modus operandi. I've given my stop to the current candle low. So if it makes a new low, I'm out. Simple as that, okay? IXHL. I also worked my way back into Rigetti, Mom's Spaghetti. We're in at 58. It's showing me 58. It's a VWAP trade here. The money fills were in the 40s. I'm in the 50s. So let's see if this one can work back above that 10 exponential. It's been having a lot of trouble with this, what I perceive to be a neckline on a head and shoulders. Now, the head and shoulders pattern is known for a retest of the neckline once it's broken. What do I mean by that? So if we were to kind of expand this pattern a little bit, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, breakdown. So the neckline would be somewhere, and the neckline doesn't have to be horizontal, it can be diagonal, right? Because the bottom of the left shoulder can be different than the right shoulder. So if you were to do that, let's just do it live here. We're doing it live. So let's take that, let's draw that trend line. Now, let's extend that trend line if we can. So the thing is, once that neckline breaks, it's entirely normal to come back, to go down, and then to retest the neckline support, now resistance. So the fact that it's just moving up there off VWAP may not be a VWAP bounce, but a retesting of the neckline break. And that's kind of the feeling that I get. So anything kind of below that 40 penny level, I'm out. I'm just going to get the hell out of there. Okay, simple as that. That's what I'm looking at right now on RGTI. We'll see if this one wants to start curling back up. I'm waiting initially at 63s, and then I'm waiting in the high 60s. So that's my look right now on Rigetti, and I'm also involved, as I mentioned, right back into that IXHL trade. We're long 78. It's showing me 76. Anything below prior or current prior bar low, I'm out. Adara's at the big desk.
I do a little quick deep dive here to get enough context to understand this headline, but here is LMT, Lockheed Martin. Basically, back in December of 2024, so about 6 months ago now, Lockheed Martin CFO, Jay Malov, said that the company has a handshake deal with the Pentagon for Lot 18 and 19 orders of F-35 production. So F-35 production, according to LMT CFO at the time, they did have a handshake deal with the Pentagon. Now we have comments coming through here from the same guy, the CFO of LMT, Jay Malov. Now he's saying that the customer is telling us to expect Lot 18 and 19 to be combined into a single award. So now they're, I guess, expecting it all as one award. The F-35 Lot 19 award apparently has the potential to accelerate compared to previous expectation of the second half of the fiscal year. So lots of financial terms here, but basically sounds like their expectations for this F-35 production deal a little bit different than what they were initially looking at here, guys. Keep an eye on LMT, and I apologize for the verbosity of this headline. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. You into fighter jets?
No, I wouldn't know them like that. I heard you mention the F-35. That's something that I'm most familiar with.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like the new one that they're trying to sell en masse. It's like, so the F-22, they've stopped production on, but they had an export ban on that. You couldn't sell it to any other country.
Oh, yeah?
It was like, it's an air dominance fighter, so they didn't want anyone else having it, including like the closest allies, like Canada, England,
stuff like that,
everybody else. But the F-35, they're exporting. The cool thing about the F-35, and there's a lot bad with it, the cool thing is it comes in 3 variants. There's going to be an Air Force variant, a Navy variant, and a Marine variant. The Marine variant has vertical takeoff and landing, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's sick.
In addition to that, it can take off on short runways. So if you either can go vertical like the Harrier, or you can take off on like, have you ever seen those aircraft carriers with that sloped ending? It kind of lets you like, it's like a ramp that you can take off in. Yeah, so they've made a bunch of different variations of that.
The Russians got a good jet too, though, because the back,
thrust vectoring.
It changes.
Thrust vectoring. Yeah.
What does Maverick fly in?
F-14.
F-14.
Yeah, you're talking about the old one or the new one?
The new one.
I don't know. I never saw the new one, but he
in the
did
old
in the
one,
Tomcat.
in the
It was an
old one,
F-14. That's a Navy fighter, right? So those F-14s were just made to land on carriers. It's a different it's a completely different airplane. The landing gear, bro, is got to be able to take like those like heavy impacts every single time, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's an entirely different look. But the Americans, they kill it with the fighters. The thing is, though, Joe, a lot of people complain about the F-35 having no real role. Is it supposed to be an air dominance fighter? Is it a multi-role aircraft? What the hell is it? They try to make everything all under one umbrella, and then it ends up being a turkey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, interesting there. No FSD on the jet, says Random Oddities. Yeah, they didn't get Elon in there yet. You haven't seen the new one? You got homework, Sharif. Andrew Bakes Cakes. Andrew, which one are you talking about, brother?
Yeah, you said it.
Which version? No, tell me so that I can have a look there, because I really love this stuff, man. God, Emperor, Almighty, Forefather, Trump. Oh my God. Oh my God. Atera, what's going on over here? It's a great name. USA is only Navy to field a fleet of aircraft, I don't know, Ayers with new carriers already designed. Thank you for that, my man. I didn't actually know that. I knew that the F-18 obviously was a carrier-based aircraft, one of the F-18 versions, the Super Hornet as well. I know obviously the F-4 was. I know the Phantom, the F-4 Phantom also had a variant there for the Navy, so they could land on carriers. The F-22 never did. It was always strictly an Air Force fighter. Was never in use anywhere else. Yeah, Ozan, the FA-18 Super Hornet, just talked about that. Canada has some of those. I think we have like 2 or something. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to belittle us, but we just don't have enough, bro. We just don't have. Yeah, it's the way it is, Neil. I don't know. They just like yeah, there's been no spending on it. Aldrin or Aiden Bridge, the F-47 is the new 6th gen fighter. Yes, I did hear about that. Boeing got that contract for the F-47. Let me know, Aiden, is it going to be, are there going to be pilots in that, or is it going to be autonomous or remotely controlled? That's what I haven't heard, because we've always been hearing about that next level fighter is going to be without a pilot. Let's find out what happens here. So I'm getting out likely of this IXHL trade, guys. It is breaking down. It's got 2 lower highs here, even though it's still above that bottom wick into 70 pennies. So I'm gonna pack my patience maybe for a little bit longer on this one, and then see what we get there. What else we got? Any other comments there about any fighters? George Fontes, thanks for, I think he's talking to somebody else there. Yeah, no, he is. F4 Tomcat is a great pinball machine, says Daniel, I mean. Sure, okay. It also flies as well. It also happens to be a fighter aircraft. Yeah, that's it. That's it there. All right. AC-130, says Cristobal. Jets are pretty badass, says GJ2AM. How's the Canadian jets, says Lead Penny. We buy American jets, brother. The only, I think, Canadian fighter aircraft ever created was something we called, what was it called? The Avro Aero. The Avro Aero, Neil. Sorry, it slipped my mind for a second. And then that was kiboshed because the Americans didn't want us building our own aircraft. They wanted us to buy off theirs. And there's like a whole series on that, like a great Canadian moment, so to speak, about that whole thing. What do you got over there, Joe?
Yeah, I'm all out of this Palantir trade here. So yeah, nice move and continuing to climb. Looking like it wants to go for that volume weighted average price there.
Okay.
So yeah, there it is, Palantir. Just longing one of the stronger names in the market, especially off of those signals. So just adding some more conviction within the setup. So let's see what Charlie, Canadian Winnipeg, has the Canadian. Yeah, exactly. I'll save the money piece to lock some. Yeah, exactly. So Charlie Taff, you're saying that you have 350 contracts expiring on Friday. Yeah, if I were you, I would just lock them in on, again, they come tomorrow.
He always just craps on Canada. I love him.
He's actually hilarious.
Yeah, he's great, bro. Hey, what do you think, Katina Man? Big smile. Big smile. Your Katina Man is giving you a warning, brother. Canadian fighter jets come with denim interior. Oh, why? Because that's the Canadian tuxedo, baby. Yeah, denim. Yeah. In case you guys don't know what the hell that joke is, it's a running gag that the Canadian tuxedo is a denim
Yeah, plaid.
Plaid. Yeah, is it plaid?
That's like it's like the plaid is that's what we call it from where your old aunt's cottage is, the Keswick dinner jacket.
Oh God, yeah.
Right?
Oh God, yeah. The Keswick dinner jacket. This guy is crapping on me because I was in Keswick on the weekend. That's fantastic. Oh my God.
Ask Randy. Yeah, there you go.
I love it. Mike, the riders loving that. All right, Ray, 2885, Walmart moving right back up. Let's have a look at WMT. What is it up to on the day? I haven't looked at that. Haven't looked at Costco, nor Target, nor any of the retail names. Not a bad look. Not a bad look at all. Very bull flag-ish. Doesn't really respect VWAP all that much anyway. But it is close to highs. $97. I will submit to you a little bit of a resistance level there. We did get up to 97.17, but we had a hard time with that. What's Walmart's chart been looking like on the daily lately, Joseph? Oh.
Yeah, just goading over there, man.
So annoying. So annoying. Yeah, so fantastic look. Guys, this one split in case you forgot back last year in February. Wow, it's been over a year since we got that big boy split. I held this because Mark Roberts, the stock father, gave 3, and I made no money on this. Maybe like $1 a share or something like that. Back, I bought it at 146. I think I might have sold it break even or 147. But we made good money on Costco and Albert's here. So he's still
holding on
OG.
to Costco?
No.
Oh, no.
God, no. That was a swing. It was like a 4 or 5 month thing.
All right. That's all right.
Aiden Bridge, it's manned. The F-47 is going to be a manned aircraft. Yeah, that's interesting because I always thought, for example, that the next generation of these fighter aircraft were going to be unmanned, but it looks like the 47 at least will be maybe the last gen of the manned aircrafts. I have no idea. I'll have to keep an eye. Jamie Foxx, what about it? All right.
Jamie
Big
Foxx.
smile. My work is done here. See you tomorrow, God willing, and the creek don't rise. In case you're wondering what he's talking about, Big Smile is encountering a bit of a flood in his neighborhood right now. Sent me a picture of what looks to be like a lake. It's not even a pond. There's not supposed to be anything there. That's supposed to be green grass.
Damn.
Yeah, so it looks as if he's got about 5 inches of rain yesterday, and he's expecting 8 inches of rain today. I'm sorry, brother. It's obviously not a good look there. We hope you're all right and the family's everything is good. Check back with us, Big Smile. Let us know how everything's going, and wish you the rest of a good day there. 5 minutes left on the show, Joseph. Leave him with a few thoughts here.
I mean, we already went through the trade review, guys, earlier on the day, but we can take a look at the top performing sectors. I believe I had that prepared for us today, so we'll see what's cooking up on that front. Let me just refresh it to make sure we are up to date because that's what we want to see. So let's go with our win place show here, guys. Consumer discretionary in that win place up about 0.5%. The tech sector up about 0.4 there, guys, and the communication sector up about 1/3%. And then now let's go from the bottom 3. So there is your win place show on the day: consumer discretionary, technology, and communication services for all my track stars out there. All right, utilities we're down about 1%, materials down about 1.2%, and healthcare down just under 2%. So there we go. It's a low-key Joe type of day. Yeah, I mean, that's what they used to call me, man, low-key. So we're just chilling out, vibing today and putting up some half-decent trades. So hopefully you guys seen that. If there's anything you want me to go over, put it in the chat right now. I'm more than happy and willing to look at some open interest. We only got a couple minutes left. If there's a specific ticker that you want me to take a look at, the first one I see that is regarding open interest, I'll go over that one. But bin fishing, I guess he's saying. F1 hired a guy that won the Xbox race contest, an XPLTR, and Meta team up to make VR glasses that let you control a Tesla robot fight terror or top ranks in COD, only need apply. All right, that's a lot of information to take in right there. But thank you very much for vision. So yeah, all right, let's see the first one. What is this first ticker that I see? QBTS from MA. All right, we'll pull it up and I'll display it for you guys here. I already went over this and I know where the highest levels of OI are on the call side, but we can take a look on the put side. Let's see what we got going on. All right, so you can see at this 12 strike price, guys, 21,000 open contracts relative to everything else. That's quite a bit. So that can be your ceiling. Now let's look for a potential floor. We want to see the highest levels of open interest on the put side, and that is not going to put us at That strike price, and this is also this expiration cycle here, guys. So at that 8 strike price, $9.11. So you can see this range that you could potentially trade in on this week's expiration cycle, May 16th. These contracts expire. What you got to do is you got to wait until Monday morning to see if these have rolled over or they have been lifted and put to higher or lower strike prices, Sharif.
I'd like to bring everybody's attention to this chart over here. We talk a lot about Tesla, and rightfully so, because it's one of the OGs. But we need to put some dang respect on this chart's name. This is BYD's chart, guys. All right, and we're almost at all-time highs again. $107, the all-time high is $109. So BYD is obviously an insane company. In case you don't know what's going on in China, this company runs the show. They make ICE, they make hybrids, and now they're the biggest makers of EVs in the world at much more competitive prices than, internal combustion engines, Katina man.
I was like, I'm making it.
Sorry.
I was like, I make ice.
Sorry, I thought,
But I knew when, as soon as you said they make ice and then mentioned cars, I was like, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, that's what I meant, boys.
Like, I make it.
No, but seriously, guys, Assassino, this is the chart. This is the weekly on BYD. It's tradable 2 ways in North America. BYDDY, which is what you see here, and BYDDF. They're different prices. Okay, so BYDDY is $107. That's where the one you're looking at right now. And there's BYDDF. I'll click that, and it's also at all-time highs, $53.62. So, this is a quiet one because it's on the OTC exchanges. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. But this is something that, I've always wanted to get involved in, and I never have. My friend Alfred, if you've heard me talk about him before in the past, one of the Tesla guys, he's involved in this name and has been for some time. And he was telling me about this name when I didn't even know it existed, like back in 2020, early 2021. So BYD, guys, this is it right here. And I just really wanted to show this to you guys because we talked a lot about these EV companies. This is one that's almost at all-time highs, and that's profitable, okay? It's not sexy to talk about, obviously, because it's a Chinese company, and they're very much a competitor to everything we do over here. But, yeah, I just wanted to show that. And that is that, Joseph. It's 2 o'clock.
It is 2 o'clock.
Send them off.
Thanks for that, guys. Good day. We've had fun so far. The time flies when you're having fun. So hope everyone had a good, solid hump day. But we're going to send you guys off to big boys with their position.
Take care, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. The afternoon show is in tow, where if we say the word ice, it's something I put in my drink. And not necessarily.
I thought it was immigration.
No, it's like
ice coming through there.
Of course, we knew internal combustion engine. It's just that lately, people, you're looking over your shoulder for ice, or you put in your lemonade that cool, refreshing drink. You went there, Neil. Well, no. What do you mean? I went there. What do you mean I went there?
I won't take credit. I won't take credit for that.
Sean went there, man. I didn't go there.
I won't take credit for that.
I mean, I would have gone there, but I mean, you did, so it's entirely fine. See, and I told you guys, when I didn't say go Tesla when I came on, and Tesla actually bounced back, because 2 times in a row, I came on in the midday show, grabbed the microphone, and ended it with go Tesla, and of course Tesla decided to continue lower. But now we're right back, going back to some highs. The NASDAQ has decided to go green. The ES is really, really trying to hold into the green. And there's some crazy price action and a lot of algos at work today. Like big time, a lot of algos. The only reason I'm in QBTS is because I think an algo breakdown. Like I haven't seen this in a while, where you have so distinct the algos in control at the bottom and then the sellers at the top, the failed breakout. I'm like, well, if it loses that bit, I want to be short. Let's see. I've only been in 2 shorts all day long, which is weird because this morning there were a lot of good shorting opportunities. Once I get a fill, the position will show up. I'm in QBTS and Robinhood, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, what an interesting day it's been, because there's been ridiculous flyers, and some of them I'd say came out of nowhere. Google, I'm looking at you, and other ones make sense to us. Tesla, Nvidia, I'm looking at you. But yeah, Alphabet, thank you, Alphabet. I'm being facetious there. We recently sold Alphabet, that's why.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with everything. I did sell some Alphabet. Obviously, we didn't sell that much of it. About a third, maybe. But look at this NVIDIA. All hail, man. It is a hot dog gun kind of trade. We were sitting here at 11 o'clock, and those of you that were with us, I was like, let's go, let's go, let's go. And then we went right back to highs. So this is the banger for me today. It's an absolutely that was a great trade right there, back there to the upside. We also just bought some TQQs down at these lows again. We did it again right there, buying the same trade. We had to average into it though. We got stopped out there. There's an out there, but it's not a stop. It's not a stop out. It was actually a keystroke. I meant to bid and went the other way. We did get stopped out right here. Right there once it broke 50s the first time. It came in. I was trying to defend that area, broke it. Then we averaged in again, right back at that. I heard Sharif, I heard Joe, we all talk about the same stuff here, and it's just like coming into key levels. That's why we really did hold this NVIDIA. Oh, and it's not a big bear today. It was a big bear earlier, but right now it's just an AI company. So big bear AI right now trying to get off that bottom. And we're going to take this break of 75. If it does break it, then we're going to get out. Did I put 75 or 69? I'm going to have to double check. I think a 69 break. So if we do break below that, then we're going to get out of big bear AI. But for right now, all is good. We got an 80 fill. Our best outs, I think, are 87s or 88s. To the upside there at the 50 period. Now we wait to see if Big Bear has a run in it here at the end of the day. So yeah, man, all good over here on this front. We're happy that you're joining us one more time here into the close. It should be a good one. I don't think there's too many earnings. I actually didn't even really. Cisco, okay.
Yeah,
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Blue
Right?
Hill was a good group.
What was that? Yeah.
What?
The Thong Song stock?
Thong Song.
There
is. So CoreWeave does report, but it's like
CoreWeave, okay.
Yeah, but it's 7 o'clock.
Oh,
who the hell reports at 7 o'clock at night?
That's a mistake.
Well, you know what? When I first looked at it, Sean, I thought exactly the same thing as you. I'm like, there's no chance. By the way, just very quickly, break even stop on Robinhood. That's what I wanted to get to next. I took a mean reversion on it. There you go. It broke trend. It played to here, and then I'm out break even.
Ooh, Baba tomorrow morning, Ali.
Yeah, Baba tomorrow morning. But yeah, I don't understand why anybody would report at 7. But I absolutely trust Adara.
Oh, yeah,
who have gotten it right. So that's all. Ooh, someone's actually selling CoreWeave every time at the top here at 66.
I don't know if CoreWeave, yeah. I really, that's a name where it's too bad that, we're thinking very bearish once they came out, because it was a name that there was a lot of interest. I just want to bring up to everyone's attention here. See, this was 62. We wrote down 62 on Robinhood. I really liked it. These are all 62 buys, right? There's the sell, and then guess what we did?
Another one.
It breaks and we went short. So then, boom, goes the dynamite. Boom. We didn't. Again, she could have reloaded it right there. Was waiting for 62 to reload. Didn't quite get there, but there it goes, right? So bought the long, which we had right here written on our sticky note. Once we sat here and realized that, this name's not that strong at all today, and it came rifling in while the market is still positive, that made me think this is a flip up. So we did that. And we didn't flip it up until 75, so we didn't flip it up immediately. We got out there on 85 break. Then the downside happens here for Robinhood. So that was a pretty good flip up there. Just wondering if people were interested in that. And there goes the TQQs. It's almost off the bottoms again. So that's back-to-back jacks here on the TQQs. We'll see if NVIDIA can get going as well. And we'll go over, looks like he's ready to rock and roll. Let's go over to Sharif at the big screen.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joe and I on the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But like I always say, you got to be a subscriber to get into the chat and vote. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. 2 of the 4 major averages, guys, in Greensville. 2 are in red. I'll give you a guess as to which ones are green. Time's up. NQ and the ES are both green on the day, with the Dow and the Russell 2000 in Redsville here, with the worst off being the Russell 2000 down almost 0.2%. UNH obviously keeping the Dow down, still at that 420 level. Let's look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you guys. No surprise here. NVDA, another fantastic day, almost 4% in the green, was 4% at times. Here's what we're expecting in terms of this new deal that they're striking with the Saudis. Qataris are today and possibly the Emiratis tomorrow, expecting about $15 to $20 billion in revenue just from this one deal alone with Saudi Arabia, guys. So not a bad look at all.
All right. Yeah, no, not a bad look at all.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
It was, what, 34.50 or something?
No, you could say like 20 billion, a lot of money.
20 billion, that's a lot of money.
Russell Peters.
My kid got in trouble
You
for
may have
doing
only
a
had
Chinese
one or
accent.
two,
I'm not.
like good, like he had
I'm not
one or
allowed.
two good sets, but that's about it. You got in trouble doing that joke?
Yeah, my kid, my 13-year-old was doing like a Chinese accent or something in school, though. Yeah.
Look,
Yeah, he got in trouble.
if you're Canadian, the Russell Peters bit is
No,
one
you're
of
not
the
doing it for
most
that.
famous. I'm just saying, like, you got to be able to have fun in this stuff, man.
You cannot have fun like that in school anymore.
No,
Cannot.
like,
no, you cannot.
Okay, what I should say is, I wish you could still have some fun because like there's really good bits. Like
Not allowed to bring balls to
Eddie
school.
Murphy does all kinds of great bits. When I gave my daughter,
Oh, we're not doing any Goonie Goo Goo jokes here, okay?
Goonie Goo Goo was
with
one of
Delirious there.
it is what it is. I show my
Mark,
daughter some clips of some good comedy, and then my wife is like, "What are you doing?" She's gonna say that at school. It's clean stuff, but some of it's.
No, you're not allowed. I'm telling you, you're not allowed.
Yeah, it sucks.
So I've been banned from doing all that. I have a couple different accents, as we all do. All right, there's NVIDIA right there, 130 to 131. It was the #1 long. He started with the Saudis. I started with the Saudis. We're all loving the Saudis these days, as that money can work, right? I mean, money is green, and they're throwing it around. Shout out to Live Golf. How'd that work out for the Saudis? Not the greatest. But here it is, man. Live Golf, I think, has been a disaster. I think they've lost hundreds and hundreds of millions at all. I mean, when's the last Live event you watched, Neil?
But I only watched like the
Exactly.
but I only ever watched the Masters.
Right. So you haven't watched one. I have never watched one. I don't. Brendan, I'm sure he's a
I
golf
might try
fan.
to watch some of the PGA Championship.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's so much interest on that Profit X. I want to bet something.
Yeah, I don't think. Anyways, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys.
Back to video.
If whatever, Greg Norman's watching, he can fill us in on the $600 million, whatever he got paid for nothing.
Norman.
Okay, so right into here, I'm just jealous at the end of the day. What's up to the shark there? That guy had an epic collapse also at the Masters. But no, look, NVIDIA, I really like the stock today. You guys know that I was sitting in this trade, and it was pretty much the talk for me all morning. We bought the 200 period. We were not letting this thing go until it broke 131. That was going to be the decision that we had. My stop order is actually still in there, but I might as well cancel it. I have less than 10% left of this position because we got out the majority of this at the high of the day. So real traders unite, as we talk about that all the time, looking for these bigger moves, man, on bigger shares. We did screw up early when we got, locked in there trying to buy this break of the top. We did buy the break of the top. It did go upside. So it was running early, but then it just ran down, man, all the way down and broke that 200 period at that time. So we wind up getting out. I feel like it might have been VWAP, but anyways, at the time it breaks it. Then we were like, all right, let's just do our sticky note again. And then we started buying here with $1 worth of risk. There's 131 right here. It never got into that area. We were looking to buy more. I mean, actually, I still 31.75, 131.65 was the low. We were like in the 20s or 30s. So we did miss the reload, but all the way to the top side, we just got some more out right now. As the market's tipsy-turvy here, right? We're going between up to down to we were below VWAP. Now we're right here again. So I think this is a pretty good trade. We got out of half of it right here once we broke the 50 period at the time. And now I guess it was right there. We got another piece out at the bottom, and now we're just going to hold on to NVIDIA and see what winds up happening. But a decent trade there. Wrong early, right late. We did have Bob Dadog, Bob blah blah. We did have emotional damage.
There was all kinds of emotional damage today.
I was having a lot of emotional damage.
And
then I found out that they sent the wrong size bat to my daughter. I'm going to show the clip to you.
And it's a gorgeous bat.
It is time to fight.
It is a gorgeous bat.
It's fighting time. But
you got a bat that you can hit them with. So and you don't care what happens to it because it's the wrong bat. It's almost like it works out.
It might be a win-win situation over here.
Sometimes it's a win-win situation. I'll tell you this right now. But look, I didn't trade. What's weird about today is I wanted to dip by NVIDIA, and then the AMD news happened, and I went to going long AMD, and AMD was downward trending, and somehow we were able to navigate it. Because in AMD, it went nuts. They authorized was $6 billion buyback. And you saw what happened in the pre-market. We were covering it live, and it was trending up. And it's like, don't chase, pull back into VWAP. It pulled back into VWAP twice. One of them was as clean a move as you can get, especially since if you were looking at the tape, what was happening at 122 wasn't rocket science. And then we waited for very patient dip buys with tight stops, but really just a couple of shots and then go. I didn't trade SMCI, but I noticed that one's on the list. So we can talk some more chips when we get to that. And
yeah, like this. So this is supposed to be
a
29 drop 10. Okay. So first of all, it's drop 12. You can see right there. And then here it is. So this is my wife sending it to me. Everything is all good. It's all good. It's supposed to be 29 length. There it is, 28. You can't see. There it is, 28 drop 12. But there it is. It's the Rawlings icon there. You could drop whatever you want. Certain leagues will have certain restrictions. This is a USAA Little League Rawlings icon bat. But those of you in the chat that know bats, anyways, doesn't matter. Long story short, wrong bat. So she'll play tonight with her other one-piece alloy bat, which is still a great bat, but I wanted to get her a new one. So anyways, all righty then. Sharif, a stock called Tesla that we had a good position on and then got stopped out for $1 loser and then watched it jump $15 or something like that. It looks like it's still going, Sharif. So let's get this story and go find out if it's going to break that 350 mark.
Yes.
It's been knocking on the door, Katina, man. 350 to the T is today's high right now, guys. We're up 4.44%. Couple of headlines on Tesla today. They are gearing up to restart component shipping from China for the Cybercab and the semi-truck. So keep an eye on that separately. They're also launching robotaxi, Randy, and the federal regulator scrutinizing them, wanting to know, does their camera system, will it be able to detect fog? Will it be able to see through these things? Because Randy, they don't use LiDAR, camera system only. So the federal regulator asking for more information from Tesla. Let's see how the response goes. Hey?
I'm trying to figure out.
I don't even know what's happening.
No, I don't know what's happening. Randy's sitting over there. He's chuckling up a storm. Sharif's having fun, and I gotta crank my neck and and not try to hurt myself. But no, we love some Tesla. I got bamboozled. I say bamboozled, but each time on the tape it looked distinctly different when we were jumping in and out of Tesla. Like there was a double bottom. We got out when it looked like it was failing underneath 340. That was the 336, 337 long. Then there was VWAP where it went into the sell wall, and we jumped out thinking we'd get back in, and I never got back in. I'll admit, when it got to VWAP, I was distracted and doing something else. So that should have been a clear reentry. Once it does this move, I'm not really getting back into it. The next question I have for Tesla, I know 350 is a thing, but I'm sort of thinking 360 because that's the big head and shoulders was at about 360 to 365 on the daily. So in terms of resistance, 350 is a big fat round number, and I'm sure if it happens on a Friday, it's happening in a couple of minutes. Then it would matter more. But that 360, I think, is the big next leg where the swing traders and anybody that bought recently in that 220 is thinking about, hey, do I need to take something off here? Do I want to take something off? Do I want to slap a trailing stop on? Because that's a big level coming in on Tesla. First, it has to break 350, which seems at this point a little bit inevitable, like Thanos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the snap of a finger, this thing could definitely break that 350. So I'm going long if we do break 350. Here's the, oh, what? I didn't even look at this since I've been back. Wow. I cannot believe I didn't get long there. I was waiting at oh, wow. So I put a bid here at 337, basically 337. I think it was 337.25. That's what I always bid anyways, 25s. And wow, I must have just missed it. To come back from the gym, I would have been in the money there. Would have been 100 shares just to start with. That would have been a grand. It doesn't matter, don't have it. But yeah, what a great bottom there. We had it twice, boom, boom. And we were Oh, I wish I didn't see this. All right, that's nice. But anyway, Tesla's going. I'm going to try again. Remember, breakouts have not been great. So we'll play with some shares, and then we'll see what happens after that. So we'll go long. We'll go long like 1 unit with an idea of maybe grabbing 2 or 3 units at one point there. Let's see if it wants to work right now for Tesla breaking through 350. It might as well do it. It's here. It's been fantastic trade the last couple of days. Tesla continues to break higher. No reason not, in my opinion anyways, to grab this level right here, right now. And if it does break it back down below, I mean, I'll talk about it when I'm in it, but you know, this 349 area right into here seems to be a problem. So I can expect it to break, come back into this area. Then if we don't hold, then we'll wind up getting out. So let's see where this next dip kind of gives us, because right now it's looking like 348, basically 50 has been the bottom right now of this last move. So if we break, I'm already having in my mind that it's a $1.50 hit. All right, so that's the kind of share size that I'm going to be planning with early, which is why it's only going to be 1 unit. Then we'll add about a half a unit back as it falls back in through, and then we'll deal with it and get stopped out, and then watch it rip up $15 after we get stopped out. So that's Tesla. It's been a great stock today. We had the long dead to rights twice and basically 3 times, but not sitting here. I can't push the key. So yeah, it was a good gym session today, but missed out on $1,000. And I wouldn't have held it all the way anyways, but. Reef?
All right, guys, there's Randy. I was just talking cars with him. Can I help myself? SMCI, boys, up 17 2/3. Fantastic look on this headline over here. Trading higher after the company announced improvements to its DLC2 direct liquid cooling system. And they're doing a deal, guys, with the Saudi Arabian company DataVolt for a substantial amount. SMCI having yet another good day.
Yeah, look, it's up 18%, but like it did what everything else did at the open that was bullish, which was break down. And it broke down heavily. You just had to be patient enough to wait for it. I did take 1 swing and miss early, and then it was able to hold 43. What was good about SMCI, oh yeah, not split adjusted. Always have to zoom in and out. The prior high in the daily. Go back to March where it had a brick wall at about 42.5 into 43. Well, one of the things you want to see in a pullback on something that's bullish is when it pulls back into that big area, it finds a bid. And today it found a bid right off that 43 level. Didn't quite get down to 42.5, but it was able to go with 43 long into VWAP. Then it was a VWAP bounce into 46. 46 has been a bit of a problem, but if we can break away from the 46 level, I think this has a good shot to regain some of those highs. The market seems strong enough. Saudi's throwing around that money. We should be playing that song every time we pull up a chip name at this particular point. Shout out to you, Intel, for getting none of that money. But yeah, SMCI looks pretty good. It's running. You can see that it's running into trouble at 46. I think that puts potentially VWAP into play, although it did not hold last time. It was 44.5. So next available dip, I would like to see VWAP hold, but it'll have to prove it to me. Or we want this to break out the 46 quarter and make a run for today's high. I mean, it's not like an all-time high or anything. There just isn't a lot ahead of it on the daily chart. There's a lot of open space for this stock.
Okay, by the way, okay, so what's up, Marlon? What are we going to do about this NASDAQ trade? He says, if you're just talking about the trade that I'm in, I've just been getting some out sort of at these levels. We just got another piece right there. I don't know if it wants to break above, and we've seen the market make fun moves near the end of the day. We'll discuss that as we go, but I do want to talk. So Marlon, give me a second. Look what's happening right now. It's a hot dog kind of day for Robinhood, and I know my guy Joe is long this, but he's fine with this kind of a move down. It's not that bad. We've had a huge move up, so we'll celebrate a little bit. It's Robinhood right now, 60 cents in the money. Your boy is here to trade, and there's another trade right there. So not only it's not 1, it's not 2, it's
another one.
And then we have another one.
Another one.
And then we're going to give you
another one.
So stay tuned, man. We've got the TQs, we've got NVIDIA, we've got Robinhood, and then we've got the one that has to wake up. It is the bear. It is the big one. It is the big bear AI that is hibernating right now. Big bear AI, an amazing 3 cents in the money right now. But what's up, Marlon, and everybody else over there? Trade the pool hat on. All right, Rigetti. Wife made some spaghetti last night, actually.
Right? Like, all right, guys. This is a look. There's Brendo. There is a look at Rigetti. I checked with it. There's really no specific move or catalyst today for these quantum names, but as you saw during the midday show, they are all moving quite aggressively. Rigetti, no exception here. 17.6%. Needham chiming in today on Rigetti, maintaining that buy, boys, but dropping that price target from 17 down to 15.
All right. Before we go, I just good idea there. Black sheep trades. He said, poke it with the stick there. So here we go. So here goes BBAI. Let's go. Do something. All right. I didn't even look up Rigetti today.
I didn't trade Rigetti today. We have a bad habit sometimes of conflating the quantum plays with the nuclear plays. So I'm going to try not to do that, but. Rigetti showing some strength here, as you can see. QBTS, different. Like a lot of times, I actually like Rigetti off of VWAP here, and I feel like the only reason I didn't take it was because of what was going on here in QBTS, which lost whatever that's algo support, whatever you want to call it, off from the morning. And to me, it's like short this, but it's a W pattern, and if you break the W pattern up, and when you had buyers at like 1085 around here, then you get out. So I'll jump out of QBTS, but I don't want that one long. Like if I'm going in long this afternoon, I'd rather be in the stock which never broke VWAP and is up. And did Rigetti have a fantastic quarter? Most people would tell you no. And it doesn't matter when it's got a 22% short float. Valuation, none of these companies have valuations that make any sense compared to how much sales they have. So you can't really, who cares? Honestly, it's like, it doesn't really make a difference at this point. You could have surprise earnings, but the revenue's so low that it's compared to market capitalization, none of that stuff matters. So I think VWAP matters here. It's breaking trend. I'm out in a couple of cents on QBTS, but it's this one that I would rather be long, and it's the long off VWAP that held. And shout out to the chat for hollering about this when it was such a great move earlier, and better late than never if we can catch this off VWAP. That's all I can say. I know you guys were trading in the midday. Good luck.
Yeah, look, I mean, Rigetti, again, just bouncing off VWAP, I mean, that would be the only trade that I would be saying. I mean, we've made notes. We always make notes, but it's when a stock is super strong and you've already identified it and it has a late day pullback into VWAP or something like that, that is generally a area where if you're going to try something and maybe either you're not in it or you are in it or whatever, this is generally a level that we'd want to look at for trade, right? So for me there, this makes sense. Again, I like that position on Rigetti. If we can get it down there at 1140, I think it would work. So yeah, Rigetti, man, nice play there today. The quantum plays have been going off to that upside. And I mean, no surprise today. I mean, we also had Google. Oh, Google's next. Okay, so I was going to say, in another big quantum play right there, Google continues to also make some moves higher today. So let's go find out what we want to talk about and what the news maybe is specifically with Google. But I just feel like, Rigetti, QBTS, some of the other names there, IonQ and whatnot, bigger names for the quantum play, but Google obviously in there for many other reasons as well. So let's go find out what the play is here for Google. Maybe it's just been so bad it's good.
I think that's what it is, Sean, because there's really no specific catalyst on this today. There was this little tidbit, though, interesting kind of take here by D.A. Davidson analyst Gil Loria, already kind of putting the cart before the horse here, basically saying if Google is to get broken up, its different sections could end up pushing the company to a $3.7 trillion valuation, guys. In any event, we'll have to find out. On the day, though, up 3 4/5.
Who knew? That's all I can say. There's a good Rodney Dangerfield bit. See, that's another guy who, you know what? Actually, you can do a lot of the Rodney Dangerfield stuff is probably still good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Eddie Murphy stuff you can't do.
But Rodney Dangerfield you cannot do.
Come on. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Women, I don't know. I just know that there's some stuff like.
He's so funny, though.
I love Rodney Dangerfield. I mean, we talked about Caddyshack and all that kind of stuff.
Hey,
there was one where he's a swimmer.
Back to School.
It's Back to School.
That's one of the funniest movies ever made. He goes back to school.
I get no respect.
He's just legit, man. Anyways, there's a bit where there's a bit with him and Eddie Murphy, and Eddie Murphy tells a story. And
You know who I was thinking about? Andrew Dice Clay.
But everyone knows you can't do Andrew Dice Clay. Like
let's not do that.
In our time, you couldn't tell his jokes in school, and that was the thing.
School.
Oh, you get in trouble.
You
if
can barely
you
tell
told
any
Dice
jokes
Clay.
in school these days.
So anyways, for Google, the reason I say who knew is, I mean, come on. Google was the one that, the concerns and all that good stuff. And I'm not sitting here to tell you that, like, I don't regret selling some, putting into Meta. I like Meta better. It's just the timing of it looks really bad because suddenly Google looks like I'm not a chartered technical, what is it again? Chartered market technician. There you go. That's what I'm trying to spit out there. So I can't tell you exactly what this is, except that it looks like a wedge, right? Like since we had the bottom, you've got a distinct wedge, which could be breaking out. All I ever know is what it means when a wedge like that breaks, and it's bullish if it breaks up. Simple, breaks down, bearish, breaks up, bullish, and Google wants to do it now. And if it does, then suddenly you could see this back in like the 180, 185 range. That's the way this market is going. Disappointing to anyone that recently sold, but yeah, didn't see this one as quite the rocket ship that it ended up being. Obviously, I didn't end up trading any Alphabet today. I just did not, like I said, did not see that coming. We'll talk about, I missed something that I should get to. I was meant to talk about this during the chips, so I'll just quickly throw it in here because one, it's a little fail on myself because I'm out of, I had 2 shorts today. Well, okay, 3 because I'm in the 3rd one now. Micron, which was good, should not necessarily have been out of this. There was a story with Micron where they were at the JP Morgan, I forget the name of the conference or whatever JP is doing today, but they spoke and did not update their guidance, which people would expect chip names in a better environment should be updating their guidance, saying things are going to not be as bad or be better, right? Because you have deals happening. Well, with the market making higher highs at the time, Micron's still breaking down. And it's worth showing you that Micron looks bad. We've already shown AMD, which is looking pretty bad. Micron not doing very well. And Intel, I mean, probably not surprising anybody, down at the lows. So when you pull up NVIDIA, when you pull up SMCI, when you pull up ARM, just know that not all of those names, not all of the chip space is high flying. Micron, kind of like them. It's a little surprising to see as bad as they're getting hit for simply not updating their guidance at a conference.
Yeah, remember Big Bear AI, if it goes down below 375, we're going to get out. It's at 378 right now, and it'll be a flat trade if that happens. End of the day. Okay, we did have a new IPO today. Thank you, Andres, working fine. All right, so $68. So that's right where we're at right now. To see where we go down to. That was the very bottom. That's not where we IPO'd, though. We IPO'd at 69.69. So I don't know who was responsible for that, but that's where we IPO'd there. I wasn't here again, but it does rip up into $72 and then right back down. Neil was watching it. There wasn't much liquidity there. And then once it found 68 bottom, apparently, then it went back up and made a 74 top and then fell back in. And this is where it's resting right now. So I'm actually thinking that this is a decent long against 67.50 right now for eToro. So I was debating buying some of this, to be honest with you, at this level, and then just trying to use either the 50 period or, I mean, it's all the same. This is 67.50 or so for a break, maybe in eToro, but it's not necessarily moving around that much. So this could be one where it just kind of drips and bleeds you out of the position, but I don't know. Well, I want to have a watch. I want to keep an eye on this one. So 67.50, that's where the 50 period moving average is. Look, I mean, it has the ability to do this again, which would be 65. So I think even if I was able to get long, which I think we'll try, I'll put a bid somewhere down here. Even if we were to get long at 67.50 here, my out would probably be a break of right here, like 67, and just hope that we're able to get a 20-cent spread involved or something right now. But yeah, nicely moving downside. Maybe we'll stay away, but I do want to keep this on our vision and on the radar here because this is what we're doing. So we're going to wait to see what happens with eToro. Maybe it's just a 68 break. Maybe we get excited if we break VWAP, which is 70. But again, $70, you feel bad not getting long at 67.50 if it's already at 70. So we'll just wait. We'll just wait to see if that does anything. Just a quick little brief update here. Marlin and everybody else that's in this trade. We just took another piece out at 70 when this broke a little bit low. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying maybe it's time to tap out if we do go to the downside. I thought I did have a stop in there, but I was trying to redo some of my stops. So it's still in there for 69.20. So again, like my stop, we're long at 69.31s. We are giving this like 15 cents to the downside in order to make $1. So it's not in order to, but we have made $1 on it. So it's been a pretty good trade. Not $1, we made 80 cents at the high rate there. But so it's been a pretty good trade for the risk to reward ratio, but I don't really want this to come down too much. We're underneath VWAP when we are underneath the 50, underneath the 200. So that puts us like somewhere around here. And that to me looks like a good drop zone for us. 69.75 or so to get out of the TQs. I'm just looking up higher to look at a longer term chart here. I mean, this is what a 60-minute chart looks like. It's not really telling me anything. I was just trying to see. That bottom looks really good, man. No wonder why we wound up buying that at 69. So maybe if we can get a dip buy back down there again, that would be all good. So yeah, that's the level for me for the TQs. It looks like 69.75 or so may play for that. So yeah, that's what we're doing right now. I'm going to be pretty happy with it. If we do break below, we'll get stopped out of about 75%. I mean, I can put this in for you guys right now. We have a kind of a cool stop order here. I just put in the price, 69.75. Like that, or 74, and then I could just tab down. And I know it's hard to see, but in the bottom left there, it goes from 100 to 25. I'm showing you just right here, 100 to 25 to 50%, 75%. So let's get out of 75% if it breaks 75s, right? We've had a nice run up. We want to put this 40 cents in our pocket for sure, and then possibly, and this will give us an opportunity to reload if it gets lower. So push. Uh-oh. Okay, good. Sometimes I was like, push enter, it doesn't get accepted.
If you have another one out, then.
Yeah, that was okay. I did cancel the other one. So, all right, so that's what the play is right now. We'll see what happens on this trade. Looking for, better than what we have right now. And higher is better. We're waiting at 70.20 right now for that trade. The Robinhood, we did empty out the clip down there at the day's low. We're really proud of this one because we flipped it. We had written down here, and if you want to find some trade ideas every single day, I'll be trading the plan on here pretty much every day. So there's Robinhood 62 long. We definitely like the trend. We talked about that with the more crypto talk. We thought that was going to be a hot little look today for crypto, but it hasn't really. It's not done too much there. And especially yesterday with the buy of WonderFi, and we had Kevin O'Leary on, so on and so forth. So we knew the talk was there. But right now, look what's happening. The NASDAQ right now is bouncing. So what goes bump in the night? Futures. There it is. That's a face slapper, Neil. Nice move to the high side. There's that dollar club. So there's the dollar club in the futures. I don't know what's going on, but that's a pretty big move. Probably the biggest move of the day right now happening in the futures. Single move, biggest day move right now in the futures, and glad that we have it with you. So shout out to Marlin and all my traders out there. Hey, what's good, guys? We got this play right now. We're $3 in the money on NVIDIA. Big Bear AI is flat, and the futures are bumping. Futures have been a great trade for us lately here on the show. So again, let's see where this is going. It looks like upside right now for the future.
Yeah, great trade. There's no story or anything. It just there was a headline for the trade desk, but I don't think that's actually going to matter at all. No, it's a Microsoft advertising closing its demand side platform, yada yada yada.
Yada yada. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, that is the story, but that's not going to bump the market. Not.
I'm getting more out. I mean, I don't take advantage of these bumps.
Yeah. No, but it's crazy because I'm looking for SMCI to break out, and it's just not doing it. It runs into this brick wall that somebody is selling this thing under 46, and it just stalls out. There's no continuation through, and it didn't hold. It didn't come close to holding VWAP last time, so I wouldn't just sit on it. Like, it lost VWAP by a full $1 the last time it got underneath. So whoever is doing the selling is certainly winning. At this point, I want this breaking out the top. Tesla, no 350 break yet. But, I mean, there's still time. So VWAP, 350. I don't want to diddle in the middle. Rigetti, which I want to get into. I'm just going to cancel. When it's trending like this, there's no point sitting there for VWAP. I want to get out of qubits when it hits my stop, which it's somewhat close to. It's just above 90. Oh, there it goes. So qubit, it's D-Wave, everybody. I call D-Wave qubits because it's QBTS. That's on me. And whatever. When my wife bought it, I was like, buy qubits. And she's like, what is that? I'm like, it's D-Wave. But it just broke that consolidation. So if the algos come back in buying, I don't want the weak one. I want the strong one. And the strong one is going to be Rigetti. So I want Rigetti, SMCI break. Tesla, it's not flying around enough that I think you're going to get, like, 350 is going to come out of nowhere and just start breaking it to the upside. but there is also the chance that you could have a quick test up and a pullback, and then if it does that, then there's an opportunity to buy the dip going into it. That's the other way to look at getting into Tesla. But for now, just going to be patient with it. It's been like a pick your spots and snipe kind of day. Like, to me, that's what's worked today. So I want to make sure I stick to that bit of a plan. And by the way, that IPO stunk. It didn't smell right to me, and so I'm like, I'm going to size way down on it. I did not take the opening print because I didn't trust the amount of liquidity on it. It ended up being right. And I can tell you it did initially go up. Depending on how fast you are on the keys, I think if you punched in, like if I saw it bounce off 68, which the plan of action, first even dollar I see it bounce off of, I'm going to punch long and throw a stop. So it did go up initially and then slammed. So like I just had time to put my stop in. It was triggering and then made the bottom wick. I'm like, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. There was no bid down there. And yeah, it's going to look like, yeah, but that's like a standard. You could have had $4 or $5. True. But the other side of that is if it lost, I promise you it would have been way more risk. If it took the core weave size, it would have been way more risk than anything I'd ever done on an IPO. Because I'd never seen liquidity that bad on the open underneath the bid. Like there was no size at all. And now it's starting to fall apart. I don't think I paid. I paid for locates, but I don't know if I want to be short this thing, especially with the spread like 50 cents. So Rigetti, Tesla, right now, SMCI, those are the three names. If there's anything else that anybody's watching, let us know if it's moving. Right now, I feel like these are the ones that I want to be involved in. You just got to be patient with it. Like nothing really happening in SMCI. I doubt it just hangs around here forever.
All right, Fabian, here we go. I mean, sometimes I look down at my net and I'm like, am I green or am I red? So I'm going to figure this out right now. The world's #1 online colorblind test. Okay, so I'm going to take the test, right? Start the test right here. What number do you see here? A 4. Okay, so there it is, a 2. And then we'll go a 7. Ooh. You guys can play along with me, okay? This is a 9. All right, there's a 5. You guys let me know. I mean, if we think there's a 3 right here, there's a 9. I mean, Fabian, how long is this, my guy? This is an 8 right here. There's a 2 coming in. That's going to be a 1. That's going to be a 2 again. That's going to be a 7. There's going to be a 1. Ooh, actually trying to trick me over here. Actually looks more clear on our screen than it does on this screen here. That's a 4. That's a 2. Oh, that's a 2 though, but that's true. Uh-oh, that's a 3. Okay, that's a 2. Ooh, a 5, let's go with. Ooh, this looks hard. I can see it on the screen, it looks easier, but it's a 9. That's a deuce.
Good.
Where does it say? Where?
Click no thanks, you have to click. It's kind of silly.
Okay.
They want you to pay for something.
What happened?
Yeah, normal color vision.
Oh, it said oh, there it is. That's all that it says?
That's all it tells you. It doesn't tell you.
I thought it would say like you're Superman or something, but no, it didn't say.
You know what's cool? I was doing this, like, so there's.
Yeah, they say take these off, it says.
Well, some of them, it's weird, because some of them.
Obviously, why would you want these on?
Look a little clear, and then some you flat out not see the number. When
you can't do a color test when you're using these.
Of course you can. Just very quickly, let's go to Adair.
Yeah, put these on.
If you're wondering what happened to Netflix, I have the story. Basically, Netflix saying it now has 94 million subscribers to its ad-supported service. Unclear why this necessarily results in a drop. But either way, this has been strong all day, now falling up from $11.50 at the start of this candle. That would be $1,050 to a low of $1,130. So $20 move here for NFLX. So it's trying to make some of that back. Again, 94 million subscribers to its ad-supported ad-supported streaming service. If I get any more details on this story, I will let you know. And back to you.
Yo, what's up, Tammy B? What, Tammy KB? What do you mean Sean cheated? How did I cheat? I didn't cheat. I don't know if wearing glasses would have been cheating or not, but
well, it asked you at the beginning if you're wearing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I said
the glasses that they're selling, obviously.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I don't know why that's so bad.
We can have a look at Netflix. I mean, I don't know if that
right
number.
Back to where it was.
Yeah, exactly. So, not knowing what 91 million means to them, I have no idea. But I do know that Netflix, you want to buy any dips. But see, this is not really like what a surprise. It goes right into where we opened the day. Like that's just crazy. If you were waiting there, congratulations, you just get a $20 gift. Down to $11.30 if you were just playing the bottom, and then a rip right back up there as 91 million ad supported there. So I don't know if that's good or not, but I guess the market didn't like it earlier, and then they do.
Really not good enough.
They do now, so nice little job there for Netflix and their shareholders. Doesn't look like that's going to affect too much. All right, that bump there on the TQs, man. If you're not sitting there, and we just talked about that with the NASDAQ, if you're not sitting there, then you don't get, or sorry, with Netflix, if you're not sitting there, you don't get the fills. We were, and we talked about that when Marlon asked me at 2:15, and we interrupted when we were talking about Robinhood or whatever, which, by the way, I have more information on that. I said this would be a great area for us to get out. So that's what we did, man. We got out at 30s, some of them, and that was a decent play. We're still going to get out of 75% if it breaks, but that number is now a heck of a lot less than what it was before, because even on the way back in, I took some more out right there at $70. Oh, Netflix is presenting at the Performing Arts Center in New York. So if you are there in fabulous NYC and would like to go see what's going on over there, let us know. Send us a picture. Performing Arts Center in New York is what Netflix is all about. All right, so we flipped up our game on Robinhood, and this is what I wanted to get to, because we, again, sitting at the low of the day, 61.10s right there. We take that out. And sure, we were long. I mean, I'm never going to avoid talking about the ideas that I have written down or the trades that I've taken, because I feel fine about all of them, right? I mean, I know when we screw up and when we're getting out of our sort of, comfort zone, and we weren't at all with Robinhood. We let it come all the way in. I was sitting here. I was like 62. I mean, I didn't have a bid, but once it came into 62, I said, this is the level that I liked earlier on in the day down there for $62. We had missed it a couple times early when it mattered. And then when it didn't matter, it really didn't matter, and it broke through 62 pretty easily, man. It cut like a knife. Like, we didn't get too many opportunities to even really get out of it. We got in. We averaged in there at 61.90, so we took a 62.02. Then we took because it bumped up like that, and I was like, oh my God, I missed it. So then when it fell back in, I actually got that price, and then we got a 90 there, so our average price was like 61.95 or so, and then we got out once it broke that shelf there of 85. So that would make sense. That's what I normally do. So that's 10 cents worth of risk. And then I was like, nah, we're going to short this. And then we did the short, and now we're still in that one. So again, once we realized that relative strength didn't exist in this name, and it wasn't going to bounce off a level that I thought, we wound up going short there. Now, I wish I was short 62 instead of 61.75, but is what it is, and we'll take what we got. So that's going to be a good one there. There go the NASDAQ back to the upside. And then just one last talk, and then I'm going to look for new trades. I already have a few new ideas, but right now, NVIDIA is coming right back up to this high. I just want to make sure I have an out. I do 135.18, so I'm sitting right here at this level. Hopefully we can come up, hit us right there, and we'll hold the rest. But yeah, so far so good here this afternoon. Let's go look for some more trades. We'll pass it off to Neil, see what he's working with, and then I have an idea.
The only new one, the same three I'm looking at it, with the only fourth, the new fourth being AMD with a bit of a rounded bottom in here. So the good thing for AMD is it has not, despite the downtrend, it has not broken out where we were when the news hit this morning. And you can see it was literally at 116.5, and that's now the low. And it's making a nice lower highs into some higher lows, or attempting to put in the higher lows now. Once it confirmed the higher low, you get the rounded bottom and then a break at the top back at that 117.5, which I like. So that's what I'm looking at currently, unless Tesla does something in the next few minutes, SMCI does something, which it's not right now, at least for now. There was a question in the chat. Someone asked about the 3-minute versus 1 minute. I used to use the 1 minute chart. I just find that anecdotally, like I take way more different entry points on a 1 minute. Like you see more stuff. And I like the 3 minute better. I tried the 5 minute for a bit, and the 3 just found like it was a comfort zone for me in terms of finding the entries. Generally speaking, big levels, I want daily charts. I want 15-minute charts. I think you find levels from the higher time frame down, and it kind of works for trends as well to give you a bias for direction. But I prefer the 3. You have to find what works for you. Some people like a 20 instead of a 15. They'll probably tell you almost the same thing. And for the long term, man, I love weekly and monthly charts when looking at the long term. I find that keeps you in check big time, for sure. HK, can you look at Meta? Yeah, if everything starts moving to levels I like, why not? See, this is why I'm not that upset about Alphabet. Meta's doing just fine. Meta breaking back out. It's not really a W pattern, but it like kind of already broke one of those. I don't see any reason Meta's not at 680 at the end of the week here. Even if it's having a muted day at 0.5%, If the market's just going to sit around, well, I'd rather it just be holding the highs. It's better than the alternative, right? So Meta, I think, having a fine day just because Google's going crazy. Well, Meta already went crazy yesterday. So I think you're just going from one to the other and hopping around here. I don't really see much of a trade. Complete inside day, I think that can be good, but Meta's known for like consolidating for a few days. It could easily consolidate for a week and then go again. Sometimes you get a little bit of chop and then a big move and then a little bit of chop and then a big move. So you just had the big move, a day or two of chop. That's perfectly reasonable for Meta, but it's on the upward trend, no question about it. And I just said, what about SMCI? Well, it's still failing underneath 46, and it hasn't really shown me like a solid level of support, just these little tiny wicks in here at a level which was not respected the last time it got there, which is the volume weighted average price. I'm waiting for something distinct, like a real trend down that can be reverted, a breakout above this 46 resistance, it's more like 46 quarter, or something clean off of either 44.5 or the volume weighted average price. Neither one of those things happening just yet. So you gotta be patient for it. And Peter, Alibaba, oh goodness. Tomorrow morning we get Baba, we get Walmart, a couple of big ones that are going to matter and matter a lot. I think Baba's had quite the impressive rally. So I don't know how much I feel great about buying in here in Baba. As a matter of fact, I said I'm not considering buying until I get something closer to the 200 period moving average, or I can digest whatever it is they say in the earnings. Usually the fundamentals are pretty good with Alibaba, and then it doesn't matter as much as you want it to. And that's my concern with them. It's like I think it might not be too bad. If anything, it might be okay. But it's the action that happens after that has me a little skittish. I feel like people want the American stocks right now. And Baba having a good day, but I'm not a buyer up here. I want to be buying back into it. Not the 80s again, but the 200 period.
All right, you're right there in the chat. NVIDIA's cooking again. Good look there. What's up, Other Zinc? You're talking my love language. As there goes NVIDIA. We're getting close. You know what, man? I was waiting for 18s here on NVIDIA. I might let's just take a 13 right now if we can get it. Okay, well, we got it pretty easily there. So we'll take a 13 there. Why not, man? I mean, we just traveled up 70 cents from that low, or a little bit more than that, 80 cents. So let's take advantage of that and get out at the best spots we have. It is your 1, 2, 3 dollar winner right there. You see we got the collared shirt on there to match Mini-Me over there today. He's gone for right now. Shout out to Joe. All right, so just that's that. Oh, my next trade that we're getting ready for, I know I teased a little bit, but I'm still waiting for this Tesla, man. I mean, I really want this Tesla here at 350. I am going to play the break. I'm well aware that this could, I kind of just do want action, like a little bit of an action junkie here. Let's see if we can break that level. I think it's a smart play. We talked about, Joe mentioned there, all the options that were sitting here at 350. For me, I've not done enough work to know that that means anything. So I'm just gonna wait, because I guarantee you there was just as many probably at 325, and I can go back and look to see what that looked like when it probably smoked it. But we'll just wait to see. That could create a move down. I could see it breaking, maybe going $1 or $2, and then the pressure of all those options maybe hit it, and it starts to come back in. But I don't, short covering at 350 is also another thing that could wind up happening. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Tesla there at 350. And I do have a dip buy, but it's not until down here. We talked about the levels that I liked for dip buy. We should have probably just bought the 200 period again and not been so silly with it. But we're going to wait $1.50 away from hopefully a monster. What's up, Adara?
So with Netflix, I did find out some context for this story. So in case you missed it, NFLX, big drop here, announcing 94 million subscribers to its ad tier. So apparently, we actually had JP Morgan estimating they were looking for over 100 million ad tier users. So we missed by at least 6 million users here for NFLX. That's what people are speculating was the reason for that drop on that number. Again, NFLX reporting a smaller amount of monthly active users for its ad-supported tier than expected, but only from, as far as I can tell, based on the JP Morgan expectation. If I find any more details on this, if there's any context I'm missing, I will fill you guys in right away. Back to you.
I don't know what I'd buy if I sell some Netflix, but I mean, I shouldn't care. whatsoever.
I mean, you missed Disney already. It's just ripping like.
That was the
crazy.
rotation I made that worked before.
Yeah,
It's like
I was gonna say, you could go the
yeah,
other
it could
way.
go the other way. That's actually not a bad idea. I'm gonna look at Disney tonight on the train, this evening on the train, and maybe that is the play because I am thinking it's selling some Netflix. Netflix has been really baseball been very good to me.
Baseball
Netflix-
been very good to me.
Who was that? Sammy Sosa?
I think it was a guy on the Pirates. Really good. I mean, Alomar used to talk like that. I forget his name. Definitely a National League guy.
It's a National League guy. It doesn't matter because no one wants to bet on the National League tonight. Everyone wants to bet on the Maple Leafs tonight.
Will Clark.
Don't at me. We have
Roberto Clemente.
Roberto Clemente could be. Shout out to Profit XA, guys, because if you want the best odds when you're looking at maybe the PGA Championship this weekend, starting tomorrow, because tomorrow's Thursday, or maybe the Knicks, maybe the Leafs, well, ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer picking, open API access for automation, and cost-efficient trading of your bets all in one place. You're day trading your favorite sports, everybody. Bids, offers, match plays, even manage risk with diverse prediction options. Don't just place your picks, exchange them, manage them. ProfitX is a smarter and faster way to play. Use the code TraderTV to sign up and get 2% cash back up to $300. Go Leafs, go now plus 132 on the money line.
Plus 132. Hammer it.
Well, okay, so
Hammer time.
We already have 119.
That's like NVIDIA 131 right
We
now.
already have
we got
119. What would I put in?
We already have 190. Oh, so we're averaging into this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want,
Put like,
you know
put
what?
like $100. How many do we? How much?
We already have 100. I'm going to put another 100.
How much do we have though?
We have
Available 420.
We're doubling up.
Okay.
Close to the
okay.
game
I was gonna say
time.
let's put 2 bills on it, but
Well,
that's fine.
wait till game time. We can always add
Oh,
more.
so we already have 100.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
saying.
now we're putting 200.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we already have 100 on it. So
Plus money at home.
take it to our open play.
I'm fine with that.
We're good to go. So now
Joseph is our wonder wall.
125 on the Leafs. Go Leafs, go! Like I said.
All right, here let's do a quick little comparison as we always do, and I always screw it up. So hold on a second here. FanDuel, there resume. Oh, it says resume browsing. Okay, that should be easy. Thanks, Google. Is that like a new feature there?
That's how it should be.
Yeah, there it is. I just typed in FanDuel and it came up and said resume browsing. Oh, by the way, Aaron Judge, like what the hell?
About to break.
On. We're about to break Tesla?
Yes.
All right, see you Maple Leafs, who gives a crap? All right, so here we go. Tesla right now. All right. Let's go. We said this was going to be our next trade, so it will be our next trade. And I'm going long here. I only crossed up to 20s. Let's see what we wind up getting here. If I miss it, that's fine. I remember I missed it the first, I think when we broke through 3 bills or maybe it was 325. No, I did. I missed it. I don't know.
I think this isn't going to miss.
I hope this, well, I don't know. There's the short again. So you can play this both ways. There's nothing wrong with going both ways. Okay, here we go.
No comment.
349. Well, that's why I kind of laughed there. So what I mean is that you can go short now and give yourself $1 as well to the upside. I wouldn't go short and get out immediately if it breaks 350 because I don't know the price you're going to get. But if you're being super conservative and you have a lot of shares, then, I mean, cross up maybe 50 cents. Therefore, if you're short, like you could just be short there at 90s, it actually went to 98 there again. So that would be 50 cents in the money right now. So if I had that trade, and if I were you or whatever, that's what I would do. I would take out half right now if you just shorted it, and then don't reload it if it comes back up. If this thing drops $5, hell of a trade. Hats off to you. And if it rips higher, then you'll be flat on the trade. So you've already taken the short. If you don't like it, reward yourself. Get out now. There's $1. Congratulations on the dollar short right there. Even more than that. Obviously not smart enough to do that. But there it goes to the downside. We got excited. It just hit 5 straight candles to the upside there. Down now goes Tesla. So again, if you're in this trade and you just shorted it, I think this is a cover. It's basically broken and failed again. Like it didn't break, but this is the move that you can actually expect.
That's as close as you can get to.
Yeah, you can actually expect that kind of a move.
99.
So I'm convincing myself right now I'm going to buy. I just bought in pretty small right now because I'm almost treating that as a break and a fail. So let's start right now. This way, watch this. 349.95. Let's get out of the majority of this. If it does rip back up, let's make 70 cents one way. And remember, our stop is still going to be here. If we break 348, we're in like a third of a unit. It's not a big trade right now, but there's the pullback for sure. So we might wind up losing. We already know our plan of action right now. average it in a little bit just to see, but I don't want to get too carried away with this trade. You know, we're trying to be fancy like here. It is pulling back off that 350. Let's just see if it wants to work. Bishwajit, can we buy UNH now? You can buy anything right now. I think you could buy
a couple of days.
Yeah, Neil indicated 290 or something yesterday, something like that. I say yes. You could buy it now. And again, it's not like this is not like financial advice or anything like that. It's just on this kind of a move down with such an iconic company. And I know that everything's changing right now in the landscape of the United States. I mean, I don't need to tell you guys that. And I don't even know that much about it. But like when a company goes from 600 down to 300 in 2 weeks, generally speaking, I know they pulled forward guide. There's no way in you know what that they can even guide. How could you guide when they're going through all these Medicare changes and so on and so on? It's impossible. So I don't necessarily think that means that they're done with, but they have gotten clocked out. They're obviously a big Dow component. Okay, so we'll lose. I mean, it looks like we may lose $1 here on Tesla. Yeah. I'm going to try one more play just right into here, and then if we do break, I guess I got to cancel my other stop because I can't have multiple stops out here for Tesla. So we'll work on that. We'll cancel that right now, and here comes back in Tesla. So I said that if we broke like this 348 area, we would get out. So it is coming back in right now pretty decently. So 348, 347. 99. I'm just going to get out if it breaks. I'm not going to feel any kind of ways about it. We don't have a huge position on here. It'll be a loss, but one that I thought was probably worth the shot right there. So you're in the SMCI.
That just came in. I'm staring down Tesla for a bounce as well.
Yeah,
but SPCE just came into the support level that it was at. So anyways, I'm staring down because if Tesla does this, like I don't know, to me, this time it's not going to base out. Like, I don't think this pullback is going to result in 15 minutes of going sideways. I think it's going to have a candle like that or some kind of a quick reversal that you're going to want to buy into like this. And so I want to jump into Tesla. SMCI, this is just the same support that it's had in each of these dips in front of VWAP, which is about 45 and a quarter. So I just saw the same thing. Like, it looked good for a split second, and then it just instantly stopped. Yeah, the sellers, I mean, the NASDAQ's coming back a little bit, but you know what? The NASDAQ's above the volume-weighted average price as well. So as long as we're holding higher lows, the other point here is there. I should always, the thing is, if I don't hit save, then the next time I come to the chart, it doesn't show up again. And it's 3 o'clock, so I have that invalid session.
Oh, break 50s.
It's got to hold this 348, which to me means breaking $0.50. But this trend line is going to be important. If we don't hold this trend from VWAP, because now that you've got 2 distinct points, that's what I wanted to buy into. I've now hit save, so now I can flip from this stock to another stock and still have my nice trend line that you guys can know I want to be out in front of. SMCI just pulled into what the prior support, so if it holds VWAP, great. If it doesn't, I'll be out of it. Ideally, this would be a breakout as well, 46, but the buyers have been losing the battle at the 46 level. As we just entered power hour, and we need some power to come back to take us to the upside. And AMD, by the way, yeah, that higher low we're looking for, AMD's not doing it. I'm not really looking at AMD anymore. This is why. Just not a lot of action, no distinct price action at all. Sort of languishing at the bottom here, unfortunately, for advanced micro devices. I guess we should have a new nickname for it.
AMD?
Well, it's actually bullish.
It just broke through.
It's bullish on the daily chart.
Right, we just broke through 348, but then it just came right back. I'm going to try one more time. 347.89 or so. We'll see about getting out. So we bought back in again there on that break. We just lost 50 cents. We were long at, or a little bit more, about 60 cents. We were long at 348.60 right there. It broke. Okay, see, sometimes you lose more money just trying to fool around with this thing, so I'm going to be done with it. It is right here. We still like the 350 break. I think now we might as well wait until at least 346, where we sort of stopped at last time. That could be a decent trade right there, but there it goes, man. Again, like, we traded with, everyone has different styles, but like the shares that I had to punch out on that. So even if this goes back up, it doesn't matter. I had to do proper risk management for myself there. So I'm out of that trade, and now we'll wait to see what winds up happening with TSLA, right? So, oh, and by the way, we did look there. So it did give some back there, that's for sure, but not that much. We about had one unit at the end of it. We talked about how much we were trying to risk there. There's Maple Leafs plus 120 on FanDuel. So plus 132 over there we just got, which I was like hammer time on that.
Remember, I told you we shouldn't have gone yesterday, because the real thing, and for anybody that goes into Profit Act, we're testing the trend line right now. So here is your trend. If it closes under, normally I'd short, but I'm not thinking short right now. So my stop is just underneath here. And there it goes. So hands off. It doesn't hold on to the trend line. I wanted to buy back into the trend line, but it doesn't hold. To me, usually the next long is either back on trend or at VWAP by rule, which is a long way away. It's a long way away to get to VWAP, which makes it tricky because I don't think with Tesla, if it's going to go, I don't think you can wait for it to fall $3. Might have to try to pick something else up somewhere in the middle of the range, like some kind of a bottoming tail candle. My point with ProfitX though is like make sure you play on day of. Like sit outside the book for good lines before the event, and then the day of wait to hammer it when you get the better odds. That's my take on the best way to play with them. Let's go to Adara.
Tons of earnings names would watch tomorrow morning. Alibaba, John Deere, and Walmart all reporting before the bell. After the bell, we'll get Kava and Take-Two. So lots of names on watch for earnings. Tons of economic data on watch as well, including a speech from Fed Chair Jerome Powell at 8:40 a.m. Then we're also going to get some industry events. Uber attending a JP Morgan conference, and Eli Lilly attending an American Society of Gene and Cell Therapy conference or meeting as well. So lots of things to keep an eye out for. If you want all these details in a quickly accessible way, go to X at TTV Research and stay tuned because I will be posting an infographic giving you the expected moves for tonight's earnings and tomorrow morning's earnings very shortly. Back to you.
All right, thank you.
Big earnings tonight, and if you're looking at the one that's reporting, same thing happening on CoreWeave over and over and over again. Somebody is then you wouldn't want to pay for it.
All right, yeah, Tesla's still at 347. Ring-a-ding-dings right there. Shout out to Yeet. Okay, so nobody's in it over here, but Intel down 4%. I mean, in a NASDAQ down here on Tesla. Finally holding out at that 346, 347 area.
UNH just continues to trend down, and don't put it all on Intel, Micron. SMCI, and I did want to go to Micron because at this point, it's like it's so bad. Put on this morning. It was yes, should still be short. Obviously, that's true, but it doesn't matter. Not anymore. Rolling over in each one of these has been a bigger and bigger fall. Breaking this current trend almost doesn't matter. Like it's going to be like a flicker. It's going to break this trend, but it's not like this. Intel will not be like it was in the pre-market. Obviously, that was on news. I'm like volume because it's a pre-market. But I want to get into this one because this is what happened support on Micron. Yeah, that's again all they did was not update the guidance at a conference. They did. And because they didn't do that, they got punished today. And on the daily chart, it's in a big time put up or shut up moment because it's moving period average. Moving average has been a huge rejection of this stock. It'll break it, but it can't hold it for more than a couple of days. The second is hold above the 200 period, can consolidate a level and break out that level. This is a swing long. It just hasn't done it yet. So you've been sitting here waiting for this to happen on Micron, and once again today, it looks like it is unable to do so. Right? Well, if it's still trending down, then we have to wait for it. But at some point, I can see a reversion on Micron. Even if it just bounces like a block and you can risk 20 cents.
All right. So, yeah, NVIDIA a little undercover, brother, right now because we're back near the highs of the day on NVIDIA. So we are going to take out another piece right here at 20s. So that was a good, or sorry, at 17s. So that was a good one. NVIDIA going up. Oh, what Tesla's doing. Tesla's just hanging out. NVIDIA is going out right now, trying to get back up to the highs of the day. Right now for NVIDIA, we are now 20 cents away from that exact level right there. And unless the highs of the day were early, no. So we've already passed where we got out before. Now you're up above 135. So let's go NVIDIA right now. So we'll see what it wants to do. But that's so far so good. Oh, just to talk about the same names, like I've only traded 5 names today. Neil's at 11 names. I don't know how many of the guys in the midday do, but I think we're doing a pretty good job covering many different things for you. So 5 names for Neil, 11 names for Neil. But we just got out right there at 348 again. Sorry, 347, 60s, whatever that. 65s, whatever, something like that. So we just got out multiple times, 3 times into there, but I'm still holding 75% of this trade. So my next offer is at 348 and 348 quarters, right, which would be $1 from now. I don't know, it'll be nice, but who knows? And then after that, Sky. So hopefully we do have blue skies ahead for the market. We do know that there it goes again. So shout out to my guy Marlon and anybody else. This is an old school one. Maybe you haven't seen this before. But we're flossing it off on the TQs right now as we're going upside right there. We're at $70.16 for some reason for our next out. So here goes 15s. Give me that fill. It's a face slapper. Shout out to me. This is one of his favorite ones. Here we go back up to the upside. Let's see what winds up going 347.50. We're trying to get for Tesla, but there goes the TQs. That was good. The best fill we got was on that crazy spike that we had up there in the $70 before. Robinhood, and then we'll move on to maybe something else. This is another name that we've been in just for a minute. It's starting to make higher moves right now. We have 12% left of Robinhood, and I was going to get out at the 200 period moving average, but to be honest with you, that basically puts us flat on this particular trade. So I'm going to put a bid here at 54. And why I bid 54 is I'll get paid adding liquidity here. And we do have this, I have these glasses on. We do have, there it goes. So we do, wow, that changes everything when we take those glasses off, by the way. Wow. Okay, so by sitting on the bid and getting run over like we just did there, ARCA, for what I just used, will pay, and I didn't put 1,000 shares there, but it's only $2 per 1,000 shares, give or take, right? Don't at me if I'm off there by a couple decimal percentage points. So if I punch out, which 54 might not have been a good trade, because now it's at 49, but if I take this side, then I'm removing what we call removing liquidity. So when that happens, I pay for that $2. It's more than that, to say $2.50 or $3 to remove liquidity. So that's why often you'll see us talk about sitting around on levels, waiting for fills. Sometimes it costs you way too much because if we're talking 1,000 shares, 1 penny is $10. So to sit over here to make $2 and then watch the stock get away from you makes no sense. But I'm just scaling in and out of this trade, so it's not like the full default. So I'm okay doing that kind of stuff and getting away with it. Oh no, Neil. It's back, baby. The Dollar Club is back in the building. And there it goes, man. There goes Tesla. Our next offer is right here at 25. And there it is. It is a hot dog gun kind of a play right there. Bang for Tesla. So we take a couple hits, but then we ring the Reggie on the upside. Shout out to Reggie White. And a shout from yesterday.
Reggie White.
Yeah, man.
Packer.
Yeah, one of the best defensive linemen of all time, literally.
Top 3.
Okay, I'll take it. Shout out to Bruce Smith. I mean, he would be there as well. But unfortunately, Bruce Smith doesn't have any rings, as we all know, unless he won it with another team. But here we go. Let's go back over to the desk with the Dara.
No, you didn't.
Just be aware here. We have some comments coming through from Boeing and Qatar Airways. Here's my mic on. We're good. Okay. Boeing and Qatar Airways both commenting on this Qatari purchase of Boeing planes here at about $96 billion deal. Boeing says that Qatar Airways orders are going to be supporting nearly 400,000 jobs in the U.S. and also saying the Qatar Airways purchase also includes additional orders for Boeing's new 777-9. Qatar Airways further saying that their landmark order with Boeing includes up to 210 Boeing wide-body jets, and they praise GE. Now, in case you missed it, GE really hasn't moved much on this catalyst, but GE is also involved and implicated in this deal. Qatar Airways specifically saying that the GE aerospace aspect of the deal would be the largest wide-body engine purchase in the history of GE. This is coming from Qatari Airways. Back to you.
We were just debating. He asked me who had been to the Super Bowl. I said Detroit. I thought, okay, so confirm Detroit.
I was just saying you'd rather be the Bills than Detroit, man.
Yes, of course.
I'd rather be in the. Look, man,
you got to get to the dance. Getting there 4 times in a row is sweet.
If I'm a competitor, I would rather be in 10 Super Bowls and lose all 10 of them than never made to one. I don't care. Like, people are like, oh, it must hurt so much to lose. Get out of here. Of course it does. Like, of course it does. But like, I'd go to the Olympics to finish last, man, because you got there. That's what I'm talking about. Like, at least be there. So shout out to the Buffalo Bills.
I mean, that's why we sit here and we trade, right? I mean, you only have so many experiences in your life. You know, like Tesla's only going to break 350 once. It's not coming back.
Well, it's broken 350 a few times.
It's broken 350 probably 5 times in its history, maybe even more than that. Up and down through 350.
Upwards, maybe not, but
I don't know.
Up and down.
But no matter what we're talking about right now, it's $1 for the TQs. It's $3 for Nvidia. It's $1.50 for Tesla right now. So we are going to get out some more. This is a really good play for me here on Tesla. And again, it's just about like we took hits. trying to find this level. So that's why it's like, it's easy to look at the trade that you're in, but also it's the process, right? It's like trying to clean up some of this stuff here because we went long against the 50 period and got out. So that was a quick little, that's 348. Like that's probably about a buck. That's not a buck hit. What am I talking about? That's probably 50 cents there. And something similar right here where we went long at 347.50. Then we got 347.30. Then we got out at 346. So that's again another 50 cents. So both of these 50-cent hits combined, you know, we're just making it back now. Like because we're in the money at $1.30, we're just kind of making back what we'd already. Okay, well now it's trying to go upside. There's another fill at 50, but we're trying to make back what we had sort of done the damage there. So again, it just goes to show, wait, but like I have notes all over the place. This is mini me sticky note. I should give this to Joe. But it's just about like trying to make notes about where pullbacks may be, what the levels look like on a chart, what indicators you want to play around with, right? And for me, I always play with 50 period moving average and then the 200. Like when VWAP is this far away, by the way, there we go, Tesla. Like if VWAP is this far away, I know I'm not getting that. So to sit here and talk about that with you guys is fine, but it's not realistic. It's not going to be a trade that I'm going to enter. So I'm going to try to make a play, and we used the 50 period, didn't work. We did find it with the 200, which is why preaching, there we go. Oh, what? Okay, I was just going to say, I was offering 73. There we go, another out right there. $1.80 now in the money, but it's about the discipline. And then once you have the plan, all in. You know, and try to go for it. This is not an all-in trade for me, but we will still go a little longer, I think, if we break through 350, and that'll be a $3 winner, right? So now we have it on board right here. So we'll get something out if it gets near that 350 again, which what the hell am I even talking about? It's right here right now. I'm going to take another piece right here. I might as well just keep doing this. Like we're $1.20 away from the high of the day when the futures are just chilling. What's going to happen if the market actually goes here? We have NVIDIA $3, the Qs is $1, and Hood is actually coming back in a little bit for me. So yeah, man, everything turned up today in the right way. So it's been good here. Let's just see how we close. I'm gonna get some more bids out on Robinhood and then just close that because I want to be bullish there into the, there we go. We just punched some 43s. I want to be bullish here into the end of the day. Let's just see if the NASDAQ can hold.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with Save Man Woman Peace. Great name. The real wall is 360. When you're day trading, the wall right now is $350. But I agree with you 100%. On the daily chart, 360 is the next decision point. I'm even trying to figure out what I want to do with my recent buys in Tesla. Because I've been like long-term holding Tesla for a while, but I did recently buy it at 222, and 22 cents. Right, 222.22. I said it right already. And I'm thinking about where I want to get the next leg out of that because that was more like swingish, and I did do it in my TFSA. Micron reverted trend here, so I was waiting for it to revert the trend line. All it did is break trend by closing above. I redrew it pretty poorly, but it held the prior low right at the place where it bounced in the pre-market and looking for a push into 95 here on Micron. So it looks pretty strong. I don't know if Tesla wants to break it right now, but it is absolutely trying. Are you
going to take the 350 break? Or is it too late? I just want to know.
When it pulls back to 47, I cancel. When it's $2 away, I cancel my order.
Yeah.
Now that it's back, if it gets above 49, I'm going to put the order back in. It's almost too late, but it's not quite. It's only 320. So it's like it's, you know, if it's 340, I'm not a huge fan of it. What I don't want a breakout trade to go into is go into the imbalance with it when it better be deep in the money if you're going into the imbalance with it. I don't see. Someone just put in coin. I just saw coin in the chat, and for some reason, I just typed it in. It's like muscle, whatever. I saw it, and I'm like, yeah, coin's probably like breaking the high. No, it's not doing anything. Micron's starting to pull back a little bit, but it's such a distinct trend reversal. And look at the volume candle here. This is the biggest volume candle since the opening range. And that's the bottoming tail. It's not even a bottoming tail, it's the bounce candle. So I want to see it go and test 95 to 95 and a quarter. I think it has enough room to get there for sure. Yeah, Tesla, it still might go on Tesla. Like it broke trend, it ended up actually settling down, but if I leave in the trend line from VWAP, now it's holding underneath. Like normally, I'd think that's short if you hold underneath the prior trend line, but I don't want to short Tesla, so I'm not going to do it. I think it's distinctly different when you have gravity to a level like 350, so I'm not going to play with it. Hertz Scrambler, Lily is going
Sharif's
down.
mustache.
Sharif's mustache is in the chat?
Yeah, Sharif's mustache loves me.
I love Sharif.
What's up?
Sharif's mom was in the chat as well this morning.
I can't. I don't want to. I don't want to make any comments about Sharif's mom in case he's listening. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm just.
But I'll say what's up to
mom's good
Sharif's
people.
of course.
Good people.
But Sharif's mustache said they loved me. So I love you too, Sharif's mustache. Got to get trimmed up a little bit. For this Tesla trade. So could still wind up not being a great one here for TSLA. Once you have a strategy, then you can repeat that strategy. And if I break it today,
Well, the ES doesn't matter. Like the Nasdaq just dropped through VWAP for a little bit there and dropped like 40 points. This isn't even going anywhere. The weakness, however, is taking a second leg up on Micron, which it does now. I can now say it's starting to make a bit of a trend up. That said, when the bounce is moving in, I do want to see what happens at 95 quarter. That's going to be a big wall. And remember, Micron's got a few things going on here. A close above the 200 period moving average for a second day in a row. Like it's done it before and failed, but it's still a pretty good sign for potential breakout coming on the stock, which really means one has been beaten up despite the fact it's up 50-something percent from the highs. But that would need to close above about 95.15, and I use an SMA, that's an SMA on the daily chart. So I'm going to hold in the 95 quarter. This is exactly the kind of level I can see big rinse. But if it breaks trend, I'm jumping out. To me, trend in, trend out. Scalp trading. All the best trades today for me have been exactly that same thing. I'm going to clean up some stop orders. I never got into AMD this afternoon, so I just canceled the stop order I had in case I got in. So hold the trend line and see if we can't get into that 95 quarter over here on MU. Richard is asking about Rigetti. Yeah, what about Rigetti? Pulling in the volume with that price. It's a little bit late. We're almost at 330 here. There might be one last salvo. I think it had to be in it when it did here. Like just anybody that just before we came on actually caught Rigetti. I was trading at 80.5 this point, it's running out of time to make a 350 break. And if you can hold it in the aftermarket, if you're looking for like an overnight play, maybe you can still consider a breakout trade. But when you're not holding it overnight, like, you want it to look very, very specific when it comes to a late day breakout trade. I'm just not seeing it over there on Tesla. There is, I want to get to this stock, even though I promise you I'm not going to trade it because a few people have. As we get later in the day, this RYET that keeps on moving, as you can tell by the day that it's had, this is super risky to trade late, and if it halts in the last 10 minutes, you're going to get caught into the aftermarket with this thing, and it's already halted. I'm not going to count how many times it's halted probably 10 times today, and if you get caught at the end of the day, like, this is exactly the kind of thing that can aftermarket be up $5, down $5, and it's not very, very liquid. So I see it. I know people have been talking about it, not something that we would ever trade here. I can say that with pretty decent confidence, especially in the afternoon. The only place that you'd be trading is if you get a breakdown early in the day when it's going down, or you can catch some kind of like a halt up, the first halt up. Yeah, that's a trade that I might maybe we take trades like that where you take the first halt up and you're risking 50, 60 cents and the stock is down $12. But buying it at 10 when the low is at 3, no. No thank you. Big no thank you. Yeah, someone asked about Merck. Still getting it. Still getting Merck again here. Okay, so I just got out some more NVIDIA. We get this bump up here at 330. So thank you everybody for being here with us today. Let me check on what our like situation is showing right now. Make sure you hit that like and that subscribe play. There it is. Okay, what's up? I have it on very bad quality. 400. Okay, not great. 6,400 of you watching. Do us a favor, hit that like, hit that subscribe. Do all of that. There it is. Hit that, make that say subscribe and turn this little thing. My screen is black. I don't know what it is on mobile. I think it may go red or blue. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. I think it's been a great show here today, and the more the merrier. Help YouTube promote us. And again, a completely free show for you here, talking all trades and hopefully showing some strategies and talking about different why is XYZ. Anyways, hit the like button. Thank you so much for everybody. Now we're up to 650. That was quick, man. 50% increase just like that. So we thank everybody for that. All right, XYZ, back to the 200 period MA right there. So not a big surprise what we're seeing right here, but there it is, XYZ downside for a minute. It's been a pretty bad stock for a while there. And of course, we're talking about Block and Old Square, but nice move there. They did not have a great earnings, but like, this is what I don't understand. Like, if things were so bad on their earnings call, well, now, you know, like, what up with that? Wow, okay, P&L time. Here we go, man. If you're here to make some money, then let's get on that Tesla chain. Choo-choo, all the way to the upside right now. I'm waiting at 90s. I'm waiting at 90s. I'm going to punch out some at 70s. Right there. Okay, I'm going to cancel my 90 and get 75 there. All right, there it goes, man. Yes, sir. That's a good move. $2 right there. Well, not $2. Well, yeah, almost $1.80 on that upside move there for Tesla. Didn't even realize what was happening right there until we did see the net start to change. So there's a good move. Nice upside play there for it on Tesla. So there we go. Upside there for TSLA. Other than that, man, BBAI goes again to 84 and stops. Maybe we get a late day push. What did BBAI do yesterday? What time is it? 3:30. What did it do yesterday near the end of the day? So this is today. Thank you, Big Bear. 440. Nice to see that. Okay. Maybe I should look what it did yesterday at the close. Close at the lows right there of the afternoon, and then just gapped up here this morning with monster volume and then the fade. And again, this is another team, another stock that missed on their earnings, came right back in. We rebought down here. I think it was 311s. We talked about it on the show because I bought at 4 and at 5 and at 4 and then again at 3. So my average price is north of this. I thought to be exact, we looked at like 412, something like that. So we're getting close here on Big Bear 40 something. Yeah, maybe I have to buy up then to make it 420. You need to buy however many shares it takes to make your average price 420 and then hold it forever. Yeah, I have to buy above it though, is what I'm saying. Right? You can't do that. Okay, if I'm already lower just find an order here or find an order there, and it's good to go. Very quickly here, trend in, trend out. So Micron broke the trend down. Why even have the stop order when I can just punch out when I see it manually break that 95? So it trended down into what was the low of technically like the low of the open market, but also the pre-market bottom on Micron. Does a nice, and the best thing about it, there was no bottoming tail candle. No bottoming tail candle down there to signal to you that it was going to be the move. But what it did do is put in the first green candle, and it's hard to see, but break the close of the prior bar green candle on that trend break, and then the long then was a huge volume spike right after, but then it broke the trend back on 95. So my rule, get out. That's the trade. It could still go. There's always a chance that it wants to go further, but remember, Micron is a dog today because of their guide. A lot of dogs in the chip space, including this one, which, you know the good news for Intel? You're even with this really bad day today, it's still holding above the like the Liberation Day resistance, which is $21.50, and it bounced right off it. I wish I had spotted this. So the Liberation Day top, whatever, I guess that's what we're calling it, it fills the gap right into it, and then that's where the low comes on Intel. As long as it holds this level, I think it's still okay. If it loses it, then you go back to buying it 19 to 20, because that's been the other spot that you want to pick the stock. You can see it. I'm not telling you anything that you can't see. Stock drops underneath $20, you buy it into 19.5, and it's just been working. But if it loses to 21.5, I think you're waiting for that on INTC. So for now, Micron wins, but it is a dog today, no questions asked, and doing the same thing that it cannot seem to stop doing, losing that 200 period moving average. The day that it, like I said, the day that it consolidates above like this and then breaks a high above the 200 period moving average is the day to punch swing long. And I've been waiting for a setup to punch swing long in this since it stopped holding that 85 zone, which is back, by the way.
So we just got some more out of Tesla when it broke through 348 again to the downside. Like, it's still $1. We'll wait for it now. But taking some risk off right there on Tesla. I am ready for it. Let's run east. I just want to see what Google's at 165 right now. It's high of the day, 167. And an easy way to chart all this is with eSignal. So make sure you do scan that QR code below right there. Get eSignal for 1 month free. We love eSignal around here. And why? Because of these scanners, in my opinion, and because of the fact that you can chart any market you so choose. It's an entitlement-based system, so you can go in there, tell them which markets you want, find out how much that's going to cost, add it to your charts on a monthly fee, and you can trade any of, the Hang Seng market or OTC market, any kind of futures pit, anything like that, currencies, data for over 500 symbols at once. That's the kind of screeners and scanners that we're talking about. Plus curated lists, the hot list that we talked about, trade rate. This is what we're going to show right here, almost as if I've done this before. You get it. Look at this, 12-month returns, 52-week highs, all of those values that are right there. We're showing them right here. NYSE, NASDAQ, you can filter it by exchange, anything like that. It's eSignal. Join the powerful platform today for free on Trader TV Live. Just make sure you scan that QR code, register, give it a shot, let us know if you like it. I'm using it literally all the time. Here's the hot list right here. Sometimes you'll see me looking up and down what's going off. NVIDIA, Rigetti's a top trade today. There's Palantir also highlighting to me that it was a 52-week high, just like XLV, the healthcare index, was a 52-week low today. And you can sort of put I just have these levels there, but you can expand it and add, any columns you want to this, add columns, some of the favorites that we might have had are right into here, and then you could just start to downtick. Here's all those ones that they were showing, 12-month, 3-month returns, 7-day yield, like things that we're just at A's right now. Average maturity, I guess if you're talking about options, things like that, the bid, the beta, the base code, I don't even know what half these things mean, but we're only at B right now. So all of this block trading I just saw, so look at this, 3 different, all these different scanners, and then explanation of what they mean. So there it is, total volume of block trades between 10,000 and 50,000 shares. So that's this one right? The next one would be something else, higher levels. So it's just its e-signal. I'm glad to show you all of this. Their platform is very, very expansive, and you can use any of the tools at your own discretion. Definitely something that we use around here. I thought Tesla was just ripping there, and it's not. Now it's coming back in. So here we go, getting ready to get stopped out on a break of 346, but we already got more out, man. We were at, I don't remember the percentages we were at there. I thought we were at we were already out of 2/3, a third left. Got more out, and now that I look down, we have about 20% left of this trade. I'm looking to get a little bit longer here, but the futures are going down. Watch out for 346 break. There we go. We take a 30 fill. Now we'll wait. This is worth, okay, here it comes in. Our stop order is already in as long as it is, and it didn't change on me. No, I don't. It must have got canceled. Oh, no, it's still there. Okay, so watch out here. There it goes breaking. I'm going to give it a little bit of room, not exactly 346, but it looks like it'll be, I'll just stop and fail on it right now because we'll give this back. I mean, now we'll lose that 50 to 60 cents, it looks like possibly here on Tesla. So again, worth the risk. This is the problem with reloading the same amount. We didn't reload the same amount, reloaded half. So I won't be happy with it. We'll give it back because we just had a huge move in Tesla and we didn't take it all out. I was thinking 350. Sometimes you think wrong. And it looks like we do that right here with Tesla, giving some back here. Late day move. Maybe there's a sell imbalance and we're just trying to figure this all out. But there it is. It just breaks 80. That was my out. So now probably will rip up. But we are now out of Tesla for fail. We already stopped the fail. That's a 70-cent loss there on Tesla to end the day. So not a great move there at the end, but it's fine. I mean, those are the trades we're looking for. Oh my God! And then it goes right back up. See, this is where I normally buy it back, but
it's always fun because like the market just came back in.
I might as well buy the market.
Got out of Micron and it's going higher. Like you just never know.
One more.
Dan McIsaac, yeah, UNH. I'll get there in a second. New low a day for UNH. It's an absolute. It's nasty. Sometimes you think wrong. Shout out to humbleness. It happens all the time. I don't care who you are. Like you'll make great decisions, you'll make bad decisions. You just have to like evaluate it. Did you stick to your rule? Is the rule a good one or a bad one? How does it serve you in the long run? So you just try to stick to that because frustrating when it continues to go higher. UNH, we have 10 minutes to go till the imbalances come out here, and my goodness, like it was up today. Like this was the day that UNH was supposedly holding the bid. I wanted to go to my 15-minute. And now, so I wanted to show here that yes, it's breaking the low, but it's right at or just barely, never mind, it literally just broke yesterday's low as well. So not only is it continuing that trend despite gapping up, it cannot hold a level for more than a day or two. That's it. And until that happens, forget about it on this stock. It's about as nasty as it gets. There's going to be a great opportunity on UNH. I think everybody, if you've been looking at charts long enough, you know that's true, but my goodness, that stock is in trouble. Why don't you short it every single day is what I'm asking myself, but I don't. But I'm now looking at Micron and getting that, why did we get out? It's now screaming to the upside into VWAP.
Ooh.
Who knew? It was a good turn, and then it looked like it was running out of steam at 95, and it looks like it's want to continue going. Now all of a sudden you are closing above the 200 period moving average, which if it does, knock on wood here, I think that's going to be a good sign for this bad boy. And Roger, if you're referring to Meta doing this a few years ago, what UNH is doing, Meta had that drop like 300 to 100, but I feel that was a little bit different from what UNH is doing because Meta did that in the context of a huge, like all of tech was dropping that way. UNH is doing this on its own. That's so different from anything that happened to Meta. And I guess I'd have to show a weekly chart of Meta to even to go back that far. So if that's what you were referring to, which I could be wrong, maybe you weren't comparing the two, but Meta did have that drop. Okay, well, from here it was like 300 something, all the way down to under $100. But the context of what happened to the market at that time was totally different, right? Like we had a huge drop in the NASDAQ in that moment, bigger than the COVID pullback. So UNH is just a different beast because it's doing this in a strong market, fortunately.
Yeah, I mean, a way you can play it should pop. But really, Alibaba, I mean, I feel like they got that bump.
Years. Then there was a period. There's a lot of things that are interesting about this that I discovered I wasn't expecting.
Actual
Maybe
live
she
chat
could
there.
mention what it was for her.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll mention it a little bit more. I talk in some buy side.
Oh boy, we're running. on
Apple
that.
2.7, Amazon 1.7, 5. Yeah, who cares about 5? 1 million, but Microsoft 1 million. So it's all on my side, with the exception of demeaning. 2 million, so we get to 2.9 billion to buy. NASDAQ 1.7 billion, down 1 billion. Banks alone 1.2 billion to said buy side.
Yeah, I think so. That's a good number right there. Taking big time. Oh, they took advantage of the move up on the TQQs. I thought I filled up end of the video. I don't know where to go. Just getting now at 20, so they're at 19. Good move there for the TQQs and more right there. Double hands actually. I had to keep twice. That's why I started a little stumble a little bit there because I was like, oh, I gotta make sure I get it. So we did. Very, very small piece left on that one. And there it is again. Awesome.
Oh my God.
Right there, to Miss V, wonderful Miss V, who are doing well. One of the OGs there, if anybody remembers Miss V, absolutely. You know, I can find a really, really old school picture here on Instagram because I know that I have a bunch posted. We did one, it was me with all of us. I don't think Sharif was here. Oh, this might be, that's not, that's not wrestling. It might be an AEW thing. Here, this is going to be annoying. I have to find it. There's some freaking sticky notes on here now. I can get some of those down. But anyways, there's a picture. Maybe I can search for it. Oh, the old one with Miss B, and we were doing the, I thought it was St. Patrick's Day, maybe it might have been 100K. I don't know, it's a really fun picture. But anyways, we'll go back on that one.
Everyone out there, don't forget, when we get massive imbalances, in this case buy imbalances, before 355 or at 355 is usually a major pairing event. So some of these numbers are very likely to change big. NVIDIA, the one I'd be looking at here, if that pairs off big before 55.
I don't want anyone to say I'm not a Bills fan here. You know, this is Neil and I here at the playoffs.
First of all,
This is it.
all of our buddies from high school were at that game, were at the bar, and only 2 of us were wearing Bills jerseys. So we're there a lot of the Bills. They're fraudulent fans. But they're just, we would go down, the whole group of us would go down to Bills games all the time, and the only ones that are going to show up in Bills jerseys to go watch. And I know we're at a nice place downtown, but I'm wearing my jersey if I'm watching the Bills. Like,
fraudulent.
We got new
Here's over there. Mine is.
I got a JP Lossman jersey. I had no other choice.
Mine was, I don't remember. Lawyer Malloy. Like, come on, how do you think I'm going to get that? Patriots.
Lawyer Malloy.
Okay, I don't remember. It's pretty molds up in here. I'm still going on. Look at this. This is back when, what's up? Oh shoot, there's Adam Blues. I just saw Adam Blues there. Oh no, there's Randy. Here, this is what I was looking for. First of all, we sponsored a hole there at Bay Street. I forget what that was, actually, so I shouldn't say what it is. Here's Neil and I back in the day when we used to stand in front of green screens.
I hated that.
Like, that's back in the day, standing in front of green screens. Oh, no, I can't. Look at this. Okay, there's my kids. Oh, there's us in baseball. Come on. I mean, there's Adam. What's up, Adam Blues? There he is right there. All right, I'm still going to find that Miss B thing, but we've got to keep trading. All right, now we are now not $1, and the more we talk about this, what's up, Jose? Tesla right now. Happy, sad about the bat being the wrong size. Happy about the Tesla trade. There it goes, man. 348 and change. $2. Oh yeah, Yeats. Yeah, what's up, WWE? Yeah, Jay Uso. Thanks for that as well. That was good, man. WrestleMania Day 1 was much better than Day 2. That's Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns. Oh look, here's a really old one when Mr. Wonderful was in the building with us as well. Make sure you do go over to Instagram to find all of this. I promise you I'll find it. Here it is, man. Now $250 now in the money. That's worth 1, 2, 3 bangs right now for Tesla to end the day. Congratulations to anybody that has this one with us. Patience does pay here with Tesla. And then one more, man. Here's my Starbies forever right now. We go to Starbies, collect that. Shout out to my Packer Nation as well. What's up to my beautiful wife? All right, what's up, Adira?
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the Pool is changing that. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That is your total risk. You get a real shot at trading with up to $200,000 in company capital. You don't need a large deposit. You don't need years of experience. This is a limited risk trading platform built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just a small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. again, trade the pools, QR code to get 10% off and start your journey. Back to you.
So NVIDIA still a buy, but it's 1.4 million. That's actually still a buy. Well, the move is the move on it. So if we're only able to get what we get, we won't be upset. That's a Sharifism. But it was 5-point-something million to the buy side. It did pair off decently, but there wasn't much of a move there to zoom in so you can see. Like, it barely did anything. It came back underneath 35. It maybe won like 15 cents of the money and right back to the upside. Still buy and balance, so it's just a quick scalp trade. I think if it had flipped to a sell or like under 1 million shares, you'd probably get a deeper pushback. But yeah, nothing too big there that you're going to be able to glean. But sometimes that reversal trade is going to be a good one. Apple stayed a bid at 1.2, so it's a good sign to me that at the end of the day, when you have buy imbalances, because remember, the companies that do buybacks can't buy back in the last 10 minutes of the market. So you have different types of buyers that are buying.
The market's almost over here. Oh my gosh.
That's right. I want to make sure everything's still set up there because we have Cisco earnings after market, but I want to make sure we're locked and loaded to review all the ridiculous action that we had here today because it was a wild, wild market. Everybody get your questions ready. Myself and Adair are going to be there for you guys at the aftermarket show. Just Cisco, and ideally, please, CoreWeave, 7 o'clock has to be some kind of a stupid typo. We would love to be able to cover that one live because I think it's going to be a mover and a shaker. Ridiculous to report earnings at that time. Yeah. And a good thing we got out. Like, we got out just in the nick of time. See, if you're trading off the imbalance, the second it's still a buy imbalance over 1 million, just punch out. Very, very simple on NVDA. For a second there, I almost said AMD. All right, I'm going to get up to the desk in just a quick little second, make sure I have no orders out there and stop orders. I don't want to have those triggering when I'm not here.
All right, good luck with the recap show. You got
on
this.
CoreWeave.
I believe in you, Neil. You got this. All right, so we'll wait for CoreWeave. If you do believe in the TQs, well, then you're at the high of the day right now. Shout out to Marlon and everybody that was talking to me about this. There it is. I'm going to get out. I mean, we now only have 3 minutes to go. Plus, I want to do a stroll down memory lane with Instagram, so we're going to do that. There goes BBAI. Oh, boy. Money. Yeah, not really. But BBAI, nice play there. Upside. Oops, it's a New York stock. Nice upside there on BBAI. I'm just going to cancel everything, offer it all out here, and see if we get 87s on Big Bear AI. Tesla, I'm just going to keep on getting some more and more out here. Maybe we rip at the end of the day as well. Robinhood, we might as well empty the clip. Oh, BBAI, you just went down, eh? Okay. I missed that, Phil. We're going to offer now here. Just show it back to you. We're going to offer 86s. Hopefully we wind up getting... Oh, did we just get that? Oh, there it is. All right, so there it is. BBAI, bang. Good trade, man. We didn't average in. We got shares. We actually had a decent position. So even though we only take 6 cents on it, still a decent trade. There goes Tesla up into the end of the day. All right, we can keep this up. You can watch out for Tesla. That's the only position. Oh, I have Robinhood actually as well, so I'll have to get out of Robinhood right now. I'll just punch out. There we go. We punched out of that one. All right, look, I knew I was in trouble with my daughter, honestly, when we went to SneakerCon, and this is what was happening. So here she's like, I like those ones. That's nice. And then here's my dog. Oh, I got to show this to Joey Money. There's Belle right here. So that's our dog there, Cockapoo. Great dog. These are some of my favorite Air Jordans right there, Jordan 5s. There's my daughter when she was born. She was born 5 pounds, 5 ounces. So fitting in my hands right there as a baby, 5.5 weeks early. So big shout out to her as well, representing Hyde Park all of the time as we go. But lots of stuff happening. Here is, again, our wicked coffee machine. Here's Brendo, myself, outside of the TSX, and Randy. Oh, here's my dad and my brother when we were golfing one day. Oh, there's the Jordan 11s. These are some of my favorites as well. Someone sent me these Air Force Ones. I actually forget the individual's name. That's when she was playing T-ball. But here we go. Only 30 seconds. Oh, there it is. I found it. Here it is right here. So this is a big shout out. Brendo, Miss V, Neil, and myself. I knew it was a St. Patrick's Day. I knew I had her on there. There's Brendo, everybody. Shout out to everybody back there. The Trader TV Live team back in 164 weeks ago. So we'll mark down about 3 years on that one. With only 10 seconds left, thank you so much for your patience today. I hope you had a wicked time with us. Adara now with only 4 seconds. This market and this day brought to you by Adara's red suit. Thank you so much for hitting that like and subscribe and that bell, Miss Adara. So going back over there again, glad the red suit didn't hold today. NASDAQ up. They'll review all of this with you on the market recap show. ES flat on the day. NASDAQ bump in the night. Tesla, we're almost out. NVIDIA rips up high side there at the end of the day. Why don't we just take an out maybe on this and punch out and then, get out of this one as there it goes. Out the end of that trade at the high of the day on NVIDIA. All right, man, we're getting ready. It's core weave time, man. That's going to be the one that we're getting ready for. I think it comes out immediately. Get ready for core weave. But thank you so much for everything. Today, man. It was a great day. We had some great trades near the end. I hope that you enjoyed yourself. And we'll be back with us tomorrow for yet again a bigger and probably better show. I mean, every day we're trying to improve, so we'll get bigger and better. Thank you to Kevin O'Leary early today. Thank you to Rahim Alani from OCI. Thanks, Brendan, Sharif, Joe, Ramin, Andre, Fabian, Adara, Neil, and of course, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you to everybody for joining us. I'm Sean, and we are now done for the day. We're going to throw it back over to the recap show. Get them, Neil and Adara.
Much fun. Love the trip down memory lane. Man, it's been so much fun, and I'm glad we get to do more of it here today because, as Sean said, Adara's red did not tank the markets today. And I'm going to give a big shout out to, let's thank Tesla. Let's thank NVIDIA. Let's thank Alphabet, even though we just recently sold some. Well, AMD gets a meh because it gapped up and then came back to the downside. But the market recap show is on. As I said, I really hope that we get CoreWeave in here. We're going to have Cisco earnings after the bell as well. They're about 405 IREN. CoreWeave says 7 o'clock. Don't at me. They're the ones that decided to list such a ridiculous time for their earnings, and we hope we'll get them at some reasonable point. But it was an unbelievable rally when you put in context what things looked like at certain points during the day. Because at the open, it was as usual. Like Tesla dropped almost $10 at the open before finally going. Yeah. I think you had AMD was gapping up on news. AMD had positive news and was going absolutely ham in the pre-market. The buyback on for $6 billion on AMD, and it was flying, and it trended down for most of the day. Micron had bad news. I mean, I hesitate to say bad news because they just did not update their guidance, and the market said that's not good. Fair. And so that tanked and recovered, and then trended down the rest of the day. So you had some pockets of weakness, but A, let's go Tesla. B, what about Alphabet? I'm along the long list of people that will tell you that concerned that other Mag 7 names are looking a little bit better. I know the price is looking really good on Alphabet. PE is definitely fantastic. You get a lot with them, but they've been such a strong name. has backed this one up. But it looks incredibly bullish. We saw it happen with Reddit,
Cisco
although
out. EPS 35% year-over-year increase, non-GAAP 9% year-over-year increase. They're guiding cents per share expected loss. So if that's accurate, this is pretty massive in terms of losses. But this is his first public report that honestly that crazy sales beat might be enough to keep them safe because that is a massive sales beat.
you just want growth, everybody. And look, I just saw someone in the chat say that CoreWeave is bipolar. Someone said in the chat CoreWeave has no liquidity. Trading in the aftermarket on earnings, actively like you would day trade during the day is already dangerous enough. Doing it on the name like CoreWeave, which is already not that liquid, is another level of danger, right? So it is pulling back in here. And I can tell you it's going to be crazy wig action to embrace any key levels. Like when it got back to 70, you were pretty much at 68 and a half. The blink of an eye there, you're still, just remember, had a big day today. It's still closing above that pre-IPO, that post-IPO top, that 64 and a half. So as long as it holds on to that move, that bullish, historically, this has been a very good setup for IPOs, especially in the tech space. When you see it happen, it usually looks very, very good. So shout out to CoreWeave here, but at the end of the day, the whipsaw action is real. The tail break to 70 is real. It goes right into 65. Maybe that's something to watch for tomorrow. But we talked about, we just showed the daily chart. That prior high is right underneath the 65 levels. That's where you want to see the buyers come in. I know this is a level we'll be keen on tomorrow morning. So shout out to the new at 7 o'clock. We'll try to report at 7 o'clock. I mean, come on, you report at 7 o'clock if you're trying to hide something. And it's just like CoreWeave is not just out of sympathy. Always want to have a look to see what NVIDIA is doing here. Obviously, CoreWeave makes the business of selling the 800 stuff. And let's see what happens. But there was a little spike on sympathy for NVIDIA. The highs, but nothing too crazy happening. It's just holding the top of the range. The story is CoreWeave. And of course, we have guidance now on Cisco.
Yeah, we had it earlier, but now we have like
And we have the numbers, and it's holding up very well. So good for Cisco, up 3.5%.
yeah, I mentioned earlier, I didn't quite know how the guidance compared to estimates, but I assumed it was good because of how the stock was reacting. They actually raised their fiscal 2025 guidance across the board, so I want to start with that. 2025 adjusted EPS guidance for the year at 3.68 to 3.74 was the initial guide. They raised it to 3.77 to 3.79, but estimates of 3.73. Raising their 2025 sales guide from 56 to 56.5 billion to 56.5 billion to 56.7 billion. So they didn't do one of those raises where they just raised the $14.95 expected that would be a beat, but their sales guide 14.5 to 14.7 bill versus estimates of 14.58 bill, basically rounds up to 6 bill. So kind of in line with estimates here for CS. CO, I also have some more detail on CoreWeave earnings if people would like me to go over that. So yeah, revenue up 420% year over year, and if that's not meaning, I don't know what is for CoreWeave. That is a 420% year over year revenue increase. So I was right here. I said that a loss per share estimate seemed a little bit off note. So it actually, we did really miss by that much on EPS for CoreWeave. So they reported losses of $1.49 per share, estimates of a 12-cent loss per share.
Well, I think a lot of times when you're at this stage, revenue matters more. Revenue growth is going to get scrutinized much more than EPS and profits because people just want to see if you can maintain that upward trajectory. So it's going to be about growth, and you worry about the profitability a little bit later on. The first report, usually not worrying too much about it, but it's not the best sign in the world that you're going to miss by that much.
Yeah, the
Let's be
losses in
real.
general are pretty massive.
Yeah, like there are pretty big losses, and there's no question about that. It's trying to hold on. It just rejected 70 again. Like I'm telling you, it's trying to break out, and the wicks are nasty when it fails the $70 level, and then just slamming back into the downside. So every single time it tries to go, is heavy rejection above the $70 level over there on CoreWeave. The funny thing about Cisco, as an old head, it's the only one of the four horsemen I have never at any point owned as an individual stock. I own the other ones. I don't own all of them anymore, but I still own two of them. But I never owned Cisco, and I don't think I want to get back. I don't want to get into it at any point. It's what it is. CoreWeave's still a bit of a battle. I just want to remind everybody, because I think it's a big point. It did a lot of work in the last few days running into this print. So we were just a couple of days ago, we were at $54 and breaking out. We're now breaking out above 65. You're holding the prior high here. So when you take a step back and zoom out, sure, you didn't zoom to $75, $80, but you're still on a very strong upward trajectory. And at the end of the day, you have the group in the space doing very well. Like if you just look at the SMH, and obviously CoreWeave, it doesn't really matter to the indexes. We just came to market here. But the overall space is in the midst of a fantastic rally. SMH gapped, holding on the 50 period again. It's broken, V-shaped recovery, and on its way, what it seems like to is the next resistance levels. I think we're looking at some of the chip names in here and anything in the space. Let's look to see what happens when we get to about 260 or so on SMH. That's going to be a bit of resistance. I do think it was a chop zone before. It seems like clear sailing in there. And a lot of the price action told me when you had like half the chip names selling all morning, all day long, and SMH was able to hold up, NVIDIA doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. I don't like an oh no there.
I think maybe I said I don't know if I said oh no. Either way, basically, I don't know if it's going to be market related, but we know sometimes that these geopolitical events can move the market. So I'm going to tell you guys. Basically, I'm seeing here apparently Iran's president said to Trump, "quote, you came here to frighten us? Question mark. We will not bow to any bully." So that's not great. That's not great. We're going to have to wait and find out here. Trump, for the record, did speak fairly positively about Iran today during the comments at the dinner, and I'm only mentioning this again because these things can be market moving, and I want to keep people informed. But either way, we're going to have to wait and see how that develops, I suppose. Lots of geopolitical tensions to keep an eye on just everywhere, quite frankly, and they can and sometimes do move this market if there's any kind of uncertainty, especially like that.
Well, it's absolutely true. Like you never know. Hopefully you'll hope for the best, and no one ever wants conflict, especially in that area where it's been way too much historically. I think everyone can agree with that. But I don't think right now the market's focused on USA, China, USA, Europe. I want to say USA, Canada, but probably not. That's pretty much it. We love the money that's pouring in from Saudi Arabia, from Qatar as well, but that's fantastic. I'm not even sure how much we care about CPI tomorrow morning. Do we? John, we care about CPI tomorrow morning? John just said no. I'm not sure we care that much about CPI tomorrow.
Also PPI.
Is it PPI?
It is PPI.
CPI, PPI, whatever, you guys know what I mean. Does it matter? No, because as long as deals are coming in, and as long that Tesla does not gap over $350 tonight. Why? Because how many times do you go right to 350? I believe, I'm pretty sure it actually ticked 350 both times. 99, 350. Clean double top at that level. So as a day trader, you want to be under that for tomorrow to set up a potential breakout. And if it fails, it fails. But that's one that I think is going to be had, and one of the reasons why Tesla's still got room to run another 10, 15 bucks on the daily chart till you get to the February top. So the February high was the big one that led to the biggest prolonged down drop without any kind of a bounce. Didn't bounce to the 200 period moving average here. That was a pretty nasty drop into the 280. That's what made 280 a big level on Tesla. So we have a little bit left to go, and the 350 break to me is what can take you there. We hope we get there. DM Babeful says your target's 363. I don't disagree. Somewhere in there, I said 360 to 365. We're just all looking at the same chart and picking out the run to the next level. On the train home, I have two things to decide. Am I covering some Tesla at that price level from the 222 buy? And the other one, which was a suggestion from Sean, because I'm like, I'm going to trim some Netflix tomorrow. I'm going to trim some Netflix tomorrow, or I might do it with a market on open order, more likely in the middle of the day. And I'm thinking, maybe we just roll it back into some Disney. I don't necessarily love the level Disney's at, but sometimes you should be looking at a longer term chart. I say make decisions on weekly charts and monthly charts. On a weekly chart, Disney is about to close above the 50 period on the weekly. Knock on wood. To me, that's a big sign, good bottoming pattern. When you look at it here, like a breakout holding the 200 period moving average, I mean, Disney has a lot of room to run. The highs are $200. They got a pretty decent moat around them. I understand all the woke stuff, and I understand I haven't seen Andor just yet. They don't have a heck of a lot going on in the streaming. But hey, at the end of the day, the parks are amazing. The cruise lines, I have friends that have been on Disney cruises. They still swear by them to this day. There's more to this business, and it's a good value. So thank you for that, Sean. I don't know if I'll buy it until it actually closes above the 200. So it'll be maybe a next week thing. But I think we found some money where we can put that money. Fedora the Explorer says Andor is amazing. I can't wait to watch it. There's not that much that's great on Disney right now, so I really can't wait to watch that one. Let's get back to some of the earnings names. I know it's not a big name and no one cares too much about them anymore, but Cisco, it could be something here. We have a pretty decent breakout here on the daily with a little bit of room to run. So give it some due that you've got a chance to get to the high because your last level of resistance just got taken out. And if we pop back over to like what's happening right now in Cisco on those earnings and the good guidance, strong guidance, Adara, from Cisco, it's holding the top end of the range, well above that breakout level on the daily. But it was some kind of a guide.
Yeah, and if there's any other earnings that people want, just let me know. I'll give them to you guys. The other one that I had on my list came out here, Iris Energy, or IREN. I think we do sometimes go by IREN as well. I had this on my list because it is a crypto name, and I have seen it rally in the past. They missed on sales, 141.2 million versus estimates of 159.37 million. Please let me know if anybody else has any other earnings they want me to look at, any other tickers they would like me to look at. We're definitely here for that. Razor?
It was Luminar.
Oh, LAZR.
Yeah, Luminar is moving here. And the reason I think people are going to be interested in Luminar is, and I know Sharif will tweet tomorrow if it holds this move, 20% short float, $5 stock, up 16%. And on top of that, hey, everyone seems to like picking a bottom. So this always gets people interested when you're trading when a stock which is this beaten up starts breaking out. The last time it popped the 50 period moving average, you got a 25% move from there. So yeah, Luminar up 15% after the close. They were earnings name. I don't have the numbers.
I don't have the numbers at all. I don't have the numbers for a lot of these ones people are mentioning.
It's clearly moving, but we don't have the numbers out yet on Laser Luminar.
I do have Next Tracker, which some people asked about too. NXT. So Q4 EPS, that's actually a pretty solid report. They beat on EPS, 129 versus 98 cents expected. Sales, 924 million versus 828.84 million expected. Good look there for NXT. Guidance here is pretty mixed. EPS guide 365 to 403 per share versus estimates of 386. Sales is actually a beat here on guidance, 3.2 to 3.4 bill versus 3.18 bill expected for fiscal fiscal year. What other people are mentioning? Like I said, don't have LAC, DXC. I'm seeing some people mention. I'm gonna find as much as I can here. DXC, I do have, and yeah, DXC is okay. It doesn't look like it, but it is a double beat. Q4 adjusted earnings 84 cents per share versus estimates of 77 cents per share. Sales 3.17 billion versus 3.13 billion expected. And if I see anything here on LAZR, I will certainly, I'm not seeing anything on LAZR, guys, nor am I seeing any numbers on this LAC. Apparently, people are asking about NVIDIA. PLRZ is another one people are talking about here. Holly Ryzen, I'm not seeing.
Remember, everybody, NVIDIA owns a boat in CoreWeave, right? So that's obviously, to NVIDIA's printing cash, man. Their CoreWeave stake, it doesn't matter to NVIDIA. But you just need excuses for it to go up, and any CoreWeave strength is an excuse for it to go up. I mean, if they do well, think about it. If CoreWeave does well and is growing, at least out their old chips, what does that tell you about demand overall in the AI space, for them in general? So yeah, nice little pump here in the aftermarket on NVIDIA. It's now through the 135 cleanly, more cleanly, that we just tagged the 136. Have a good one, Sean. Make sure you get the right bat, brother. And the daily chart, if we all own NVIDIA. Everybody that's in the market either owns NVIDIA directly or you're in that index that owns NVIDIA something, right? So we're happy, and it puts a smile on your face when you see a stock like this on the breakout path. Now, I could draw a trend line like that and tell you how parabolic it's been, but if you draw the trend line from the high, the break literally was the hold of the 50-period moving average. And remember what we said time and time again. This was a name where if you took the death cross short, you actually won. No questions asked. You won. But when you break away from that zone, it tends to be a little bit explosive. It was explosive for NVIDIA, even though it was a winner for the shorts that shorted the death cross. It's explosive right now on Tesla. There's your death cross. No break of the low. They report. Think about this. Tesla reports it's not great. The death cross had happened and it can't break the low. Oh my goodness. 220 holds again. That's why you can get a parabolic move, because there's shorts stuck in there. There's technical shorts. That's what they do. They're going to take that cross and they're going to get punked. And that's exactly what also happened in the SPY when it did a death cross. Like, your death cross in the SPY happened after it made the low. Now all those shorts are getting squoze through the highs. And that's what we like to see, because we like it when the stock market goes up. Everybody except for Big Smile Burdette, or Big Smile Burdette, one of our viewers. So, hey, but you can make money going in either direction. I'm just always a lot more happy when the market goes up. I will address the fact, I know we only have a few minutes to go here. There's a lot of red on the ETF board. We're making it seem like everything is honky-dory. But if you think about where the pullback is, you got gold. Yeah, there were some things that were weak. Obviously, GDX is going to fall into that category with gold.
Yeah, we had that IPO earlier today too. CRW, no, that was.
Tomorrow by next week, we're talking about 150. So that, I knew there was one name that we wanted to get to that I wanted. Do the whole let's rally and then rinse people. If you do that, I tend to everybody. Make sure you like, subscribe, jump in the chat, subscribers only chat. Give a big shout out to Fabian, big shout out to Andre, making us look at sound good, kicking butt on social. I love those Studio 8 videos. You know what with them. Big shout out to Monday, Sharif, and Joey Options, always doing it. My man Sean at the desk with the late trade there, Q's and Nvidia. Adara in the red, keeping you in the news and keeping the markets green, everybody. Give a shout out to Bears versus Bulls and our good friend Brendo behind the scenes. Best moderator, best manager in the business. That's what's called out. So shout out to them. Let's get this roll call.
Yeah, this day is over. Everything must eventually come to an end, but let's savor the moment because time flies, don't it? The beauty in life, you got to make it last for the better because that will last forever. Not flying just on my mind right now as we clean up this holiday move so quickly. Right, Neil. Good to everybody here. Check out Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe. We have Fabian